the Leonidas Donskis Memorial Conference. I have no doubt that Professor Donskis would be delighted with the formulation of the theme, and he would be no less delighted to be here at Vaidilo Theatre. You may not be aware, but Leonidas was a great admirer of the theatre and liked himself to initiate events in unconventional spaces. By all means, he would be an active participant in today's debates, as he was very concerned about the fate of Russia. On the other hand, however, it is sad, because Leonidas is no longer with us, and we are now already in the second year of a destructive war with no clarity of the future. The horror of the war haunts us every day, and I have a sad apprehension that today's debate, no matter how fruitful it might be, will neither be optimistic nor joyful. It is a known fact that Donskis was well acquainted with Andrei Amalrik's prophecy, and as far as I know, studied his work, Will the Soviet Union Survive 1984, together with Orwell's 1984, in his course on politics and literature, which was very much popular among the students at Vytautas Magnus University. In fact, Leonidas himself was quite a prophet. Back in 2016, he initiated a series of short comments called Political Portraits, focusing on both heroes and anti-heroes, one of which was the infamous Putin. Already then, he not only insightfully detailed the psychological portrait, but also outlined possible scenarios for its evolution. Unfortunately, many of them came true. A year earlier, he had vividly drawn the parallels between Orwell's 1984 and the contemporary Russia, and their further development. The retrospective allows us to admire Donskis' insights and imagination. Both his insights and imagination we are very much lacking today. This is evidenced by the fact that his last book, which was compiled after his death, has already sold out. I'm very pleased to open what has become a tradition, an annual international conference in the memory of Professor Leonidas Donskis. I have no doubt it will stimulate the public discourse with original and forward-looking insights. Let me conclude with an inspiring legacy of our beloved friend. The challenge that Leonidas Donskis has left for us is quite simple, but demanding: to be interested in public affairs, to speak the truth loudly, even when it hurts, to represent and defend human dignity, to expose provincialism and protect freedom, but do it through dialogue, conversation, without anger or hatred. Wouldn't it be fantastic if such credo was acknowledged among our neighbors? I'm once again thankful to my dear colleagues from Andrei Sakharov Research Center for Democratic Development. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, everyone, who initiated this significant event and maintained the tradition. I wish you fruitful, interesting, and stimulating discussions. And let me take one short moment to give a short, maybe you can hear me. Okay, I still have to keep talking there. To give a small embodiment of gratitude to the heart of the conference, to Professor Robert van Warren. This is a medal that was established on the centennial of Vytautas Magnus University. So Robert, on behalf of the rector, I would once again want to extend a very sincere and warm gratitude for everything what you're doing for the university and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Wilma. It's quite something to get this today, because actually it's Leonidas Donskis who brought me to Kaunas. and set us on this path. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when in the spring of 1969, the Moscow historian Andrei Amalrik wrote his essay, Will the Soviet Union Survive 1984? Very few people took his prognosis of the collapse of the Soviet Union seriously. The Soviet Union seemed extremely stable, both politically and economically. Leonid Brezhnev had been in power for just 5 years and was still in good health. Yuri Andropov had assumed control over the KGB 2 years earlier and had just unleashed his war against ideological diversion. In other words, against what he called the internal enemy, the dissident movement. Also, the attempt to develop socialism with a human face in Czechoslovakia had been crushed less than a year before. To predict at that moment the collapse of the largest superpower on earth seemed rather outlandish. Of course, Amalrik himself was an unusual figure, as Mario Corti will discuss in his presentation. After several years in the Gulag, he joined the newly established Moscow-Helsinki Group in 1976, and shortly after emigrated to the Netherlands, where he lived for 2 years in Utrecht. The fact that when he left the Netherlands, a party was organized to celebrate his departure says maybe enough. Amalrik died in a car crash in Spain in 1980 and gradually faded from public knowledge. Here in Lithuania, like in most countries in the region, very few knew him, and even fewer remember him, and his essay remains almost completely unknown. When discussing the future of Russia, very few believed that the disintegration of the Russian Federation, what it is still called on paper, is a possibility. On the other hand, many fear the disintegration of Russia because of the consequences that might have when it comes to stability in the region. Big issues are the ownership of the vast nuclear arsenal, the possibility of huge bloodshed, reminiscent to the civil war following the Bolshevik Revolution, and the possibility that criminal gangs will remain a prevailing political force. And not just one criminal gang, which is now in rule in the Kremlin, but many competing warlords, all with their own heavily armed mercenary forces. A whole battery of Prigozhins who will kill everything on their way. Many prefer a weakened Russia as a unified state, just like the American President George W. Bush did with regards to the USSR when he traveled to Kiev in August 1991 to tell the Ukrainian parliament that he was all in favor of the Ukrainian Renaissance on all levels, but he opposed what he called suicidal nationalism and full independence. His speech is now usually referred to as Chicken Kiev. Fact is that this unified Russia is a menace to its neighbors and to world peace, and that it has joined Iran and North Korea as a rogue state, and which has promoted the threat of annihilation of its main as the main part of its foreign policy. In October 2021, we organized a conference at the President's office in Vilnius on the occasion of 30 years diplomatic relations Lithuania-Russia. The conference had a title, Are Good Neighborly Relations Possible? A title that can now be seen in a different light and would immediately extract a response quite different than that one in October 21, some 4 months before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Indeed, I think there are still few politicians who express openly the belief that normal relations with this government, this regime, is possible, at least until fundamental changes have taken place in Russia. So then the question is, how fundamental should these changes be? I often refer to the words of the famous German writer Thomas Mann, who in 1946 lamented, and I shortened his quote a bit, "How will it be to belong to a nation under whose desperate, megalomaniac efforts to become a nation, the world had to suffer so much? Back of every sentence that we construct in our language stands a broken, spiritually burned out people, a people that can never show its face again." Yet Nazi Germany was conquered by the Allies, and even and it was conquered by the Allies. The denazification process was imposed from outside. And even in that situation, it was almost a complete failure. How can we expect Russia to cleanse itself when the overwhelming part of the population is demoralized, desensitized, brainwashed, and has become part of this collective madness? In 2018, we organized also a Donskis Memorial Conference with the theme Building Bridges, Thoughts about the Other Russia. Several experts discussed the subject, trying to find hope for the future and referring to those parts of Russian society that had not yet been Putinized. I remember very well how one of our friends from Russia stood up in the end and said, "It's all very beautiful what you're saying, but you all forget one thing. Russian people have turned into bitlo, rednecks. Nothing good can be expected from them." Some were dismayed by his remark, but now, 5 years later, we have to admit that he was right. He saw what we still didn't want to see. So the theme of this conference is maybe provocative, but it is also one of hope. Maybe the current Russia will not survive 2024, at least not in this form. And maybe thus next year the suffering of the Ukrainian people will come to an end. Because I'm convinced about one thing. The war in Ukraine will only end when Russia stops being able to wage war, when the useless sending of tens of thousands of men to their certain deaths on the Ukrainian battlefield will finally stop. Because to the Russian leadership, their lives have no value whatsoever. They are just cogs in a killing machine, flies hovering over the corpse of a failed state, hijacked by a lethal combination of KGB and criminality. Any continuation of this Russia will only mean the threat will remain and war will remain an integral part of our daily lives. By the way, in 1969, Amalrik believed that the Soviet-Chinese war would be a factor in the country's demise. He was partially wrong, as the war that eventually hastened the collapse of the USSR was not in China, but was the war in Afghanistan. But how actual are his words now when reading his prediction that and I quote, a drawn-out, exhausting war prosecuted by decrepit leaders which drained the Soviet government of resources and legitimacy will bring about the collapse? Replace the word Soviet with Russian, and you see that these words written in 1969 are just as actual today, in 2023. The program of the conference is diverse, offering a wide range of views and beliefs. However, I hope that our speakers of today will have the courage that Andrei Amalrik displayed in 1969, the courage to look beyond the visible, beyond the obvious, and to discuss what options Russia and the world have. And I think we all agree, the war needs to end, the threat needs to stop, now and for future generations. Thank you. Can I now invite Šarūnas Liekas for the first talk this morning about Leonidas Donskis, who we remember today, and his views on Russia.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to attempt to describe Leonidas' view on Russia. Leonidas, first and foremost, for many of us, was a dear friend and a colleague, and as Robert had mentioned, he brought many of us to Vytautas Magnus University, and Vytautas Magnus University actually was identified very much with his figure as a figure which promotes diversity, academic autonomy, diversity of views, very often controversial views. So in university, we usually fight over many issues, and publicly we speak very differently, everybody with its own opinions. So it's rather difficult to speak about Leonidas, and I have to refer to his written work, though, through many years of conversations and discussions and being in all kinds of social situations, you know the views, how people are, viewing certain major issues, certain countries, how they treat, with respect or disrespect, the partners. And Leonidas was, for those who don't know him, a major public figure in Lithuania, who acted always as a defender of human rights and civil liberties. Just to mention, he got many awards for different activities, but for example, in 2004, Leonidas Donskis had been awarded by the European Commission the title of the Ambassador for Tolerance and Diversity, for example. Just one example. And as a politician, he had always been opposed to all extreme or exclusionary attitudes and forms of violent politics, and instead he has been leaning to liberalism and its advocacy of individual reason and consciousness, ability to coexist with democratic programs and other non-exclusive ideologies, and promoted everywhere moderation. So he was very the person who would moderate the very often harsh discussions and harsh positions on many political views. Russia was always close to the heart of Leonidas. It was always important country as a reference country, delineating different paths of development and transformation of the post-Soviet world. The Baltics, for example, for Leonidas were on the right path. He saw that the Baltics are moving the right direction into postmodern neoliberal future, while Russia sliding away and deviating from the liberal reasoning. So for him, it was rather difficult to acknowledge it because of numerous friends in Russia, literary idols. He liked very much Russian literature. Also because of country's contribution to world's intellectual history. It was a timely and accurate note that quite a few people from Leonidas' generation would depict themselves as political Russophobes, you can say political Russophobes, and cultural Russophiles. So Leonidas, from that point of view, was exactly that person. However, his so-called political Russophobia was also stemming from a potent anti-Soviet sentiment. This is clearly was seen everywhere in his writings. Basically, we can say that Leonidas identified the country, Russia, with his friends and acquaintances. However, he was always aware of the other side of Russia, especially a failure to integrate into the Western milieu. He saw it as the very Russian development he saw as a step back from not being able to stay in the postmodern world. Nowadays, we might be of different opinion, because the last writings of Leonidas are coming from 2016. But then postmodernism looked as an only undisputable option for Leonidas. So Leonidas looked at the postmodernity, which is questioned right now. Even not only academically, but publicly. But then for him, it was, in 2016, the only option. In this context, Leonidas carefully had weighted another option. The Russian path is a return to brutal modernity of geopolitics, wars, social engineering, and brainwashing war propaganda. In a sense, it's canceling post-industrial path and development, potential post-industrial path and development. and in a sense bringing Russia into the world of imperialism and Bonapartism. The idea, which looked fantastic then, that Russia might be forestalling the actions of the West. In a sense, he was even saying and raising the question, maybe the Russia is not only that it's kind of degenerating, in a sense, not being able to adapt, but maybe the Russians and Russian Federation is a forward-looking nation with all kinds of bad consequences for that. In a sense, in his writing, we also find some phrases which are saying that Putin's Russia foresees the future and is a radical case of self-made postmodernity. So when we look right now from the perspective of nearly 10 years, I mean less, 8 years, we'll see if Leonidas was right on that. On the other hand, Leonidas believed in the superiority of the Western world, of the Western Democratic Alliance, and maintained that the possible Russian challenge to the Western values, democracy, structural challenge to the liberal institutions governing the world is completely unfeasible option. Actually, Leonidas, when speaking about Russia, always would try to draw the lessons for ourselves. I mean, and for himself and for ourselves. The complications in the international affairs, geopolitics encourage fear and discourse of awe and fear. The right-wing politicians usually play and sell popular fears, and Leonidas was very critical of that. Though technically looking, I mean, he was in the center-right coalition usually, I mean, politically, I mean, it's center-right, but he was very critical of the right-wing politicians. And while fighting Russian propaganda and looking among ourselves and here, this is a quote from Leonidas, looking among ourselves for the vatniks, the agents of Kremlin, we risk to become the mirror image of present-day Russia. And any non-propaganda-driven opinion usually is being branded as bought, fabricated, and serving enemies' interest. So he was cautioning everybody against kind of for the zealous approach, to be non-critical to our own deeds and actions. Another interesting question with which Leonidas would carry around discussions was a question of the relationship between the Soviet Union and Russia. As I mentioned at the beginning, usually this kind of Russophobia is coming from the Sovietophobia very often, I mean, we might say it. However, when you look at the Leonidas writings, Leonidas was very clear that contemporary Russia is not the Soviet Union. And it seems obvious to anyone more or less familiar with history and not devoid of the sense of reality. When it comes to Russia and its perception, we succumb, according to Leonidas, I'm quoting him here, to some cliches and simplistic interpretations out of our wish to overreach and overgeneralize. A simplistic comparison of Russia and the former Soviet Union is a good example. In fact, according to Leonidas Donskis, Russia under Vladimir Putin bears much more more resemblance to African kleptocracies, such as Nigeria or the South American authoritarian populist regimes like the Chavez in Venezuela than to the Soviet Union. Then Leonidas was saying that we urgently need a paradigm shift as regards to Russia and its assessment. It will not vanish in the year leaving no trace, nor will it become something profoundly different in the near future. We are bound to live side by side with Russia as a problematic neighbor and partner, rather than a fatal, sinister, and once and for all to the Baltic states. Among the strong sides of Russia, here I'm quoting him, we can easily mention its enormous intellectual potential, creativity, and one of the greatest cultures in the modern world. According to Leonidas in 2016, he thought Vladimir Putin cannot define himself other than through his nostalgia for the former Soviet Union, whose demise was, as the saddened former KGB colonel put it, the worst geopolitical catastrophe in the 20th century. The younger generations of Russia have nothing to do with this sort of Soviet jingoism. Imperial patriotism and revenge-seeking may be something that motivates the Russian power structure, but it means nothing to young Russian middle-class people who are at best indifferent to, if not overall sarcastic of the Soviet Union and the paradise on earth, quote unquote. So what is the future? I mean, the conference is to discuss the future. Leonidas was sure that Russia might become a normal state, quote unquote, normal state. However, only after total moral fiasco, moral bankruptcy, which will occur earlier or later, no doubt in 10 or 15 years. However, Leonidas was not asking if we gonna stay, all the Western world and us gonna stay the same in the future. In a sense, in a normality. So can we be normal after 10, 15 years of this kind of events? So we'll see. We have a conference discussing these issues, and I hope that the conference and Leonidas' thinking as a kind of precondition for preconditioning this kind of event will contribute to better understanding and the future which is lying ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Before I give the floor to the first keynote speaker of today, I just want to mention that, and it's also fitting in the context of this conference, Leonidas not being by coincidence an ambassador of tolerance, he was one of the most active and outspoken persons seeking reconciliation between Lithuania and the Jewish community in Lithuania following the Holocaust. Today, in half an hour from now, not far away from here, the Lithuanian parliament will remember the liquidation of the ghetto in Vilnius exactly 80 years ago. So may I invite the first keynote speaker of today, Mikhail Shishkin, to the stage. I see that, or I think he is getting his mic. Ah, you're here, okay. Misha.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much for having invited me to this event. For this event, I wrote an essay, and I will read this text in Russian, and you will get the English translation. It's very important for me to speak Russian, because Putin made my language to the language of murderers and war criminals. But Russian language doesn't belong to Putin, it belongs to me. О полковнике Штауфенберге и будущем русском.
On Colonel Stauffenberg and the future of Russian culture. Let's say the Valkyrie plot of July 20th, 1944 succeeds. Colonel Stauffenberg blows up Hitler. The new government stops the war. The Allies make denazification a condition of peace. Germany's denazification is carried out by the party and the Gestapo. Deputinization is going to be carried out by the next Putin. My whole life I felt I was standing on firm ground, and that firm ground was Russian culture. Now I'm standing on a void. Madame de Stael once said, "The Russian silence is quite extraordinary. They are silent about precisely what inspires their vital interest." In the autumn of 2014, I flew to a book fair in Krasnoyarsk, an enormous celebration of literature. Everything looked just like in Frankfurt. And so it should be in the 21st century. World culture makes itself at home in Siberia. That year, all the questions and discussions at my speeches in Europe were about the war. However, at the book fair in Russia, people talked about all kinds of things, just not the war. Everyone was terribly interested in the new guide to ancient Rome. Apparently, I was the only person who spoke on stage about this fresh disaster. This silence was humiliating. Humiliating for everyone, writers and readers both. It was the final straw. I had no desire to return to that humiliation. Over the years of war, that silence became deafening, and after 24th of February, unbearable. The avalanche of words never stops. Apple Book festivals, presentations of new guides to ancient Rome, issues of thick literary magazines that pretend everything's just okay, courses on the theory and practice of creative writing, workshops for young writers on urgent topics such as how to construe a plot and conflict heroes in style. An avalanche of silence. An avalanche of silence in chorus. It's all one big masterclass on the Russian culture of silence. Talking out loud about other things is the silence, with the back of the hand. Silence for salvation. Russian literature did not save people from the Gulag, but it helped them survive in Gulag land. And now they speed to the rescue once again. A quote on a Facebook from a well-known author who speaks with readers at talks in Russia. The audience at the meetings is grateful, kind, and attentive. And something else. A year ago, any word or even peep about what was going on around us provoked stormy gratitude. Thank you for speaking. Lately, it's been the exact opposite. Thank you for not speaking. Everyone already knows everything. We understand, and we are tired. The further away we can get from what surrounds us, the better. Distraction and relaxation, if only for a short while. Unquote. Silence is a way to survive. Silence is air to breathe. Time and historical circumstances alter our taste receptors. At one time in my youth, the Russian classics kept me from choking on the Soviet lies. The books on my shelf are the same. The rhymes never loosen their embrace. The letters have not run off. But the words mean something completely different. They have a different taste. I try to reread my favorite Golden Age poets, and they are all stuffed with patriotic puke. We can't help but bear traces of the country in which we were raised. All of us who were born from Moscow to the farthest reaches were born and grew up in the Moscow Ulus, the part of the Golden Horde, the Khanate of a 1,000-year empire, and even if we hated it, we breathed its air. And when we talk about Russia as imperial and colonial, it actually sounds like a compliment for this endless bloody swamp, since it puts our Moscow Ulus in the same category as the British Empire. We have to admit that a 21st century country is living by the law of the Golden Horde. At the top of the pyramid is the Han, and below him are his slaves, with no right of speech or property. And the sole meaning and ideology of the social order is power itself, and the struggle for power. The essential and sufficient condition for the Khanate's existence is violence. A Khanate cannot be abolished by a decree, any more than language can. Over the course of generations, prison reality produced prison behavior. The Russian proverb says, "Live with wolves, howl like wolves." This was expressed in the language that was called upon to service Russian life, supporting it in a state of constant unending war with the whole world and with itself. When everyone lives by prison rules, language's concern is every person's war with every other person. If the strong must necessarily beat the weak, language's concern is to do so verbally. Humiliate, insult, withdraw rations, and degrade. Language as a form of disrespect for the individual. Language as a means of destroying human dignity. No single other empire has a verbal weapon like our more than just obscene mutt language. It's difficult to explain to people in the world because there is no such equivalent in their languages. Both the power and the population have spoken this language, which expresses the essence of Russian life. While the language of Russian literature is a foreign patch on the body of this loose language. The language of the Russian literature appeared in the 18th century when colonists from the West brought otherworldly concepts of liberté, égalité, and fraternité. It was noted long ago that the Russian state is like King Midas. Just as everything the ancient king touched turned to gold, so everything the Russian state touches turns to shit and blood. They try to extend their grasp to everything. They want to exploit and misuse Tolstoy, Rachmaninoff, Brodsky. They arrange worship for the dead, who they know can't object. And they think that in this instance, the reflected light of the classics falls on them too, on the Putin regime, on their special military operation, quote unquote. I have no doubt Tolstoy would have sent the pseudo-state to hell and demanded that throughout the country, in the literature room of every school, above the blackboard, his portrait be replaced with his words, "Patriotism is slavery." Right now, Rachmaninoff would have been giving charity concerts for wounded Ukrainian children. Brodsky would have repented for his disgraceful Taras's nonsense and be raising money for the Ukrainian armed forces with lectures all over the world. But Dostoevsky, I fear, with his orthodox pan-humanism, would have been an anchorman on that Tsargrad channel. After 24th of February, only isolated individuals went out to protest. Where are those marvelous, desperate women and men who went out to defend the dignity of their people and their country now? They are in prison or they have fled. The people have been silent. The survival strategy for generation has been silence. Western experts in Russia attributed this absence of protest to fear.
Видя, как сотни тысяч русских послушно идут на войну, убивать украинцев и быть убитыми. Это уже не имеет ничего общего со стратегией выживания. Глубже, страшнее. Хотят ли русские войны? Спросите у
Do Russians want war? Is the title of the famous song in my childhood. Ask the mothers, ask the soldiers who lie under the birch trees, ask how the draftees rebelling over the ammunition shortage. We don't have enough shells to fuck the hell out of the shitty ukes with. Russia's population is infected with a tribal consciousness, a childhood illness of humanity that is cured by enlightenment. In modern civilization, the tribe has been replaced by the individual who stands at the base of society. I myself bear responsibility for the main decision in life, what is good and what is evil. And if my country, my people are doing evil, that means I will be against my country and my people. The tribal consciousness lacks the very concept of individual responsibility for the choice between good and evil. Mother Russia calls every Russian regime, from autocracy, orthodoxy, and nationality to glory to the CPSU and Crimea is ours, has always tried to enforce the consciousness of being a tribe surrounded by enemies. Our national political life has only two seasons: order, stability, and smuta, turmoil. Generations of popular wisdom say that if there is stability, that means he's the real czar. If there is turmoil, he isn't. People don't choose the victor. Power is the sole source of Russian legitimacy. He lost the Chechen war, so Boris is disgraceful drunkard. He won, so the real czar is in the Kremlin. He annexed Crimea, so we have Putin, means we have Russia. He didn't beat the Kiev Nazis, so he's a dwarf in a bunker hidden behind a kilometer-thick, kilometer-long table. Russia occupies territory where historical time has stopped. The country just can't make its way out of the past and into the present, and changing the calendar didn't help here. The failure to take Kyiv, the lack of a victory in the Ukrainian war, that's a sure sign he's not the real czar. The country held its breath when Prigozhin's tanks were approaching Moscow. 400, 300, 200 kilometers from the Kremlin, the Wagner men were greeted with flowers and ice cream in Rostov, and Prigozhin had everything he needed to declare himself the new czar, power that no one even tried to resist. It was flesh of their flesh. He had sniffed the smell of prison the Russian knows so well, and the Connaught's native language gushed from him. Most important, he was the only one of the Putin's generals with a victory. His troops conquered Bakhmut in his pocket. Russia is ready for a new czar, but a new czar is not yet ready for Russia. Unfortunately, no one is coming to Moscow in an Abrams tank. In the historic sense, Germany was lucky that Colonel Stauffenberg did not blow up Hitler. Denazification was carried out by the occupation powers, not Gestapo men. NATO commandants are not going to be hanging posters of murdered Ukrainian children. This is your fault. This is your town's fault. In remote Russian towns, as the Americans did in post-war Germany. There's no Nuremberg on the Russian map. There won't be any Russian national repentance. The post-Putins aren't going to be getting down on their knees in Bucha, Mariupol, Prague, Budapest, Vilnius, or Tbilisi. That's not what czars do. Accordingly, there will be no Marshall Plan. On the other hand, there will be a handshake with the first Kremlin ruler who promises the West oversight over Russia's rusty nuclear arsenal. After one presidential campaign speech, Navalny was approached by someone who said, "Alexei, I like what you are saying, I like you, but first become president, and then I'll vote for you." To introduce democracy to Russia, you first have to become a czar, but becoming one means becoming a czar. The actor plays the part, but can't change it. For the foreseeable future, the Russian Federation has turned into a radioactive zone for culture. The university presidents, museum and library directors, and theater and film directors who came out openly in support of this special military operation made themselves into war criminals. But They don't have to worry. There will be no illustration, and they don't believe in punishment on the Judgment Day. Naturally, by supporting the war, they try to save their museums, libraries, and theaters, kiss the villain's hand, and then spit. By betraying himself in order to save his theater, the director will not be able later to fulfill his calling in the theater. You can't save yourself or your theater through betrayal. Culture is human dignity's form of existence. You can wash off the dirt and sweat, but how do you wash off the silence? Where is the dividing line between a silence for salvation and meanness? Strontium's half-life is 28 years, cesium is 30. What is the half-life of meanness? Putin's war is being waged against Ukraine and Russia. They are destroying culture, they are destroying the country. The people are silent and nod their head on the block as usual and sigh that the Tsar knows best. Only speech can oppose silence. Free speech is itself an act of resistance. In Russia, you can either sing patriotic songs or be silent or emigrate. Emigration is an act of resistance, but the Free Russian speech that opposes the Khanate breathed its air. You have to breathe out, exhale this air from your lungs. We have to free ourselves from the Khanate inside us. Words are a fail-safe system for telling friend from foe. Words, Pribaltica, on Ukraine, words like great Russian literature. We have to hawk up empire like verbal phlegm. Can Russian culture exist outside its own territory? What makes us different from the immigration a century ago is the opportunity to use high tech. I always think how lost, how cut off from the centers of the Russian immigration, Berlin and Paris, some literary circle in Harbin must have felt. But now you're riding on a train somewhere in Africa, and if you have Wi-Fi, you are in the center of Russian culture. Maybe this is a chance for a marvelous Russia of the future, where we have Chekhov and Rachmaninoff, but no Putin or Prigozhin. That country is located in the virtual world and may not be able to exist offline as a matter of principle. My Russia is a country that has declared its independence from the sovereign's boot. My Russia does not require legalization or a passport. My Russia is made legitimate by the breath of the person who lives by Russian culture. The capital of Russian culture is anywhere we are its bearers, consumers, and creators. All over the world. But how long can a language live in emigration? We have the experience of the post-revolutionary exodus. The children still spoke Russian, the grandchildren didn't. We have our own experience. Our children still speak Russian with us, but will our grandchildren? Apparently, we Russians are not able to preserve the Russian language and culture even for a third generation. The Russian emigration does not have the foundation that allowed the Jews to preserve themselves over the millennia. The Jews have language, and God, Russians have only language. Does that mean Slavists are going to be studying literature in a dead language, like Latinists? The population of our historical homeland is always going to produce native speech, like that porridge from a magic pot in the famous fairy tale, and no one is gonna shout at them to stop making it. The flow of fresh verbal blood from Russia isn't going to stop. Brodsky, Sasha Sokolov, Volodya Sharov originated in the Soviet ditch water. Just as the river finds itself in a channel, so language always finds itself a poet. What is Russian culture for? Only a text can restore dignity to Russian literature. A text as atonement, and it has to be written not by an emigre, but by someone who sat in a trench in Ukraine asking himself, who am I? What am I doing here? What is this war for? Why are we Russian fascists? Will this text ever be written? God knows. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Миша. Приглашаю на трибуну Татьяну Янкелевич. Я всех приветствую. Большое спасибо, Роберт. Большое спасибо за еще одно значимое...
In Leonidas Donskis, sorry, that's Tatiana Yankelevich, and Andrei Sakharov, in the sense of the shared personal responsibility for the world around them. And thank you very much, University, for making this possible. I'm going to start with a very controversial quote, or rather, reference to a quote. Reference to someone by the name of Leon Trotsky. He said that the greatest historical, philosophical, and psychological work of our time will be written by the Commission of Inquiry. And from here, I will jump to year 1974. In the diary of Andrei Sakharov and Elena Bonner, there is an entry that opens this year with reflections on the expulsion, or rather record of an expulsion of Lydia Chukovskaya and Vladimir Voinovich from the Union of Soviet Writers. It records a 48-hour search in Kiev, in the apartment of Viktor Nekrasov, in which his entire archive of a writer was arrested. The diary continues with an entry about the arrests of Viktor Nikipelov and Sergei Pirogov, both dissidents and human rights activists in the Soviet Union. And the diary marks the beginning in the Soviet press of a virulent anti-Solzhenitsyn campaign following the publication of the Gulag Archipelago in the West. I quote, "On the evening of February 12, a friend called to say that Solzhenitsyn's flat was raided by 8 men who took him to the prosecutor's office. Lucia, that is Sakharov's wife, Lucia and I hailed down a private car driver on the street, and in 15 minutes we were at the Solzhenitsyn's place in Kazitsky Lane. It was full of people. Very soon it becomes clear that Solzhenitsyn is not to be found at the prosecutor's office. He is under arrest. I respond to some of the phone calls," says Sakharov. "The nervous shake-up and the sense of tragic significance broke my usual dry and lame tongue-tiedness, and I find simple and strong words." End of quote from the diary. In the wee hours of February 13, Sakharov and Bonner came back home, together with Pavel Litvinov, Boris Shragin, and Father Sergei Zholutkov. They were all stirred. All believed something must be done, but no one knew what exactly. Someone uttered an appeal. To appeal for what? At long last, in the excited and troubled dispute, sober thoughts began to surface. And the future Moscow appeal began to take shape with demands of freedom for Solzhenitsyn and creation of an international tribunal to investigate the crimes against humanity committed in the Soviet Union, crimes that were exposed by the Gulag archipelago. With Elena Bonner at her typewriter, Pavel Litvinov and Boris Shragin dictated the appeal. They were going back and forth between the room and the kitchen to iron out sentences and even single words with the others. By early morning, the text was ready, signed by all present in the Sakharov and Bonner's place. More signatures were collected by phone. Dated February 13, 1974, the Moscow appeal was signed by Andrei Sakharov, Elena Bonner, Vladimir Maximov, Mikhail Agursky, Boris Shragin, Pavel Litvinov, Yuri Orlov, Father Sergei Zholutkov, Anatoly Marchenko, Larisa Bogoraz. This appeal, the original, is now housed at the Andrei Sakharov archive in Moscow. By the morning, everyone has left. Sakharov dozed off on the kitchen cot near his wife, who stayed on the phone with the foreign journalists for 2 hours, dictating the appeal's text. At about noon, the news came of Solzhenitsyn's arrival in the West. The Moscow appeal became suspended in mid-air. Solzhenitsyn was free, and it was now impossible to explain the iniquity of what happened, even though the appeal was widely covered in the press. But the idea of the tribunal faded away soon, and it only surfaced again in the 1990s with the creation of Memorial Society and the failed Communist Party trial. One tangible result was a black and white sweater knit by Bonner's mother, Ruth, over the sleepless night. It was dubbed Solzhenitsyn sweater. However, there was another result, perhaps more tangible if not material. In October 1975, the first international Sakharov hearings took place in Copenhagen. It focused on Soviet and Eastern European violations of international human rights standards. The hearings were described as one of the most established tools for informing the West about the situation with human rights in the USSR. The hearings have varied considerably, however, in breadth and depth. The 1975 Copenhagen hearings publicized violations of the final act of the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, the so-called Helsinki Declaration. The 1977 Rome hearings dealt with Soviet and Eastern European human rights violations. The 1979 Washington, D.C. hearings addressed labor union and workers' rights in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. The 1983 Lisbon hearings addressed oppression of creative workers in the Soviet Union and the state of martial law in Poland. The last 1985 London hearings returned to the specifics of the Helsinki Declaration, drawing on human rights experts as well as witnesses whose rights were violated and or denied. It was challenging to organize the first hearings. It was a new initiative, and people of different political views and agendas had different ideas and opinions about the hearing's goals and objectives. To clarify the task and the mission of this international forum, to prevent future misrepresentations, Sakharov formulated its principles and appointed Efrem Yankelevich, my late husband, as his representative generally, and also with regards to the Sakharov hearings, to ensure that the principles that he had formulated are observed. Throughout all the subsequent hearings, Efrem Yankelevich played an important organizing and conceptual role, earning respect and admiration of his colleagues and Sakharov's approval and appreciation. Sakharov believed his representatives' logical mind, knowledge, and absolute integrity ensured the exclusion of any false, unsubstantiated, or sensationalist testimony and the focus on significant issues. It gives me special pleasure today to see here Mario Corti, Efrem's friend and Sakharov hearings comrade in arms, and also the force behind the 1977 hearings in Rome. Mario fully embraced Sakharov's vision of the hearings' guiding spirit and was closely involved in the shaping of subsequent sessions. Sakharov felt that the success of the Rome hearings and of the later ones in Washington, Lisbon, and London was due to the integrity and efforts of the organizers, such as Mario Corti and Efrem Yankelevich. The organizers arguably saw the hearings as a critical companion to the process initiated by the signing of the Helsinki Final Agreement in 1975. Now I want to reflect on the nature of the hearings. All of the hearings had a dual nature. Each of them was steeped in a particular setting, and each hearing's unique features reflected its national, political, cultural, and time-related context. And yet, the international Sakharov hearings were an obvious and original case of transnationalism. They all had shared features. They were a series of hearings organized by non-state actors taking place in 5 different capitals. Each hearing involved organizers, sponsors, participants, who were, in turn, witnesses, panel members, audience, and chairmen. And even funding originating from non-state actors in different countries, such as Bible smuggling groups, National Endowment for Democracy when it came to the United States, other foundations, charitable foundations, trade unions, private individuals. They had a broad impact throughout through the international media coverage. Moreover, the hearings were all part of one single transnational process. The first hearing would not have taken place without the Moscow appeal. None of the subsequent hearings would have been imaginable without the previous ones. And there was a basic continuity between the hearings, not just the name, but also the concept, the organization, the overall theme. Several individuals, many networks and milieu remained the same. Simon Wiesenthal took part in all 5 hearings. He summed up their significance and impact as follows: I had never attended an event with greater international impact. And we can now look back with appreciation on the imprint left by the hearings that in a short 10-year time opened the eyes and the minds of the free and liberal world to the reality of the lawlessness of the Soviet totalitarianism and the person's defenselessness before an all-powerful state. The hearings overcame its murky origins and chaotic beginning, managed to broaden its political appeal, to gain respectability and legitimacy, and even access to influential political actors, both at state and non-state levels. This was due primarily to a few fiery souls. The hearings seem to have had an impact on many levels. They were among numerous endeavors aimed at putting a spotlight on human rights violations in the Soviet bloc. However, they stood out for their persistence, the diversity, and occasionally the weight of their actors and contributors, their obstinate and sometimes successful attempts to join forces with politically influential actors for their contribution to putting Sakharov and other persecuted dissidents high on the East-West political agenda. The international Sakharov hearings ought to be taken into consideration when discussing the Helsinki process. Of ultimate importance for the success and credibility of the hearings, as well as their legitimacy, were several principles pioneered by Sakharov. They were exclusion of confrontational, cold warrior, anti-communist rhetoric, use of human rights language, no witnesses with extremist views, unethical stand, or untrustworthiness, no sensationalist claims, no intolerance or prejudices, no propagandistic tone. These principles remain valid today when we face a very different world, and they can and must be applied to our work for the renewal, for the re-establishment of the hearings. Sakharov hearings meant a great deal to me, given the part my family, and especially Efrem Inkelevich, played in the hearings that opened the eyes of the free world to the plight of human rights in the world struggling to become free. The Copenhagen hearings showed that never before had such a major so-called international citizens tribunal concerning human rights violations in the Soviet Union taken place. It increased international focus on Andrei Sakharov and his human rights agenda. It happened despite considerable Soviet pressure on the Danish government and other institutions, and despite wavering in some political quarters. The 5 Sakharov hearings, taken as a whole, were original by their organization, longevity, and political orientation. They resulted in the most important hearing concerning human rights violations in the Soviet Union ever organized. They offer an interesting example of a sphere for transnational political debate involving a large number of Western groups and individuals supportive of Soviet bloc dissidents. Key 20th century human rights figures like Sakharov and Wiesenthal were involved in all 5 hearings, and many prominent exiled Soviet dissidents, as well as some Eastern European dissidents, played important roles. In this 21st century, I decided to introduce the idea for the hearings revival. That was, I have done so in 2018, well before the coronavirus pandemic, and with different focus from today, though not entirely unrelated. By that time, by 2018, the threat posed by Putin's Russia to the Western democracies, to international stability and peace, to the nation's right of self-determination, and to the very core of fundamental human rights has become obvious. However, today we face a crisis of totally different proportions. We have to contemplate our responsibility in the context of war crimes and crimes against humanity, unprecedented in Europe since the end of World War II in 1945. The Nuremberg Tribunal prompted a search for new types of international legal proceedings to cope with the new horrors of the 20th century. The tribunal was designed not only to punish criminals, but also to deter future crimes. As Justice Robert Jackson, Chief United States prosecutor at Nuremberg, claimed in his opening statement, the wrongs which we seek to condemn and punish have been so calculated, so malignant and devastating that civilization cannot tolerate their being ignored because it cannot survive that being repeated. Non-governmental human rights tribunals proceed from a similar sense of urgency. They extend the spirit of Nuremberg to condemn a wide range of government repression as criminal. Non-governmental tribunals resemble the Nuremberg proceedings as they bring charges against government officials, appeal to public opinion, and have to face criticism. The Nuremberg International Military Tribunal considered 3 charges against Nazi leaders: crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Each of the charges, but especially the last, has important human rights implications. As noted in Article 6 of the Tribunal's Charter, crimes against humanity include murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation, and other inhuman acts committed against any civilian population before or during the war, or persecution on political, racial, or religious grounds. All 3 charges to the Nazi leaders are present in the case of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The 3rd charge of crimes against humanity is particularly grievous. We all know and grieve the loss of life, especially the lives of the very young. I wish to refresh in your mind and memory the very meaning of crimes against humanity concept. For those of us who grew up in the Soviet Union, the meaning was completely obscured by the official ideological propaganda. As was its purpose, it switched and made meaningless many concepts, emasculated them by substituting something obscure and vague. As a result, I will say it in Russian, преступление против человечества became преступление против человечности. Humankind and humaneness, crimes against the entire human community, and crime against kindness. Martin Luther King said once that a crime committed against one human being is committed against the entire humankind, the entire humanity. The Soviet apparatchiks once again hollowed out the meaning of this profound concept by this underhanded and cynical switchover. Let's make it 100% clear. Crimes committed by Russian troops in Bucha, Mariupol, Donetsk, Luhansk, Chernihiv, Bakhmut, Lysychansk, Popasnya, Severodonetsk, and other towns amount to unspeakable, deliberate cruelty and violence against Ukrainian civilians and thus qualify as crimes against humanity and war crimes. According to the data from the United Nations Office of Commissioner for Human Rights, High Commissioner on Human Rights, as of exactly 1 month ago, in August 18, 2023, the total number of Ukrainian and Russian troops killed or wounded is nearing 500,000, with Russian military casualties approaching 300,000. The number includes as many as 120 deaths and 120,000 deaths and 170,000 to about 180,000 injured troops. The Ukrainian figures are close to 70,000 killed and 100,000 to 120,000 wounded. As to the Ukrainian civilian casualties of this war, from February 24, 2022, the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights recorded 27,149 as the total civilian casualties. Of those, over 17,500 injured, severely affecting the rest of their life, and almost 10,000 lost their lives. The Office of High Commissioner on Human Rights believes that the actual figures are considerably higher, as the receipt of information from locations of intense hostilities has been delayed, and many reports are still pending corroboration. Allegations of numerous civilian casualties come from Mariupol, Lysychansk, Popasna, Severodonetsk, among other locations. Rape, murder, and other violent acts against people in the Russian forces' custody must be investigated as war crimes. Both Ukraine and Russia are parties to the 1949 Geneva Conventions and Protocol 1, International Humanitarian Law, or the Laws of War, which provides protection to civilians and other non-combatants from the hazards of armed conflict. It addresses the conduct of hostilities, the means and methods of warfare by all parties to a conflict. Foremost is the rule that civilians may never be deliberate target of attacks. International human rights law remains in effect and continues to apply at all times, including during armed conflict and occupation, to which the laws of war also apply. Ukraine and Russia are both party to several human rights treaties, including the European Convention on Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. These treaties outline guarantees of fundamental rights, such as the prohibition on torture and inhuman and degrading treatment, the right to non-discrimination, the right to a fair trial, rights to which combatants and civilians are entitled under international humanitarian law. Today, it may seem an unattainable dream to bring Russia and its ruling elite, led by Vladimir Putin, to the International Criminal Court in The Hague. But, and I'd like to quote Sergei Kovalyov, do what you must and be what may be. That means that we must start laying the groundwork for the justice to be carried out ultimately, even if we do not live to see it done. The International Criminal Court in The Hague has jurisdiction over 4 categories of crimes under international law: genocide, or the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. War crimes or grave breaches of the laws of war, including the Geneva Convention's prohibitions on torture. Crimes against humanity or violations committed as part of large-scale attacks against civilian population, including murder, rape, imprisonment, slavery, and torture. And 4, crimes of aggression or the use of threat of armed force by a state against the territorial integrity, sovereignty, or political independence of another state, or violations of the UN Charter. All 4 of these categories were documented to have been committed by the Russian armed forces in Ukraine. There are several obstacles to the initiation of criminal proceedings. Neither Ukraine nor Russia are members of the Rome Statute, having signed but not ratified it. Should Ukraine become the member of the European Union or ratify the Rome Statute, it will have a better chance to bring charges against Russia, as an investigation can be opened against individuals from non-member states if the alleged offenses took place in a member state's territory. To open an investigation, the prosecutor must find that the alleged crimes are of sufficient gravity. I am confident that there is enough proof of that. The re-established Sakharov hearings will be a powerful tool to raise the public awareness of the scale and gravity of crimes committed in Ukraine. Non-governmental tribunals are tribunals of conscience, and their legitimacy depends upon public reaction. The Russell Tribunal on Vietnam, for example, argued, in the words of one of the judges, Lelio Basso, "Our serious work, the evidence which we have accumulated, the testimonies which we have brought to the knowledge of the public, the search for the truth which we have together pursued, has, in the eyes of public opinion, legitimized our existence." If we are successful in our efforts to document crimes against humanity allegedly committed by Russian armed forces in Ukraine, the public will assume legal and moral responsibility to keep Nuremberg alive. This will be done through tribunals in which principles derived from war crimes proceedings are applied to cases of human rights violations. These principles include the superior's responsibility, the obligation of individuals to obey international law, even if to do so conflicts with the orders of superiors, and the conception that international law is flexible and dynamic. The primary target of the Nuremberg and post-Nuremberg appeals has been the public conscience. Lawyers in the Western tradition are often uncomfortable with the view that law has a moral component. But we must not shy away from passing moral judgment, as it is the essential, if not the only criteria for a just, fair, and humane verdict. The revived Sakharov hearings can only be successful if they gain respectability and legitimacy. To ensure this, the jury must be of broad political spectrum, whose objectivity, credibility, and high moral authority are universally recognized. Our primary and the most vital task is to establish the International Sakharov hearings as the groundwork for the future tribunal of crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine. There is no doubt in my mind that this work is absolutely necessary for the worldwide effort to help Ukraine rebuild the country and the Ukrainian citizens rebuild their lives, but also for the citizens of Russia to face Russia's and their own horrific past and to assume their civic and human responsibility. Our fulfillment of this task will legitimize our existence and will serve the greater good of humanity while perpetuating the legacy of Andrei Sakharov. Thank you very much.
Let me help you. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Good. Thank you very much, Tatiana. We are now going for a coffee break for half an hour. So we are a little bit ahead of time, but that is, as an organizer, I love that. But before you go, I would like to point out that there are reports that you can get in the lobby, in the coffee area. This is the report that is out there of the Sakharov conference that we had in May here in Vilnius on Ukraine, how to win a lasting peace. And there is also a new report which came just from the printer this morning, Political Abuse of Psychiatry in Russia 2023. The report will be presented officially next week in Vienna at the World Congress of the World Psychiatric Association. And again, this is a kind of a historical coincidence because it's exactly 40 years ago that in the same city in Vienna, the Russian society was excluded from the World Psychiatric Association because of this abuse. And now the question is again in front of us. Russia is still a full member of the World Psychiatric Association in spite of the war in Ukraine. And so maybe this report will bring up the discussion again. Thank you. I'll see you back in half an hour. So Emilia Punzita-Galois, Hanno Himanen, John Taft, Hans Wesseling, and Sir Andrew Wood. Thank you.
Hey, hold. Right.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, distinguished panel. I'm really very happy and honored to moderate this discussion this morning because we have very distinguished guests. It is called Diplomats Panel, Diplomats Discussion. And we have Sir Andrew Wood, who is a long-serving British diplomat and now Associate Fellow at Chatham House. You have been posted to Moscow on 3 occasions, and you continue to be an observer of what is happening in Russia. We have Hanno Himanen, who is ambassador of Finland, and who you have also been posted to Russia on 3 occasions, I believe. But you have also worked in other postings, among which at the UN organizations in Asia and elsewhere. And now you are a fellow at Center for International Affairs at Harvard, and also have worked at International Security Governance at East-West Institute in Prague. We have Ambassador John Taft, who is a long-serving Foreign Service officer of the United States. And you have also served in Moscow, and among others also in Lithuania, in Georgia, and Ukraine. And you are now a senior fellow at RAND Corporation. And we have Hans Wesseling, who is a diplomat of the Netherlands and who has also been posted to Russia and working on political and economic affairs as well. And you have also worked with peacekeeping and peace-building issues with the European Union and with the OSCE in the Balkans and also in Georgia, but also at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. So we are very happy to have you here because you are experts not only on Russia, but also on the diplomatic world, on how the world is governed day in and day out. And today, the general question that we are asking is, will Russia survive 2024? But you have some very precious knowledge on Russia because you have observed it from inside. And the question, when we are asking ourselves, will Russia survive, we want to know what is happening in Russia, what has happened in Russia, and what can possibly happen. So your insights are very precious. And at the same time, we are asking ourselves the question whether, whether there is potential for change in Russia, what is the future in Russia, and also, is there a possibility at one point, sometime, to continue to talking to Russia. In the 90s, we thought that Russia was European and was thinking very much like us. Today, we see that probably not so much. Of course, I assume that we all agree that in the war, we know that Ukraine must win and Russia must lose. But still the question remains on what terms and how, and what would a defeated Russia look like. So, Sir Andrew Wood, what are your thoughts on this, please?
I can talk from here rather than
Yes,
there.
sure.
Can I first of all thank the first two speakers to this conference, Mikhail Shishkin for illustrating very properly why the real traitor to Russia is called Vladimir Putin. And secondly, for the excellent discussion about the role that the Sakharov hearings had in earlier days. I've always been struck by the way that in the Soviet times, at least until it was building up towards the end, there was a habit of speaking to the good and to the bad for individual people engaged in human rights and engaged in properly understanding what was wrong or even right in the Soviet Union, and which we rather miss now. We are looking at the way things are developed in a general way, but we're not so tuned to speaking about the nature of the people in Russia and where that's going. Can I just say as a general thing to quote from a new book by Sergei Medvedev, which says the essential that I would like to say, which is, without a radical solution to the Russia problem, global security cannot be guaranteed. I say that because if you look at what has been done by Putin over the last, well, it's almost 23 years, you see a settlement or a disposition to focus on disciplining the thought and feelings of Russians themselves, and adherence to the threat of war, essentially, in its relationship with the rest of the world, but particularly the West. The effect of this on international status of Russia is the trust on what will happen in 2024 is more or less united. We all tend to assume, though I do not, that what we will have is that a variation, slight variation on the Putin system will be put in place. I have two objections to that. That is, the Russians now will know that 2024 means 6 more years. That means a continuation of what is the repression of thinking and inhabiting in Russia itself. It's also a reflection of the fact that the actual succession machinery in Russia, in terms of the president, is obscure. It's written down. The prime minister will come on, and 3 months later there'll be an election. Well, we all know there won't. The prime minister himself won't have anything to do with it. It will be an attempt by the people in the middle to make decisions for the population, whether they wish it or not, to elect. The effect of Russia's policy under Putin has in fact been to make it more both power-hungry and impotent. The way that Russia now operates is on the basis of one man plus a few other men, and their nominees to be made to obey. One result of that is the terrible war that they've decided on against Ukraine, and the extremely incompetent way in which it's been effected. Another result is the sheer cruelty and stupidity of the way they've put it in purpose. I cannot believe myself that any Ukrainian will forget, if the world was so unhappy as Russia to overcome Ukraine and try and establish it in its own condition. But no Ukrainian will forget that. And nor will it produce a situation which Russia itself can repair. Russia hardly has the equipment and the resources to run itself. The idea that it should rebuild Ukraine is lunatic. It's not going to happen. It will just spread Russia's ill purposes to Ukraine, but it would not actually be a victory in a real sense for Russia itself over Ukraine. The peace proposals that have been put forward before the West, or said this is what we will grant and we will respect that and so on, are also, because of the ill purpose that the Russia has been exercised, and because Russia is now a threat to the rest of the world, not things we cannot agree to. What Russia would benefit from most is a Ukrainian victory, which would lead to Russia itself beginning to think properly about the way it should rule itself, manage itself, and make it a government of the people, not the people, the small group at the top telling them what to do. I think what we have instead is the risk of a widening war. I've already said we can't really negotiate with Russia as it wishes to picture itself now. It would be hard indeed to face up to an increasing war, but it is essential that we do. And I believe that if we do, we will be able to help Ukraine, which has the right in this matter, to produce a system which, as I said, will be beneficial to them, but also, in the end, the people of Russia themselves. I think I said at the beginning that I would speak more if I hadn't been so excellently spoken to before, and I don't wish to repeat all that. But at present, it is a very serious and essentially insoluble problem. A lot depends on what happens to the Putin regime itself in the nearish future. It seems to me that the likelihood, in my eyes, of it coming to a reasonably chaotic end, and to the end which is feared by many Russians, of even civil war, I'm not predicting that. I just see incompetence and difficulty, and that leading to a different succession than simply Putin again. Putin will either last through from 2024, and the mess that will create will increase, or he will come out feet first and a bit earlier than that, or a possibly mayhem of, but anyway, a series of chaotic decisions and competition within Russia itself, leading to the time of troubles of a similar nature, I hope not too much, but which begins to change the idea of the people of Russia as to what they should permit and what they should follow and obey. Without that, we won't go in and beat Russia as though we were attacking Nazi Germany. But there's a lot that we can do by helping Ukraine on behalf of the whole of the West to force Russia, at least to begin, thinking more creatively and argumentatively, or through discussion, or whatever you want to call it, than it is able to do now. There is no reason for Russia to be paralyzed in its present condition. And in that, I would also add, it gives us a duty to hope for that in favor of the Russian people, and for them to have a say and a right to say of their future. I think that's about all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. If I may come back on one point. We've been very negative about Russia and pessimistic about Russia and about possibility of change. If I heard correctly, you also said that Putin is power hungry and impotent at the same time. You've worked in Russia, you've met Russians as well, and we see different strands in the Russian society. We have, the right-wingers who are pro-war, we have those who support Putin, we have the society which is brainwashed. But we talk very little about bureaucrats, about the state apparatus who continues functioning. Do you see any potential that could come out of that? If Putin goes away, do the Russians have potential inside their state apparatus for change?
Well, some Russians are very happy with the present situation. Mm-hmm. If you enjoy being an FSB man, not all of them do, but a lot of people think that it's the right way to run things, whether it's working or not, and if it's not working, to increase the pressure on the population as a whole. Hence the increase and rise in Russia of the use of torture, of imprisonment, the complete lack of law, there are laws, but they're not obeyed. The idea that the state should run the economy, meaning if you're in a circle, you're going to get the savings from that, or the money from that, and so on and so forth, is preserved. And that the only political thing you're committed to is either warfare or pretending to be prepared for one and getting yourself ready for one, and defining the West as completely out of tune with any reality. That is it's nonsensical when you do that, because you've reduced it to one thing. I think that the polling for Putin, if analyzed carefully, has become less persuasive than it was before, by a fairly considerable degree. That the younger the Russians, the more they recognize that the future of Russia is not going to be kind to them. That it's not anyway natural for people to be totally obedient. And we saw in the case of the random, well, no, not the random, the huge spread of protest which occurred after the Navalny seizure and subsequent torture, that there is a sensibility in Russia of people's right to run their own lives. There is a difference between Russians living outside the major cities and those inside, because outside is less affected by that. And they have their lives to live, and it's not as good as it could be, but it's not something for them to protest about. But a nation has a long history, not a short history. And I believe that the prospect of having another 6 years of Putin being cheated into power is disturbing for them.
Okay, thank you very much. Ambassador Himanen, what is your take on all these questions?
Well, I will start with today's question. Will Russia survive 2024? I believe it most certainly will. However, by engaging in a bloody and aggressive war against Ukraine, President Putin and his inner circle have sown the seeds of their own destruction. Sooner or later, this war will lead to the collapse of the Putinist regime. But this may, unfortunately, take a much longer time than any one of us would like to see. Of course, the collapse of the regime does not say much about Russia's future. So what lies ahead of Russia, for Russia? Last night I was sitting around a small table with some of the speakers of today, and Mihai Shishkin, whose essay was fascinating, suggested a toast for Russia's future. So we toasted, but his question was really shrewd. What is that future? Nobody knows. The Kremlin's tactic now is to prolong the war at least until the end of 2024. Mr. Putin puts a lot of hope on the US presidential election. He hopes to influence the outcome and see Donald Trump win. For Russia, waging a war of attrition without any concern for the loss of Russian lives is an easy tactic. That is why I don't think Russia would be ready for serious peace negotiations much before 2025. Many in the West have characterized Putin's behavior as irrational. If one believes that Russia's objectives are limited to Ukraine only, one might see Putin behaving in an incomprehensible way. However, I believe his actions have a clear logic behind them. His ambitions go much beyond Ukraine itself. For sure, he wants to destroy and subjugate Ukraine. But this is only a first step for Mr. Putin. His long-term objective is to change the world order as we have come to know it since 1945. He rejects international law and the rules-based order. He speaks in concert with China's President Xi of a multipolar world that would replace the US-controlled unipolar world as they define it. They want special privileges for great powers, spheres of interest. They want to see a world dominated and ruled by great powers over the heads of small and medium states. This is not going to happen, I believe, as the United West remains committed to helping Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting an existential war not only for itself, but for Western democracy and values. I don't see a change likely or even possible in this regard. We will not start bending under Russian pressure or calculating and balancing between supporting Ukraine and appeasing Russia. Assuming that this analysis is correct, the consequences for our relations with Russia are grim indeed. I don't see a return to normal. It's going to be a different future. We should not harbor any illusions. Mr. Putin should not be offered a convenient off-ramp to escape the war. I see a protracted period of deep freeze in our relations with Russia. For Ukraine, the Russian tactic of prolonging the war makes winning the war all the more difficult. Even if Ukraine would manage to take back its legitimate territory with Western military help, including Crimea, the war would not end. It would continue along the re-established borderline, creating a situation in which we could even begin to think about reconstructing a mutually beneficial bilateral relationship will take a long time. Its most important precondition is a fundamental political change in Russia. I'm not saying this lightly. The consequences are severe and the perspective dismal. It is not for us to make things happen in Russia. Russians themselves will have to determine what sort of future they wish to see for their country. A young British scholar, Jade McGlynn, published an interesting book in May called Russia's War. The title is a reflection of her conviction that this is Russia's war, not Putin's war, whatever that exactly means. The book is in general rather gloomy, but she ends the book with some interesting observations, and I quote briefly. Rather than silently acquiesce to it, Russians as a people could loudly reject an identity that requires amorality, apathy, and abnegation of reality to avoid cognitive dissonance. They could invest in developing themselves rather than destroying others. And I think that could be sort of something that we should contemplate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. If I may, you are saying that Putin is also a tactician, an able player, despite of all the irrationality that we ascribe to him, looking forward to the elections, talking to China, to Iran, North Korea. And as you were saying, pursuing the long-term objective of a different world order. Now the question is whether the West is ready for that. Do we have a plan for this new world order, or do we know at least how to devise this plan? Do we have potential standing up to Russia?
That's a good question. At the moment, I am rather skeptical, even though Western unity and determination to support Ukraine, I think took not only Putin, but the West itself by surprise. We were used to being very skeptical about unifying the West for any major objective. But we don't have a strategy even today. So I don't think, I mean, complacency and sort of not a very determined attitude to make sure that the rules-based order sustains. You cannot do it. Of course, you could say that, for instance, in Africa, there is a battle going on, and the BRICS group was enlarged, and many other, let's say, states of the South are still looking to joining BRICS. But the West has preached democracy to countries to whom democracy is not a major question. Their troubles are elsewhere. And of course, dictatorial regimes in the south just like to join Russia and China in their effort to have a different kind of world order. So I think there is a very acute need for a strategy for the West. I don't see it yet, and for the time being, I find it difficult to see that it would, this determination would be found soon.
Yeah, thank you. There are things to think about. Ambassador Teft.
Thanks very much, Amelia. I too am glad to be here and glad to be on this panel with some old friends. All three of us I've worked with each of these men in different capacities over the course of my career. It's great to be with them all. I broadly agree with what Andrew and Hannu have said, so I'm not going to go over that, but maybe I'll pick up on Hannu's last point, strategy. And I think you said you told people I work for the RAND Corporation, which we have people hard at work now trying to figure out what the future of Ukraine is, the future of security, whether they're members of NATO, how you deal with that, how you reconstruct Ukraine. But there's also work going on in Washington among a number of, I think probably in the government, but I'm not in government, so I can't tell you what they're thinking, but I can tell you that I've been involved in a couple of discussion groups among think tank people. And it's what's come to be known in Washington as alternate futures for Russia. That meaning, what is the future of Russia after the war? Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that Vladimir Putin is out and that somebody else is in. In fact, one of the study groups I was in consolidated a set of options into three broad categories, and I thought I would share that and say a few words about that to contribute to the discussion. The first approach or category is what's called aggressive. This is basically a continuation of where we are now. President Putin and the Russian leadership continue to prosecute the war. They hope Ukraine will falter. They hope Western support will erode. In this scenario, Russia remains hostile toward the United States, towards Europe, and presents really a continuing threat to the international community, including, in the broadest sense, trying to undermine the Western model, which Hannu spoke about, the liberal democratic model. The second broad category is what is called the chaotic approach. This is the Putin regime gives way to an extended period of instability, chaos, infighting, and a lack of clear or unified leadership in the country. There's lots of dangers in this movement or in this particular category. It's not clear how things would go. The third is what is called in the paper that I'm working off of the liberalizing approach. New leadership emerges in Russia, which is more conciliatory. It's more interested in de-escalating tensions, ending the war, and restoring Russia's economic access, its vitality, and its place in European politics. Now, obviously, this last one would involve, I think, a new generation coming to power that's not as wedded to the imperialistic notions that Putin and his team have tried to propagate in pursuing this horrible war and all of the suffering that they have caused inside of Ukraine. This would be a situation where a younger generation, which was not developed as the last of the Soviet generations, not colored by all of those things that I think we all know that Vladimir Putin was impacted by, both in the KGB and in his growing up in Leningrad, but that they would have a different approach. They would look at the West and in Europe as really part of Russia's future. Now, each of these three categories, you can, and we have done, whole sets of kind of sub-options. And with each one of those, you can have variants to the point where pretty soon you've kind of lost kind of where you are, because nobody knows the answers. We don't know how the war is going to end. We don't know. We obviously hope that Ukraine will win and that the aggression will be rolled back, that Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty is restored, as President Biden said in his speech yesterday at the General Assembly. But we don't know that. And then beyond that, what do we expect to happen in Russia? And more specifically, what can we, the West, US, Europe, do about it? And that gets even more complicated because you have to base it on assumptions. Anyway, I'm not saying that this is impossible, but it's very, very hard. I was reading an interview the other day that the oligarch Oleg Deripaska gave to RBC television. And I focused on it because he described Russia today as facing changes that are far more serious than what the country experienced back in the 90s after the demise of the Soviet Union. Deripaska was very clear in saying that the continuation of expanding the state share of the Russian economy was stupid. It was a big mistake. He dates it from 2008. Others can do different dates. But he says, and this is the punchline, anything that is state can't produce a competitive product or service. This is exactly opposite, it seems to me, what Vladimir Putin's been doing, particularly over the recent years, certainly when I was in Moscow, but I think even during the war, it's becoming more and more state. In the end, he said, Russia today is on a journey into the unknown. In the studies that I've been working on, or the discussion groups, one of the things that we focus on is not just Ukraine, Russia, and not just some of the specifics of what the future of Russia is like. People get into the whole question of how do you deal with Russia and China, both in their opposition to the democratic liberal order, but then people get into very specific questions of, as you move through, particularly if you get into a chaotic situation, what does the nuclear situation look like? And you get immediately pushed into some really tough questions. And I think everybody, at least in the groups that I'm involved with, wants very much to see not only the war end in the proper way, human rights restored, people brought to justice for the horrible war crimes which were discussed earlier today, but at the same time, people want to make sure that the international order is stabilized. The nuclear, in particular, component is managed in a way so that it doesn't cause even greater damage. And we can talk some more about that if you'd like. And then ultimately there's the question of what is the security situation vis-a-vis Ukraine. One of the issues that I've been having discussions with some of my friends here in Lithuania about is NATO enlargement. It was the focus of the recent summit. And you know, there's a lot of desire that the US push harder on this, and decisions haven't been made yet. How do we actually go about that? And there's a real debate going on inside, I think, the government, but even among some of the experts in Washington, as to how you accomplish all of these objectives, all of which we support, but how do you manage to achieve these when you don't know the answers to many of the key questions about Russia, who's in charge, what their priorities are? It's a diplomat's conundrum par excellence, I would say. Maybe I'll stop at that point. We can talk some more.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good that there is thinking going on the futures. I wonder whether, you know, after the war, after 2022, the West tried to isolate Russia in order to, you know, to put pressure on it. And I'm wondering whether we still have leverage on Russia in case, you know, changes are triggered. Do we have any means to actually influence the situation to that?
I think this is one of the things I think I learned from this gentleman when I was the deputy American ambassador in Moscow back in the late 90s when Sir Andrew was the British ambassador. You know, I think all of us came through the 90s with a sense that maybe we tried or wanted to do more than we were really able to. Once you understand Russia from the inside, you realize how complicated it actually is. Which is not to say we shouldn't have goals and we shouldn't articulate those goals and we shouldn't support the people who would realize those goals or try to realize those goals. But in the end, it is the Russians who are going to make these decisions, and we've seen time and again how no matter how much we try, they sometimes make the wrong decisions, or horribly wrong decisions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Wesseling, what is your take on all these questions?
Well, I'll have to say things in all modesty, because having heard my colleagues of the panel, it's again, I feel myself in a learning process. I thought I knew a lot about it, but now again I'm put in the in the right place. I've been a diplomat for 40 years, and one of my specifics, I won't talk too much about myself, is that I always tried to get as far away as I could from the capital. Now that might be my own problem, because in the Netherlands I live in The Hague, which is our governmental capital. So I really had to go for it when I was posted in Moscow. I was more happy to be in St. Petersburg. I've been in Kiev, and I've been in Tbilisi. Let me join my colleagues also here to say thank you very much to Michał Shishkin and Tatiana, because once again, it's not only that they had fabulous interventions this morning, but it shows us that we don't pay enough attention to the power of culture and to the power of human rights when we have a dialogue or a discussion with Russia. If I would put it in an easy way on the mess we are in now, also as Europe. I mean, there's a horrifying war going on between Russia and Ukraine, but there's always also a bit of a mess in the West on how to deal with Russia. And that, as far as I can see as a bit of an outsider, is the inability of our politics to really confront Russia, the fear of action. I mean, we have this new touchword, escalation. I don't know where it came from. I'm pretty sure it came from Russia, but some people say it comes from Europe. And we have an immense lack of knowledge. Now, I'm not talking, of course, about the people that are meeting here, because here we have a huge amount of knowledge. But if you look around in our societies, there's actually a complete lack of knowledge of our biggest neighbor, Russia. Now, let me give you a little mini example. In the 90s, when I was posted in Russia, by the way, I think we were there at the same time, Mr. Taft, I was working in the Israeli embassy, because I had to stamp all these passports for the Jewish exodus at that moment, which was not very much liked by the Americans, but we did it as a favor to the Israelis. But when I went to Holland for holiday, very many people told me at that moment, well, Hans, why on earth did you learn Russian as a conscript military? No use, Russia is going to become like us. To which, of course, my snappy answer was, thank you very much for being so honest that you know absolutely nothing about what Russia is really about. And that is the case. There are still many people who thought that all Russians would learn English and would take over the Western concept of democracy, culture, and human rights. Not so. Another example of, and I don't want to be critical of all diplomats who have resided and worked incredibly hard in Moscow, was, for instance, in my time when I was Consul General in St. Petersburg, in 2015, Nemtsov was murdered. Mm. Now, if you then listen to the narrative that came from Moscow, I won't mention the name of my own ambassador, Hans. Yeah, he was a spent force. He wasn't politically active anymore. I mean, let's not spend too much tears on what happened. That grossly avoids the issue that in a more abstract sense, Nemtsov was the opposite of Putin. He was an attractive man, he was intelligent, he knew what power was, he was deeply religious, and, but that's a bit of a joking way of saying it, you could be sure that at least half of Russia would vote for him, namely all the women. So in a sense, he was a huge, he was the antipole of Putin, had therefore to be taken out or taken away in a certain way. Another thing, the narrative about Russia. For a long time, you had this weird situation whereby the West was trying to explain Putin in the sense that he will take away a few of your personal freedoms, but in that place he would put economic prosperity. Now that narrative has been carrying on quite a long time in the West. I traveled a lot of, I made a lot of travels in Russia myself when I was working for the Ministry of Economy, and again I tried to avoid Moscow and just go straight to Yekaterinburg, Krasnodar, or further down. As I speak the language, I didn't need a translator. And that's why Russian businessmen like me so much that they said, Hans, cancel your train trips, come into my airplane, and we'll talk. And when I talked with them, and I said, well, this is what we believe about Putin, they said, oh, come on, Hans, don't be so naive. Do you ever think that we'll get economic prosperity here? Do you ever think that a president like Putin will keep his word and give us that? No, it's fun, for as long as it takes, because this lovely time will end sometime. We don't know when. We earn a lot of money at the moment. We'll have a lovely time, but at a certain moment, it will just end and stop, and we'll go back to the old times again. And that was at a time when we still thought, well, it was worthwhile to negotiate with Putin. Coming back to culture, in St. Petersburg in 2016, I participated in quite a substantial cultural event in the Manège, which is one of the modern art scenes of St. Petersburg. And the one subject that was discussed there, also in the presence of Mikhail Piotrowski, the very successful director of the Hermitage, who wrote terrible things now with the war, but at that time you could see him as the eminence grise of Russian culture. We ourselves discussed the fact that under Putin, Russia is totally subduing modern art. Now that's part of the freedom of expression. And at that time, big Russian directors of museums themselves said, as long as we suppress the freedom of art, the freedom of modern art, we will never be regarded as a fully grown state by other countries in the world. And that's what the Russians said themselves, which I thought, again, you see the immense strength of culture and also of human rights, because that's also something that Russia has not dealt with in any sense. Not only by the blatant trampling of human rights they do now, but the whole treatment of minorities is something that the Russian population has never dared enter into. I myself was pretty close to it, because in St. Petersburg, together with Perspektivi, a well-known NGO, we started two experiments. And one was to go to a mental institute, select 10 mentally and physically handicapped people, and give them a home in a small village called Razdolye in the neighborhood of St. Petersburg. Now, guess what was the first reaction of the village population to that house with 10 mentally handicapped people? Well, you will never guess it, so I'll say it: a hand grenade at night in their garden, which exploded. That is the reaction of Russians to being mentally and physically handicapped. It took a year to let people get used to it, also with help of the church. So you see that when we talk about human rights, when we talk about culture, we still have a huge discussion to come. Do I think Russia will exist in 2024? Yeah, absolutely, it will exist. Will there be trouble? Yes, there will be trouble. But the only one thing I can think of now when thinking about how to deal with Russia in the future, and that's a bit my own way of talking. I was Consul General again in St. Petersburg, which means you don't get treated as well as ambassadors do. They're pretty rude to you when you're a Consul General, because they don't consider that a real diplomatic function. But I was treated really badly in Novgorod, Pskov, and even in Murmansk. That was because I'm Dutch. That was because the Dutch were making trouble of MH17, and the Russians really disliked that word. I see I have to shorten my words, but they were really rough with us, and that is something I learned a lot from. If, at the start of the discussion, you're willing to compromise, you're lost. And that's it. You should just stand clearly. If they fool you, fool them back with their full entourage around them, and only then will say, maybe it's nice to talk to you. So again, my idea would be no compromise, and then again, having been in Belfast very regularly, I love the Northern Irish way of saying, good fences make good neighbors.
Thank you very much. May I rely on your economic expertise? Ambassador Himanen has said that because of the Russian aggression, there can't be business as usual for a long time. We must stand up to Russia. But economic logic is different than the political logic, and we risk, especially here in Lithuania, we fear that, you know, once the war is over, the businesses will be very happy to go back to Russia, and Europe will fall back into the hands of Russia. How long do you think the West can hold standing up to Russia, or?
Yeah, that's a tough question. The only problem is, I think a lot of businesses don't mind the situation as it is. I won't call them out because they're very big businesses from Holland still there. And there you touch on a very delicate problem that is perfectly exploited by the psychological power that the Russians have. I mean, we always thought that the Russians not being very well adapted to the whole new IT system in the world would make us stronger. But the one thing we forgot is that the Russians are much better at psychologically using it than we are, and we don't even realize that. The one thing that Russia really realizes is, in the West you have politicians and you have big business, and they don't necessarily come together. Unlike Hannah said, that the Russians have nationalized a lot of businesses, and that does make them in one hand. So I know exactly where the problem is. When in 2015 there was an economic forum in St. Petersburg, you already felt unease amongst politicians about our total reliance on energy from Russia. But that didn't hinder the big directors of big oil companies to go straight to the president and said, well, Mr. President, we would love to have a contract for the coming 20 years. This was after Crimea was annexed. So I think one of our problems is the problem at home. Do our politicians have enough clout to tell the big companies, listen, we are trying to deal with quite a difficult problem in the East. Would you mind to reduce your businesses there? And I think that if we keep on this track and we try to diversify our energy intake as this, we'll be in a much stronger position. Because then you can say, if Russia, which already in 1992 started using Gazprom for its foreign policy, if they then say, we'll cut off, you can say, yeah, sure, cut off please, and we'll see you tomorrow again. So yes, there's a future. It's a very difficult time for politicians at the moment because there's still far too many companies that are still doing business with Russia. I think we're far too sweet on them at the moment, but we'll get there.
Thank you very much. We still have 37 minutes or so. So if I may, I will ask one question for all of you, and then we will go to the audience, the questions from the audience. You have mentioned negotiations and the fact that Russians are hard bargainers. You're all diplomats. Today, the question that a lot of people are asking is whether and when, under what conditions can Ukraine start negotiating with Russia? When is the time to sit down at the table, or not at all?
About what?
Negotiation about war. Can we negotiate peace or not yet?
Not now.
I agree. I think we have to take the lead from the Ukrainians on this. It's the idea that, well, first of all, I don't think there's a basis for any negotiation when Putin says, and Peskov reiterates that you start with the acceptance by Ukraine of the annexation of 4 of the oblasts. You know, no Ukrainian politician is going to do that because the Ukrainian people won't do it, especially after all of the suffering that they've gone through, and especially when they're already advancing slowly, to be sure, but advancing in Zaporizhia, which is one of the regions that they want to keep. I think we're just going to have to play this very carefully, and I think there's some people probably in this room who've read some of the American efforts behind the scenes and others, American, not government, but individuals who've done this. And I personally just don't think that makes any sense right now, because I was ambassador in Georgia during the war in 2008, and I remember the agreement that was signed by the Russians. And the terms of that agreement still haven't been fulfilled. There's still Russian forces in South Ossetia and in Abkhazia, despite signing by then President Medvedev. So I think we've got to be really careful and got to take the lead, as I say, from the Ukrainians in terms of how this goes. Now, if the Russia has changed, then we're going to have to talk about these things, but we shouldn't be out in front of them.
I fully agree with Andrew and John. It is really for the Ukrainian government to decide when to engage in serious peace negotiations. For the time being, the perspective is very, very grim. Obviously, as John said, it's difficult, it is practically impossible for any Ukrainian politician, starting with the president, to accept the loss of land as a precondition. Of course, the day may come when this will happen. I'll just take a historical example which has been raised also by President Zelensky, a comparison to the Russian attack to the Finnish-Russian winter war, which was launched brutally by Russia at the end of November 1939. Now, at the end of that war, Finland had to accept the loss of territory. 10% of the territory was lost, and more than 400,000, slightly more than 10% of the population was evacuated from that occupied territory, including my father and my mother-in-law, who were both born and raised in that lost territory. But Finland at that point had no choice. But then an additional problem here is that while we not only in the course of this war, but regarding many other situations, President Putin and his government have clearly shown their disregard to any agreement, international agreement, in general. Yeah. It's not only the war, but with the war, Mr. Putin's government has lost all credibility. How could we seriously think that anything that is agreed on paper would in any manner lead to a situation where Russia would actually follow its obligations under any agreement? So this is a very complicated situation and can definitely mean that the day when one starts seriously talking about peace negotiations is very far away.
Can I just link this to the word strategy, which is a very favorite word of Berezovsky. I remember he was always talking about strategy, and it was perfectly obvious he didn't have one, apart from something which might be good for him. I don't think that one can, in the case of Russia or many other countries, say that you have a strategy. You have a changing situation, which you relate to as best you can according to your desires. So that's a process. And listening to what my colleague on the right said about the activities of business in Russia, because I was involved with that after I left being ambassador, and it was almost hilarious to see a senior businessman be talking with him, and he suddenly notices actually he's been walking on a sewer for a long time because he simply didn't understand what these people really were. And if he did understand, well, I can still make money. That's not to say anything against business people at all in general. I don't think that's the case. But it's a fact of life. And we do not know where Russia will be in 10 years' time. We can make various possible suppositions, but we can't be guided by the fact that we actually believe that's what will happen. Mm. We can look at the biggest risk as we think it, and sometimes it'd be terrific opportunity, and we will take that. There are some things that we have to stick to, and one or other of them is the free right of nations to decide their own needs and to fight for them if they wish or whatever, but it's their business. It's possible to argue that Russia is not, in that sense, a nation. Russia is the only part of the former Soviet Union which has not actually constituted itself in some manner as a nation, and is fighting against Ukraine, which has changed very considerably in the direction of being a nation with a national feeling and national desires, and that's a difference there. So we are in an uncertain world. Mind you, you can say that about your own country. In fact, if you've got any sense, you would. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues that it's not very much use to start negotiating now, because everything that's written on paper is not even worth the price of the paper itself when you talk to Russia. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be formulating our way of dealing with a country that behaves like this. And until now, if you again see, because of the lack of knowledge of Russia, we make certain statements which are really good for Russia. I mean, we're not negotiating with them, but we're saying, well, this is how we're going to help Ukraine. We will, maybe we will deliver planes, maybe we will deliver tanks. That's going to take 6 months. Ah, good, say the Russians, it's going to take 6 months, so thanks very much for the information. In that way, we are already informing Moscow in a way that is delightful for them. I mean, it's, if I would sit there to advise the president, I could say, well, these planes are going to take a long time. These stupid Westerners are saying it's going to take 10 months to educate the Ukrainian pilots. So, okay, we've got 10 months time to do that, that, and that. So we are talking with them without knowing we have heaps of open knowledge. Yes, we should. And again, I come back to human rights and culture. Also, in that sense, there's a huge amount to do in which I think we can make the Russians realize what they're actually doing. Because not many realize how vicious the attacks of the Russians are on the identity of Ukrainians. It's not only hospitals, as they did in Aleppo, and it's not only schools, as they did in Aleppo. It's museums, it's archives, it's universities. It is the total destruction of what makes Ukraine, of what makes the Ukrainian way of life. And that's logic. And I was going to say something that might not sound really realistic, but we are for Ukraine in an existential war. But Russia is also in an existential war. Because of what the two countries have in common, the Ukrainian way of life is terribly undermining the way that Putin is running Russia.
Yes.
Now, those are things that we have to really use in our dialogue with Russia. So not only say what we're not going to do, but say what is happening in the cultural and human rights field, because there are Russians who will be listening to us. They will not take the decisions tomorrow. It's a very long-term process. We have in tens of years, not in years. Just as the last example of the viciousness of Russia, I will give the following. Osip Mandelstam, a Russian poet, once said, writing poetry in Russia is an extremely dangerous business. You can even get capital punishment for it, which he got. Compare that to what happened in June, when Russia bombed a pizzeria in Kramatorsk. Who was in that pizzeria? Victoria Emelina. She died 5 days after that attack. Who tells me that that attack was not purposely on that pizzeria? This Victoria was there. The Russians fear their poets, fear their writers, as already been said by our two speakers. But that also gives us a possibility to turn the dialogue around.
That's a hopeful note. Good. That's a hopeful note. On this, I turn to the audience if there are any questions to the panelists. Right there, Konstantin.
Labadiena, good afternoon. Emilia, thanks for the moderation. It's my great pleasure to see my favorite diplomats with whom I met so many times when I was still living in Moscow. My name is Konstantin Eggert. I'm a Deutsche Welle journalist. My question is actually to the panel, whoever chooses to answer. When we talk about the future strategy towards Russia, there is always this question about what kind of Russia the West, we, whoever, would like to see after that. There's a general gloom about the possibility of democracy in Russia any time in our lifetimes. So, would you agree that what we would like is a Russia at peace with itself and with its neighbors and no more, no matter what happens inside the country? Thanks a million.
Shall we take a second question? Okay. And then there, gentleman in the back.
Thank you very much to all on the panel for your insights. Craig Oliphant from the Foreign Policy Centre in London. My question is partly prompted by reference to scenarios. Also Andrew Wood's sort of reference to Putin coming out of 2024 feet first. And of course in Mikhail Shishkin's brilliant essay today we heard a reference to von Stauffenberg plot, etc. The question really, perhaps I could ask about an imponderable scenario, which I'd call the Prigozhin legacy, namely the notion that before he departed, he left a bounty with a Wagner sniper that in the event of something very unfortunate happening to him, a fall from a balcony or a bad cup of tea, that X million would be available to take a pot shot at the chap at the helm. I realize it's an imponderable, but I just wondered whether a clock has been set ticking.
Okay, how about we take these questions and then we'll do a second round. I have a couple of more coming afterwards.
I think if in May 2024, Putin dropped dead, that would be just terrific, assuming it was not he'd actually been assassinated. If he was assassinated, he would become a hero, just as Stalin is apparently a hero, despite of the millions of people, of Russians and others that he'd killed. So I don't have a better answer to that question. I think that was the...
Yes, go ahead.
I don't want to preempt you. Konstantin, I think, the way I look at Russia is we're in a post-imperial stage. I've been reading books for the last 2 years by Sergei Plokhy, the Ukrainian-American historian at Harvard, who has, for my money, at least the best book about the end of the Soviet Union, at least that I've read, and a number of really good pieces about Ukraine and Ukrainian nationalism and Ukraine's relationship with Russia through history. Really good stuff. And he makes the point in each of his books, practically, that Russia is really a dying empire. That said, dying empires often take a long time to die. And what we're seeing now, I think, is to use the movie term, the empire has struck back. And the whole point is to try to bring down the rest of it. I don't mean to be silly about this, but I think it's a dangerous time. And I think one of the things that's motivated the Biden administration, from my observations from outside, is the concern about what that empire does. And I'm not going to go into the whole question of nuclear threats and the rest of that, but I think as time goes by here, and the Ukrainians have been doing better and better, and they're in a very tough slog right now, obviously, I think that's really a key. but I think all of us, as we watch Ukraine and the battle, are also watching what's going on inside of Russia and the Prigozhin incident. And for me, what Prigozhin said, not just the troops going into Moscow from Rostov, but what he said, he destroyed basically the entire rationale for Putin's war. And I remember when I heard that before they even mounted the thing, I thought, boy, this is really damaging. And my own sense was Mr. Prigozhin's days were numbered at that point. Now, I'll stop at that. Go ahead, Lon.
Yes, to Konstantin, on, if I understood the point correctly, what kind of Russia would West want to deal with? Now, I think one of the important features of diplomacy is pragmatism, in the sense that you don't do diplomacy out of an ideological or value-based thinking. But the present situation is very difficult and complicated because Putin himself and his, let's say, regime have completely discredited themselves. Now, would it be enough to see another Putinist leader to continue and start building Russia's future, however that happens? I don't know, but possibly because of this pragmatist nature of diplomacy, it might be possible to start building a relationship with, rebuilding a relationship with Russia, even if Putin's successor would be clearly Putinist. So what I'm saying is that it would be a far too ambitious idea that a democratic Russia is a precondition of reconstructing the relationship. Then the Prigozhin affair, very briefly. Yes, I think the clock is ticking. I think my own reading of what happened is that Mr. Prigozhin, by clearly challenging publicly Mr. Putin, he did a favor in the sense that it showed Putin's weakness. Now, is the clock ticking? Yes, as I said, I think with the war, Mr. Putin has sown the seeds of his own destruction. Now, when I say this, I have no illusions. It may take a very long time.
Yeah. Do you have something to add? Or?
Well, just one aspect to what the new Russia or another Russia should become. Having worked at UNESCO a few years and listening to what other countries think of Europe, that alone is enough reason not to tell Russia how they should look like. I mean, look at the other side. We live in times where Europe as a whole is not liked. So the one part of the world that should never tell Russia what to be is us. We're in a bad position. If we do that, then even less people would vote for our position as we have it in the United Nations. And I myself believe that the Russians have a lot of homework to do. Let them do that homework. It's going to take a long time. It might even take good fences to keep everything calm and quiet. I have no hope at all in early negotiations about what the Russian state should look like. Absolutely none. But I do think we should be tough. I do think we should get our act together. And I do think that at long last, business and politics should take one straight line towards Russia. About the other issue, I just have two things that come to mind, and then I once remember Khodorkovsky, who was 45 and the richest man in the world, and his only mistake is that he said he wanted to become president. Well, what happened to him after that, we all know. And even earlier, I once spoke with General Lebed, the commander of the 14th Army in Transnistria in 1995. I was there not completely together with Chrystia Freeland, who is now Vice Prime Minister of Canada, but we both visited him on different dates, and we came to one conclusion. He's commander now, and he wants to become president of Russia. And I think 2 years later, he had a Prigozhin type of accident. So I'm not sure that what happened to Prigozhin is anything new. I'm not sure if it made the clock ticking. What I think would be could be much more effective, but then again, we should get our act together, is show the Russians themselves that their president is nowhere to be seen. What I really like about Zelensky, but also about Zelenska, they are there. Don't forget that when the war was in its third day and Ukraine could still lose, Zelensky and 2 or 3 of his ministers were walking on the Khreshchatyk, photographing themselves, saying, listen guys, we didn't run away. We are here. If you're standing there, you can come and see us. That is such a strong image, but we never take the trouble to project that onto Russia, because somewhere in Russia, there are a lot of Russians who would like to listen. They will not change the Russian system overnight, but we should be seen to sow the seeds of normality.
We had a question back in the back.
I try.
No, it's true.
Or, yeah, please, I will give you the floor.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, panel, for the discussion. My name is Alvydas Medalinskas. I am a political analyst from Mykolas Riomeris University in Vilnius here, also expert on Ukraine and Russia, and just every second month now spent in Ukraine, and also before this big war, I spent 7 years in Donbas region. My question really also coming from a Ukrainian side. So President Zelensky very recently said, please ask Prigozhin how much you could trust Putin. Do you think that really Western countries understand that when some countries are pushing Ukraine to start negotiations in not very comfortable position for Ukraine when 4 regions are occupied the next, and Ukraine is still lacking weapons. So those countries are not really helping for Ukraine to achieve the goal, but also not helping for all of us to achieve the goal to change Russia. Because if you were talking, and I will fully support this point of view, that we do not see, I mean that Putin probably will stay after 2024. Another point, we all beginning to understand that the problem is not only Ukraine, the Putin has his plans regarding the Europe as such, if he will do what he wanted to do in Ukraine. So then, what is really the problem with giving up enough weapons for Ukraine to achieve the all strategic goals? And do you think that the fear in Russia, what will happen to Russia, maybe military might come, maybe destabilization, it's really still stronger when you're doing all those considerations than the understanding that Western countries have to help for Ukraine with military, with everything what Ukraine asks for. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And shall we take another question in the back? Yes.
Oh, that's a young colleague of yours.
Good afternoon, thank you for your time. My name is Will, I'm from the British Embassy here in Vilnius. So my question is sort of a bit more broad. We seem to have spent the last sort of 30 years building Russia into the international system. We now are beginning to regret it, I think, especially with the United Nations Security Council. So what can the West be doing to kind of ring-fence that problem and resolve and reform some of those international institutions? Thanks.
All right. Who would like to start?
I'll try to answer Alvydas's question. I know there's been criticism of the Biden administration for being too slow on some of these weapons systems. And I personally think some of them should have gone much faster. I was pleased yesterday to see on TV that at the meeting in Germany of the the nation support group, that Secretary of Defense Austin said that the Abrams tanks are about to arrive, which will help. But I know from friends who are military officers who are not in service now, but who have worked on some of these systems, Leonidas, that there really are issues of training and being able to operate these things effectively, especially in combat with all of the rest of it. I was struck by an article in the paper, and I'm not in government and I have no way of confirming this, but one of the other weapon systems that's frequently mentioned that the Ukrainians want are these ATACMS, these longer range missiles. And apparently they're, at least according to this article, and it sounded pretty authoritative, one of the reasons that there are people reluctant has nothing to do with Ukraine and Russia and the rest of it. It's that we don't have enough of these, and there are people who in the Pentagon who have to plan for contingencies vis-a-vis Taiwan and China, and that's one of the weapon systems that we don't have enough of that we would definitely need to be able to defend the Taiwanese and the commitment that we have made to them. Now, as I say, I'm sure there were other ones that could have been done faster, and I'm happy to say I'd like to see more go in. I'm glad to see the F-16 pilots are getting trained, because I think that's really a critical piece now, especially. But even F-16s aren't, they can't always do the ground support missions that what the Ukrainian forces, driving south in Zaporizhia really now need. They can do things, but, there are other aircraft, the old A-10s, which were the best in terms of low altitude ground support and things. Anyway, I don't mean to get too technical about this, but I've tried to look at this myself, because I felt we should do more. And there are some other countervailing reasons, I guess is what I'm trying to say, that we need to at least keep in the back of our minds, even as we push forward.
Okay.
On the UN point, Moscow would certainly veto any possible change that would affect them. Yep. And that's just a fact of life. And it would have the veto of China as well. If there is an argument for having a better and wider central part of the United Nations, but it's not an argument which is going to prosper. Not now, because it would have precisely that effect.
Yes.
Yes, first on supporting Ukraine in military terms. Starting with my own country, Finland, in per capita terms, I think we are very high on the list of supporters. But the discussion in Finland has to do with Finland's own security. Definitely we understand in Finland that, as I said also in my initial remarks, that Ukraine is fighting a war for the West and Western values and democracy. And there is no question about Finland's commitment to continue supporting Ukraine also militarily. But the discussion going on in Finland has to do with our own security. We are the ultimate frontline state with more than 1,300 kilometers of land border. And our defense, of course, we are now members in NATO, but our defense is based on this fact. And I think from the NATO perspective, it is important that Finland maintains its national capacities. So we have given a lot of ammunition and other and different kinds of equipment to Ukraine. But there is a limit to that, which is, rational and reasonable to expect. So, but I think, the small concluding point on the military support. I don't think Mr. Putin is seriously considering using nuclear weapons against Ukraine. Of course, we cannot exclude that. But his main goal in making regular references to the possible use of nuclear weapons has to do with, let's say, intimidation to the West, trying to communicate that your support, we don't accept you supporting Ukraine, but if you go beyond certain red lines, it will be necessary for us, and you should know it, that we would use nuclear weapons. So I think that is partly to explain this hesitation, or even though I definitely recognize what John said, but there is this backdrop that makes expanding military support beyond a certain point. So here we are. On the UN, obviously, the situation is unbearable. The UN has been rendered practically useless in the process. But of course, we knew that. We have known that for many years. Russia has been, together with China, have been actively using their veto powers in the Security Council. And to bypass those vetoes through the Uniting for Peace procedure is useless. It's only words and declarations. So, of course, not all Security Council resolutions have really been implemented, but that's the precondition for UN to be an important and efficient actor in crisis situations of this kind.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to add
I'll
something?
be really short. To one, arming Ukraine, I don't know enough of armament, but I'm a great fan of the American General Ben Hodges, who was EUCOM here. He said, give them the stuff and they'll beat them. I still believe that. Back to your question on the UN. Also look at ourselves. You can say that we've had long-term laziness. Look at the way countries that are not only in the Security Council, but took care that they put a lot of their own people in all the agencies of the United Nations. Look at the way we're losing countries in Africa. Via the UN, we could have done a lot about that. So it's not only the Security Council. I know as British, of course, and the French, the Security Council is the most important organ. But it's a bit, if you only look at that top organ, you lose the importance of all the agencies that are under it. Look at them carefully. China dominates a lot of them already. That's another problem coming after Russia. But it's there where we can enforce many of the things that the Security Council doesn't even know about.
So we have less than 3 minutes
sorry,
left.
One more thing.
Yes.
Last thing, sorry, my last remark. Make Ukraine member of the EU and NATO, and then a lot of problems are solved. Why do I say that? Because Ukraine is completely on its own. And that's not good. Once they're cushioned in those organizations, it will be a totally different story. So we should stop about well, I'm talking to the Brits here, we should stop jaggering about the EU that they can't have them. Yes, we can have them in the EU.
Thank you. So shall we use the last 2 minutes for final remarks, each of you? And if I may, I will drop in a question that comes out of our discussion. The process has been slow, and there have been, the process of resolving the issue of war has been slow. And one of the reasons is perhaps, which was raised here, that we talk about fear, that perhaps the West fears the Russian collapse, or some even say that they fear Ukrainian victory. But there is another element which Ambassador Teft mentioned, that we have all these objectives, but we must be very prudent and very serious about how we achieve them. So it's also thinking about the stability of international order, so prudence, or is it simply lack of leadership and slow thinking?
Maybe I'll just say one word. I think it's important, and people read the newspapers and know this, but when you're in Washington, where my wife and I live, the debate is as much on China today as it is on Ukraine. And I cannot tell you how some of the discussions I get into in conferences and things turn on China. Back in February, I was at Ohio University, and I got put behind a young Republican strategist who got up and said, forget about Ukraine. The important issue is Taiwan. We shouldn't do a damn thing in Ukraine. Cut the aid, put the money into Taiwan. That's where the battle is. That's the future. Well, I, of course, then got up after him and said, excuse me, it's, what's going on in Ukraine is not just Ukraine and Russia. It's about the future of Europe and aggression and all of the issues that I think we all know. And I said, which isn't to say that Taiwan isn't important, but I just underlined the point, and I think you can read it in the newspaper, but when you're actually there and you see these debates and the discussions and the question of American strategy, and where do we put the priority? Where's the money going? I mentioned in responding to Leonidas this article that I read in the newspaper, and I'm not in government and I don't have special sources of information, but this article was quite clear that there must be somebody inside the Pentagon and in the military who's really concerned that he's responsible for the battle plan, contingency battle plan, if there was one in Taiwan, and by God, he needed those ATACMS as part of his plan. Anyway, there's trade-offs and things. Those of us who've worked in government understand those. We have to make compromises, but I think those 2 points are the ones that I would close with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I would say that a real concern in Europe is the continued US commitment to European security through the North Atlantic Alliance, obviously. And as a new member of NATO, for us, the transatlantic relationship, in other words, the bilateral relationship with the US, is of extreme importance. So, this said with full understanding of the China problem, but somehow we should be able to put those things together, because I'm sure Europeans, or at least practically all European nations, are ready to support the US also in the Far East. So, but as a general concluding notion, I have come to the conclusion through years, not only during the war or the new brutal stage of the war, ever since the war started 2014, that there has been a lack of real leadership in Europe, and this is a problem. I mean, Finland has had rather weak governments for obvious reasons. Now the assessment of what Germany has done and how it has been led, not only now but also during the long period of Angela Merkel, has become much more critical, and not to speak of many others. So leadership in Europe has been in the short supply, and would really need to be enhanced, whatever it takes.
Just one quick remark. I was ambassador in Yugoslavia from 1985 to 1989, and that was when the collapse was very imminent. And I have to say that nobody in the West was interested in that, because they're hypnotized by the fact that good change was going on in the rest of Soviet Europe, if you like. So it's not at all uncommon that governments make mistakes. And therefore, you were quite right when you said we, as ambassadors, should pay no attention to our government.
Just one mini remark, which I should not make in this country, but I hope Kaja Kallas wants to become Secretary General of NATO.
So, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure discussing with you today, and please join me in a round of applause to this distinguished panel.
Thank you very much, Lilia.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have lunch now till 2 o'clock. For the speakers, lunch will be downstairs. but for the speakers only, so you understand. And please leave your headset when you leave this room because they're expensive. And you will get them again when you come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. So let's start the proceedings. If we can all take a seat. Okay, so let me invite to speak the first speaker of this afternoon, Mario Corti, someone who has been around in Sovietology, Russian studies for more than half a century. So I'm very happy to have you here.
Andrei Amalrik used to claim that his French ancestor was a descendant of an Amarician, an adept of a 13th century heretical movement, the Amaricians, followers of Amaury de Bain, a philosopher and theologian of the University of Paris. Thence, according to him, his family name derived. This claim was made by Amalrik during a TV talk show on the first channel of Italian state television, recorded on October 15, 1976, and broadcast the next day. And I personally heard him say that, for I was sitting in a booth there as a simultaneous interpreter. The program was moderated by Arrigo Levi, and I also remember some of the other participants: Enzo Bettiza, Giorgio Bocca, Alberto Ronchey, and Paolo Spriano, a communist journalist and historian. The names must be unknown now to most of this audience, but they were then very famous opinion makers in Italy. All of them were fascinated by the personality and wit of the special guest of the show. I wasn't there by chance, for I would have never been engaged by Rai as a simultaneous interpreter had it not been for my friend Yuri Maltsev, also a close friend of Amalrik, who has settled in Italy after his emigration in 1974 and became the author of the first history of Samizdat literature, first published in Italian and shortly after in the original Russian. Indeed, it was Maltsev who suggested to Amalrik that he should ask the Italian state TV to engage me for that occasion. So this is how I first met Amalrik. Whom I again met later in Italy, when the Amalriks visited Maltsev and elsewhere in Europe on other occasions. The last time we met was in September of 1979, less than a year before his tragic death, at a party organized in his honor somewhere in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C., to which I had been invited by his wife, Güzel Makudinova. In Washington, Amalrik gave testimony at the third International Sakharov hearings, which were held in the Dirksen Senate building. And I was there as a member of the hearings executive committee. There must be something of a nomen in Amalrik's surname, for the Amalricians are believed to have been millenarians, eaters concerned with the end of time. And at least one of them, Wilhelmus Aurifex, was believed to have the gift of prophecy. Only later did I discover that Amalric had already written about his French ancestry in his book Involuntary Journey to Siberia, although in a less adamant way concerning the adherence of one of his forebears to the Amalricians, but that he didn't dislike the idea of being a descendant of a heretic, and that he himself was a modern incarnation of a heretic and apparently also possessed the gift of prophecy, remains a fact. Amalric's name became widely known in the West after the publication in English in 1970 of his Will the Soviet Union Survive Until 1984, written in '69 and published in Russian for the first time in Amsterdam in the same year by Karel van Hetreve. It was with Yuri Maltsev that the Amalrics had spent some time in the middle of '69 in a remote village in the region of Ryazan, while Andrei was working on his essay. As Maltsev writes, quote, "In the evenings, he would read to me what he had written during the day, and we would discuss it together," unquote. Later, Amalric explicitly thanked Maltsev, quote, "who read the manuscript and made some useful comments," unquote. The brochure, concerned with the last days of the Soviet Union, rather as this conference is concerned with the possibly last day of the Russian Federation, was widely discussed by Kremlinologists and Sovietologists around the world. And there is no need for me here to enlist the number of articles and discussions about both the essay as well as the speculations around its author. Amalric observed that the Soviet regime was undergoing a natural process of senescence, having already shown clear signs of an advanced stage of decrepitude at the time he was writing his book. According to him, the USSR would eventually disintegrate under the pressure of social unrest and national conflicts. Germany would reunify the Baltic states, Ukraine, and the leftover European part of Russia would join a European federation, following a catastrophic war with China. Almost one-third of Amalric's essay is devoted to what he calls the democratic movement, a term that was questioned in Soviet dissident circles. Pavel Litvinov, for instance, didn't like the apparent political connotation of that term and preferred to call it the human rights movement. And if I can allow myself a critical remark and a digression here without entering the details, I must say that there cannot be human rights without democracy. However, Amalric seems to have been convinced that the movement would not be able to engage in a competition with the Soviet regime, or, in case of its fall, to take control and play a role in the establishment of a new order unless it gained more support among the people. Whether and to what extent the human rights movement of the USSR played a decisive role in the breakdown of Soviet communism is a matter still open to debate and needs further investigation. However, it certainly played played a significant role indirectly, for it opened the eyes of the public opinion in the West to the true nature of the Soviet regime, thus producing an increment of the Western pressure on the Soviet government on behalf of persecuted dissidents as well as of religious and national minorities. It turned out that some of Amalric's predictions were wrong, as was the concatenation of events and their timing. But the regime eventually became more and more decrepit. The USSR fell apart, Germany reunited, and the Baltic states joined the European Union, all as predicted by Amalric. As Pavel Litvinov said in a Radio Liberty program devoted to the 70th anniversary of Amalric's birth, quote, "It was a prophetic book in many ways. After all, he predicted the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Details are not important," unquote. Indeed, prophecies are better characterized by the intuition or the inspiration behind them, rather than by their precision. I was an early believer in Amalric's predictions and used to repeat to those close to me that the Soviet Union would soon fall apart under the pressure of national conflicts. But later, in 1976, when I first read it, I fell under the influence of the yawning heights of Alexander Zinoviev. I changed my mind and convinced myself that Soviet communism would last forever and that it would spread beyond its borders. I was particularly worried about the situation in my own country, which had the biggest and most influential Communist Party in the West. Indeed, despite the popularity of Amalric's book, very few, if any, anticipated the fall of communism and the collapse of the USSR. So when it happened, when the beginning of the end of the USSR came about with a period of glasnost and perestroika, the world was taken aback. What seems to me to be compelling as well as applicable to the current Russian aggression against Ukraine are Amalric's remark that the, quote, regime's decrepitude is connected with an extremely ambitious foreign policy, perhaps because external crises are seen as a way out of internal contradictions. Perhaps, on the contrary, because the ease with which internal resistance is being suppressed creates an illusion of omnipotence. Perhaps because the need to look for an external enemy to achieve internal goals creates such an inertia that it becomes impossible to stop it, unquote. As he would later reiterate, quote, there is a relationship in Russia between external expansion and internal stability. In expansion, which for Russian philosophers assumes the form of messianism, lies the meaning of Russian history. As soon as a painful blow is delivered to any Russian attempts at expansion, reforms or a revolution follow, as happened, for example, after the Crimean War or the Russo-Japanese War, unquote. As we have seen, for Amalric, Russian expansionism and Russian messianism are almost synonyms. Indeed, from a small village, Moscow developed into the Grand Duchy of Muscovy, a feudatory vassal of the Golden Horde at the extreme edge of Europe. It further expanded in all directions by attacking and subjugating its neighboring states and peoples, eventually becoming Russia, the largest country in the world. Yet, along its will to power, this serial aggressor continues to play the victim, claiming to be surrounded by enemies, whining about its presumed greatness, being unrecognized, offended by its neighbors, and the target of their machinations. Throughout Russian history, Russian thought gave birth to and developed a self-centered, narcissistic ideology, its main subject being Russia and the Russians. Also identified as the Russian idea, it is characterized by such key terms as Moscow, the Third Rome, Holy Russia, Russians as God-bearing people, Russian all-humanness, Russian predestination, Russian calling, as well as by faith in a Russian universal salvatory mission, the antithesis between Russian spiritual values and Western materialism, and anti-Western resentment. It is not my intention here to speculate upon the aftermath of Russia's latest shameful aggression against Ukraine that, I believe, will be a miserable failure. This is not why I have been invited here, this task being reserved for other participants in this conference. Whatever tragic consequences Russia will suffer sooner or later, Russians must be prepared for a long period of atonement and reparations for the incalculable damage they have inflicted and are still inflicting on Ukraine. My only hope is that we will hear no more lamentations about Russophobia and the imaginary discrimination of Russian culture. It is about time, I believe, for Russians to try to overcome a cultural superiority complex, which unfortunately, in many cases, is common both to regime supporters and to oppositionists alike. Stop wallowing in self-pity, ruminating about themselves and the uniqueness of Russian culture, and start to blame only themselves for whatever consequences ensue from their wrongdoing. Stop talking about long-suffering Russia, for all adult Russians have their share of responsibility for all the misdeeds of their country, and focus more on the suffering inflicted by Russia on other peoples and nations. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, I would like to introduce the next speaker of today. It's another keynote address. Unfortunately, the speaker is not with us here for health reasons, but we have him on screen. Paul Goebel, a very well-known name in our sphere of expertise, is an American analyst, writer, and columnist. He is editor of 4 volumes on ethnic issues in the former Soviet Union, and has published more than 150 articles on ethnic and nationality questions. He was a special advisor on Soviet nationality issues and Baltic affairs as Secretary of State of James Baker. Paul Goebel, please.
Elizabeth Teague was one of the best analysts of Russian affairs of her generation, in many ways, because she invariably combined a detailed knowledge of history and a commitment to looking at all aspects of any new situation, rather than being misled, as analysts and policymakers often are, when confronted with something they haven't seen before. I had the privilege of knowing her and working closely with her for more than 3 decades, and I can testify now just how much we miss analysts like Liz uh, because of those particular skills. And clearly, in our current situation, where we are exploring whether the Russian Federation will in fact fall apart, and what, if anything, will remain of Russia, are precisely the kinds of issues where the skills and knowledge sets she brought to the table are so important. It is thus a pleasure and an honor for me to have the chance to talk about these issues in terms of the methods Liz used to analyze with such success so many events in Soviet and post Soviet Russian history. As everyone at this conference is aware, ever more people around the world are suggesting that the Russian Federation is on its way to the dustbin of history. But most of the people who make such remarks assume that the coming disintegration of that country will resemble what happened in 1991. In fact, the largest reason that people now think that the Russian Federation may fall apart is that the Soviet Union fell apart only 32 years ago. Liz, of course, would have been the first to caution and then remind everyone that while there are indeed some elements likely to be in common with the events of 3 decades ago, the future disintegration of the Russian Federation almost certainly will be like not the remarkably quick and easy divorce of 1991, where the Russians allowed the situation to take place without challenging it, and instead resemble the vastly more complicated, difficult, violent, and in part quickly reversed results of the immediately preceding example of the demise of the Russian Empire, namely its collapse in 1918, when that country fell apart along both ethnic and regional lines, only to have much of its territory reunited under Moscow's yoke because of divisions among its opponents and the facility with which the Bolsheviks exploited those. Understanding why the events looming on the horizon are going to be fundamentally different than those of 1991, and much more likely to be similar to those of 1918, is critical, not only for the peoples themselves involved and the strategies they should adopt, but also, and perhaps especially important, for outsiders, governments, analysts, and so forth, who are going to again face a greater challenge than 3 decades ago, one that they need to meet in radically different ways, lest the gains of disintegration be lost by an reintegration made possible, as was the case a century ago, by the outsiders doing just enough to contribute to the rise of a new kind of super patriotism, but not enough to achieve what the outsiders in fact hoped for then or appear to hope for now. Liz Teague's approach to other issues is extremely valuable if we're going to make this transition in an effective way. Obviously, these differences between now and 1991, the similarities between the present situation and that of 1918, and the consequences for both those immediately involved and those who want to help are numerous and ramified, far too large to cover in a single comment such as mine today. But as Liz would have reminded us, if we were fortunate enough to still have her presence, there are at least 5 reasons in each case that deserve to be mentioned and may serve as a matrix and warning against fighting the wrong war, as all too happens with politicians as with generals. At the very least, even these brief statements can serve as a cautionary notice to those who now assume that what they hope for will be achieved easily and quickly. All of us are treated on a regular basis. To those who draw maps of the dividing up of the Russian state that suggest that all these parts can leave easily and that no one will try to prevent that. All these parts assume there will be no Russia. In fact, the odds are there will be a Russia. And how parts go, what forces they bring to bear, how outsiders play this is going to determine which groups, in fact, exit this empire and which groups are reintegrated in ways that make revanchism of the kind we now see in Ukraine more likely, not less. Among the reasons that 2024 and 25 will not be like 1991, the following 5, it seems to me, are especially important, thinking about this issue in the way that Liz would have. First, in 1991, almost everyone knew what the prospects were as far as the numbers of successor countries that would emerge and what their borders would be. There were 15 Union republics, if one counts the occupied Baltic states among them, and thus there would be 15 countries. And the administrative borders they had under the Soviet state would become state borders at the insistence of both Moscow and the West. Now, no one has any idea how many states will arise from the demise of the Russian Federation, with numbers running from 1, the Kremlin's obvious preference, to more than 100. No one knows what their borders will be or the principles on which those borders will be established, and no one knows who will be in charge of particular places. Most world leaders adopted a status quo approach even in 1991, and they are certain to be drawn to a similar approach now, given the uncertainties and dangers involved in the Russian situation. There's a tendency to forget just how much opposition there was in the West to the disintegration of the USSR. Please remember President Bush's August 1st, 1991 Kiev speech, the so-called Chicken Kiev speech, in which he suggested the pursuit of independence was a form of suicidal nationalism, only to have to recognize the independence of Ukraine 3.5 months later. That is something that people try to white out, that part of history. And it should also be remembered that even in the case of the 3 Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which the United States, among other countries, had insisted Moscow had no right to control and had established a long-term non-recognition policy. The fact is, the United States was the 37th country to recognize that the governments in place in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were in fact legitimate governments and that we could exchange diplomats with them and not simply with the representatives of the pre-war, pre-1940 governments. There's a tendency to forget all that. Liz wouldn't have, and she'd warn us against making that mistake. Second, and I think this is perhaps especially important, ethnicity is not going to be the only factor at work in the future. It certainly isn't going to be nearly the overwhelming factor it was in 1991. To be sure, regions, ethnic groups, nations are going to play a role, but regions and sub-ethnic groups are going to play an even larger one, either by separating or uniting. There are many nations within the Russian Federation that can't possibly make it on their own, but could if they work together. The 5 or 6 states of Idel-Ural, the half a dozen republics in the North Caucasus are only examples of where cooperation is necessary, and Siberia or the Russian Far East is another, which in my mind may be the most important in terms of what happens in the next couple of years. That means, of course, that no one can say in advance what the principles will be for state organization, unless and until outsiders declare certain ideas such as democracy and non-aggression as fundamental. State structures are going to have to be built from the bottom up, rather than simply rechristened as they were after 1991. That gives some promise that the mistakes that were made by the West and by Russia in Moscow in particular won't be repeated. But it's necessary to understand those mistakes where there was an assumption that everyone had become a Democrat by having proclaimed that they were no longer communists, and causing people to focus much more on what being a Democrat meant, and not assuming, as unfortunately the United States did in particular, that all we need was to have people who called themselves Democrats in power and market forces would take care of the rest. Perhaps the most important thing Liz would tell us if she were among us is look at politics. Don't just look at economics. I've often felt that one of the greatest tragedies for Russia was the victory of the University of Chicago Economics Department approach to the analysis of international affairs. That has gotten us into no end of trouble on the assumption that somehow the dead hand of the market will solve the problems which we poor political activists are incapable of doing. Again, all of this makes the situation much more uncertain and more complicated, and will certainly mean that we will not have a single day when we go from having one country to having 12, as was the case at the end of the Soviet Union between December 25th and December 26th, 1991. Third, at least in principle, the disintegration of the USSR took place according to the Soviet Constitution. The future disintegration of the Russian Federation isn't going to have that advantage. Or alternatively, you can look at it as a constraint, because what happened then could be presented as legal and hence legitimate. It's far easier for those who rechristen themselves as democratic and national leaders to win out than it will be for those without that asset. But at the same time, new leaders who do emerge likely will be more genuine than many of those who held on to power between Soviet times and the aftermath. What we saw essentially was a rush across the former Soviet space in which people who'd been running things before 1991 found ways to keep themselves in office, changing names, but ultimately not changing their approach. And that didn't happen, and Liz would remind us of that, because she certainly reminded people of it in the last several decades. That didn't happen in 2000 with the rise of Vladimir Putin. That happened from the very beginning. What we saw in October of 1993 with the shelling of the Russian Federation Supreme Soviet, in 1993, 94, 95 with the first war in Chechnya, and with a variety of other actions showed that the policies, there was great continuity. Will there be as much continuity this time around? Well, there's one good reason to think perhaps not, and that is that many of the people now talking about the need for the disintegration of the Russian Federation are doing so precisely because they believe it's necessary to change the nature of the Russian state. At the same time, the challenge of changing the Russian state, a country of which it is often said that everything can change in an instant, but it'll be the same as it was 100 years ago, may prove the most important observation that Russian culture can offer. And if that should prove to be the case, then once again, those who proclaimed the end of history in 1991 may discover that history will pay a return visit to them, and that they will discover that everything they thought was settled isn't, and that the future is vastly more like the past than anything they could imagine. Again, that's something that Liz would have reminded us of if she were, and I wish she were, still with us. Fourth, in 1991, Russia was led by a leader who was committed not to using massive force to prevent the status quo. Gorbachev was prepared to use little blood, as people said at the time, and Liz wrote, but he was not prepared to do a Tiananmen-style crushing of an opposition. And Russians themselves, and this is something that's not true anymore, supported the disintegration of the USSR, confident that if they could only get rid of the burdens that they saw the peoples of Central Asia and the Caucasus and Ukraine and the Baltics, if they could just get rid of those people, then their situation would improve and that they would live like Americans or like West Europeans. That was the view on the street. That was the view in the halls of power of Moscow in 1991. It is not the view on the street or in the halls of power of Moscow now. Today, Russians and Russian leaders have a very different view. And consequently, while it has taken nearly 30 years for this going back to a policy of revanchism to take full flower under Putin, it will take much less time for revanchism to happen if parts of the Russian Federation begin to go their own way. The question we have to ask ourselves, who can defend those parts? NATO? Someone else? And what will happen? Will, in fact, an effort to solve the Russian problem, to eliminate the possibility of the rise of leaders like Vladimir Putin, create a situation where such leaders will become more possible, more likely, indeed more certain? Those are the kinds of ironies of history that Liz wrote about in her work for so many years, and that we would be well to remember when we look to the future. And fifth in this section, and perhaps most important, the non-Russians had an ally in Moscow because Moscow was divided between a Soviet leadership that increasingly represented no one and a Russian leadership of Boris Yeltsin and his team, which saw the non-Russians as temporary allies to oppose the center and therefore allow Russia to escape. There is no equivalent arrangement like that today. There is no one in a position of power in Moscow who is fighting the Kremlin and sees the non-Russians in Kazan or Izhevsk, pick your regional or ethnic capital, as an ally against the central regime. In fact, one of the sadder cases now is that the non-Russians who are in opposition find it almost impossible to talk to the Russians who are also in opposition. They see themselves as diametrically opposed. If that doesn't start changing, and there are some hopeful signs, I mean, Skobov and some of the others are in fact moving in a more positive direction, then I don't see how you can draw the lines that people are drawing right now about how it's all going to come apart. Obviously, there are people in Russia who believe that Russia needs to overcome its obsession with thinking that size matters in all circumstances. But those people are not a majority. And a culture that has existed by extensive growth rather than intensive growth isn't going to be changed over time. In many respects, Vladimir Putin represents what Russians really think, which is that a shift from extensive to intensive economic development would be the death of the Russian state. What remains to be seen is whether it's sustainable to continue to promote an extensive model, which is what Putin wants to do with relying on oil and gas, among other things, in a modern world. My guess is that it's not sustainable for very long. But whether it's sustainable for this generation is something that we have to think very carefully about. The second point I want to make is that, having talked a little bit about the differences between 91 and our current situation, I'd now like to talk about some of the ways in which the current situation will very definitely resemble, in critical ways, the events of 1918. And there are 5 that I'll go through again for parallelism, because I think too few people have thought about 1918 in the current generation. When I began studying Soviet politics in 1967, the way you began studying Soviet politics was by considering the Mongol yoke and then working your way through the imperial history. And indeed, in both my undergraduate and graduate Soviet politics courses, we never got beyond 1935 because we didn't get to 1917 until the end of the first semester. Now, however, there's a tendency of people becoming analysts in this area who don't know anything about what happened before 1917, don't know very much about the history of that country and its culture, and therefore, if they've gained a lot in more recent knowledge, they've lost the kind of knowledge that people of my generation or Liz's had, because we started looking at the Mongols, looking at Ivan the Terrible. We understood the irony of Alexander Nevsky forming alliances with the Mongols to oppose the Pope and the Germans. That's not something that comes automatically to people who may be specialists in public opinion research or voting patterns. So we need to go back and think a bit more seriously about 1918 because it may matter a whole lot more. And I would urge, there are any number of very good books that were written in the past about 1918, and that is a turning point of Russia, more even than 1917. 1917 was a shock to the system. 1918 through 1921, perhaps better, is a period when the system was in many ways put back together, not destroyed, but saved. And that is something that you're not going to hear Putin talk about, but you need to think about if you're going to talk casually about the place coming apart. First, then, in 1918, the Russian state had in fact disintegrated. If you looked at the maps that people draw, Moscow was reduced to Muscovy, and most of the country belonged to someone else, with various regions and nations forming their own armies, forming their own republics, competing and cooperating with each other, and being involved in various ways with outsiders. Typically, the outsiders weren't nearly as generous when the task stood before them as they had suggested, and so it was often the case that the people on the ground were left holding the bag. Had the British put as many troops into Murmansk as Britain said it was going to produce, I suspect today very few people would have ever heard of Vladimir Lenin, but it didn't. And had the United States and the Japanese done more to support the Kolchak forces, at least everything east of the Urals would not be under Moscow's control. But in fact, as so often happens, outsiders did just enough to guarantee that patriotism would be reborn. Might not have been called that, but the behavior of the Bolshevik elites was nothing if not a patriotic upswelling. One of my favorite finds as a careful reader of the second and third edition of Lenin's collected works is if you go back to the second and third edition, they're the same with some minor changes. What you discover is that in one page in Lenin's experience with the political elite, there is a great complaint about the need to shut up people like Zinoviev and others who were becoming rabid nationalists, especially at the time of the Polish War in 1920. And Lenin promised to do something about it, to tell them this was a very bad idea, not good Bolshevism, and so on. If you then turn the page in the same volume, on the next page, Lenin writes a note to Lunacharsky, and he says, I've been thinking a lot about what's important right now. And what we really need is a new dictionary of the great and powerful Russian language. In short, Lenin was affected in many of the same ways as Zinoviev. He was just smart enough not to say everything that was on his mind. And it's only if you read the historical record from the archives a little later. But what we did see in 1918 was to see a revival of a kind of Russian patriotism. My guess, and I think Liz would agree with me here, is that if Russia starts to fall apart, a country that sent an army into Ukraine would be far more ready to send an army into the North Caucasus, the Middle Volga, Siberia, and the Far East than many think. And if those areas were supported, as they might be rhetorically at least, by outsiders, then it's entirely possible that that kind of revanchist patriotism or nationalism might be even more rigorous and violent than what we're seeing with respect to the Ukrainian forces. Second point about 1918 is that it wasn't just about ethnicities, but about regional identities. Indeed, I've written, and I believe that that regionalism is going to be the nationalism of the next evolution of Russian imperial power. And I think that going back to 1918 suggests that. I think unless we understand that nationalism is in fact something created, it's not, it's an imagined community, to use Benedict Anderson's insights. It's not something that's natural, and you can create identities in a variety of ways, and sometimes remarkably quickly. People who didn't think they were this will suddenly realize that they were. And I think we're going to see a lot of that. Third, as was the case in 1918, Moscow remains committed to recapturing the entire periphery. There wouldn't be as much support for Russian armies in Ukraine if there wasn't even more support for making sure nothing else gets out. And so outsiders who are divided between those who would love to see a Russia split apart and those who would like to see Russia as a weakened state but in the same borders, have a big debate of what they need to do, lest the pursuit of one of those goals ends up undercutting its own self and others as well. Fourth, because these outsiders, the West in particular, remain divided, they collectively are likely, once again, to do just as much to those Moscow now opposes as foreign agents, and to develop a kind of post-Red patriotism that will allow Moscow, once again, to defeat most, but probably not all, of the periphery. We need to not stop thinking there is one answer to the question of imperial devise and begin understanding that what's necessary is a variegated approach in which parts are very likely to get out, but the idea that 100 countries will is very, very rare. And fifth, the diversity of the structures created first from below and then destroyed by Moscow's reoccupation in 1918 was so daunting that many outsiders, and this needs to be remembered too, viewed the restoration of order as more useful than it was, failing to see that restoration achieved in the way it was achieved set the stage for repression on the one hand and imperial revenge on the other. You cannot understand what happened in 1941 if you do not understand what happened in 1918 to 1921. And among the reasons that those who want to help the peoples of Northern Eurasia achieve freedom, peace, and democracy need to recognize, the five, this is my last point, the five are especially important. First, the West needs to recognize its mistake in 1991 when it proclaimed just about everyone a Democrat and assumed privatization would solve everything, including weaning leaders from aggressive and repressive tendencies and assuming that if they had enough money, they wouldn't build the gulag. If one wants democracy, rule of law, and obedience to international law, one must work to promote those things rather than assuming that the economy or something else will do it for you. If we don't understand that, we will fail again. And we will also fail to recognize, as we did in 91, that it isn't going to be one glorious peace dividend, but that the challenges and burdens on us are going to be far greater in the coming decade than they've been in the past too. Again, that's not something people are happy about. Second, for all the problems the disintegration of the Russian Federation will inevitably involve, if the goal is to eliminate repression and imperial revanchism, that may be the only way forward. And if we see that as the case, and Liz would urge us to pay attention to that risk, then what we need to understand is that if those are the goals we want, then we have to put our money where our mouth is so that we can achieve those things. That will require a vastly more massive intervention of all kinds than anyone is currently comfortable with even thinking about. Third, the West, as well as the non-Russians and many regionalists, must recognize that there will be some Russian state left at the end of decolonizing and de-imperializing the country. That state must not be allowed to reemerge in much the same form it was in beforehand. And by form, I do not mean its territorial extent, I mean its psychological dispositions. A Russia reduced to Muscovy that believes that the principles that the Muscovite state was built are correct and that extensive approach rather than intensive development and the use of force over law is the way forward, will become another headache for us. I don't think anyone's going to occupy that state, but I think one is going to have to think about the ways in which how you de-imperialize, decolonize, and denuclearize a remnant Russian state is the biggest challenge of all. And it's one which, tragically, very few of the discussions of the coming demise of the Russian Federation even address. If that doesn't change, then we have true problems ahead. And the demise of the Russian Federation may not be one of them, but the consequences of the threatened demise will very much be so. Fourth, the West must recognize now, not at some future point, but now, that given what it hopes for, and what people hope for is a Russia that is smaller and changed, will require much more effort than we ever gave in 91. It is a task beyond anything anyone has talked about. It is greater than the Marshall Plan, which ultimately was a restoration of the status quo ante in many ways. This will require transformation, not just restoration. And it will force us to have to think deeply about what we are about. It is sad that we do not have more people like Liz Teague around to help us with that task. And fifth, and this is especially important to me, the West needs to promote cooperation among Russians and non-Russians rather than assuming that this is impossible, and it must take the lead in having them talk to each other. Far too many people assume that they only want to talk to the Russians, mostly because the Russians we talk to speak English and the non-Russians don't. And so the non-Russians get ignored. Many people who spend their time think they're Russian specialists are in fact Moscow specialists. And the only time they cross the ring road is when they have to go to Sheremetyevo Airport to fly to Frankfurt. That's got to change. The non-Russians have got to be part of this conversation, and we need to be backers of that. How then would Liz Teague answer all these questions about the possibility of Russian disintegration and the survival of Russia? I think the answers are both clear and murky, and almost certainly important, although they won't satisfy everyone. On the one hand, far more than many analysts working today, she would be alive to the possibilities of disintegration in the long term, and to the near certainty that some parts of the territory of the Russian Federation today will break off. But she would be equally certain that this process would likely involve the creation of a Russia even more revanchist than Putin's current version. And thus, every part that broke off would be a challenge, perhaps even greater than Ukraine, to those Russians who define greatness in territorial terms. At the same time, and on the other hand, Liz would certainly argue that some kind of Russia will continue to exist, and that all those who today want to break away or support the breaking away of others need to take that into consideration. That likely would have been her most important warning to those who talk casually about the coming demise of the Russian Federation and seem to believe that it will be easy and irreversible, having foolishly convinced themselves that that's what happened in 1991. In reality, it will be neither. And that is a warning for which we should be grateful to those like Liz, who we are now celebrating today. Thank you.
Before I invite the next panel to come on stage, let me explain one thing. So, Paul Goebel is all the time referring to Liz, Elizabeth Teague. Last night we had a reception at the British Embassy to celebrate the life of Elizabeth Teague, who died last year, who was a member of the advisory board of the Sakharov Center and a very strong supporter of our work. And we have recently received her archive, which is absolutely unique. It's a total of 212 boxes with about 45 years of Soviet studies and Russian studies. And this archive will be open to the public as soon as we enter our new premises. And so Elizabeth Teague and Paul Goebel were very close friends. And so this is the reason why he was all the time referring to her. Can I now invite the next panel onto stage? The moderator is Aurimas Sviadas, then Vlada Baranova, Marios Eftimiopoulos, Alexandra Karamazhapova, Kristina Ionutite, and Nikolai Petrov. Good luck.
Distinguished guests, members of academia, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Aurimas Sviadas. I am cultural historian, and it is a great honor for me to moderate first expert panel, Can Russia survive as a unified country, or is disintegration inevitable? Now I would like to introduce speakers of the panel. Dr. Kristina Ionutite. Kristina Ionutite is an associate professor at the Institute of Asian and Transcultural Studies, Vilnius University. She is a social anthropologist, and her research interests include political anthropology, ethnicity, and religion. Kristina Ionutite has been conducting research at Buryat region and society since 2015. Alexandra Garmazhapova. Alexandra Garmozhapova is the president of Free Buryatia Foundation, the first ethnic anti-war movement that emerged in response of Putin's war on Ukraine and inspired dozens of other movements through Russia, constituting a true ethnic revival. Alexandra Garmozhapova is also the architect of the international denazification of Russia campaign, in which representatives of ethnic minorities in Russia share personal stories about their encounters with racism in Russia. Alexandra is a print journalist with over 15 years of investigative work. Dr. Vlada Baranova. Vlada Baranova is a sociologist. She worked as an associate professor at the High School of Economics campus in St. Petersburg and resided in 2022. Vlada Baranova research interests are in the fields of multilingualism, language revitalization, and language documentation. Professor Nikolai Petrov is a visiting researcher at German Institute for International and Security Affairs, Berlin, and a consulting fellow at Chatham House, London, focused on Russian domestic politics and its impact on foreign policy, on political regime in Russia, elites and decision-making. And Dr. Marios Panayotis Epthimiopoulos. Marios Panayotis Epthimiopoulos is the head of Department of History, Politics and International Studies. He is also an associate professor of international security and strategy at Neapolis University, Paphos, Cyprus. His specialization is concentrated on international strategy and security, cybersecurity, hybrid threats and alliances, security resilience. So, my dear panelists, I asked each of you to prepare introductory remarks which interprets the topic of our panel. I promised that each speaker will have 5 or 7 minutes to explain his or her point of view. But first of all, let me quote political scientist Bruno Tertrais from France. The scholar, in his provoking article, "After the Fall, Must We Prepare for the Breakup of Russia?" gave such a diagnosis. The start of the quotation: Russia is an economically, socially, and regionally fragmented country, consisting of a few developed cities and micro-regions, and a vast, impoverished, and disconnected hinterland. The end of the quotation. What do you think? How accurate is the author of the article, and what methodological tools could help us assess the processes in the Russian Federation economic, social, and political sphere? And what circumstances could impact Russia's capability to sustain a longer conflict in Ukraine? So, who is going to be first?
Yeah, maybe alphabetical order it will be, if you're okay. Sure. Okay, by alphabetical order, I'm first. Thank you very much for organizing this event and this interesting panel, and I really appreciate our discussion, panelists' talk, and questions from the audience. But I want to start not from your question, but from the reconsidering and reformulating the questions that is title of our panel: Can Russia survive as a unified country, or is integration inevitable? Because I think that we should think about reconsideration, because nobody knows, of course. As an expert of some ethnic region, the Republic of Kalmykia and the Republic of Chuvastia, I think that is the probability of disintegration, the creation of new separate state on that area is relatively low, because due to the two factors. First, that First is the unpopularity, the idea of separation among people in the region, in the ethnic republic. So the idea about independence is quite popular among ethnic activists, especially immigrants, especially who left Russia many years ago, but it's not supported people in Kalmykia and Chuvastia. It can change, of course, but still here we are. But it's also important to understand that it's a new reality too, because 2 years ago it was absolutely impossible to discuss the disintegration of Russia. But now it's part of our discussion, title of our panel, and part of political agenda. So it's also point here we are. And the second factor is the diversity, ethnic diversity of this area. So it's important to understand that Russia is not it's very hard to divide some ethnic region and find a new majority. Very multiple, very diverse, ethnically diverse population. So it's important to discuss not the probability of this scenario, because we don't know about future, but to discuss the logic of and language ideologies behind this imperial construction. And the decoloniality as an approach gives us a possibility to have multiple picture and diversity of knowledge when we have different historical narratives. And it's extremely important both in case like a single state or newly independent states, because being native Tatar is newly independent Bashkortostan now also can be problematic. So it's important to understand this logic. Why minority why do ethnic minority feel themselves uncomfortable in the current situation? Why the ethnic activists tell about independence and want it? So I have just very briefly three main points, maybe looking trivial and less obvious strategy to solve the problem. First, so to say, inequality in life and death, so, or war itself. There are many evidences that ethnic minorities are involved in the war more than ethnic majorities. It correlates with, maybe Alexandra Karmazhapova will tell about it a little bit more, but there are many evidences, and less privileged, economically less privileged areas give more chance to be mobilized, and there are more draftees from ethnic regions and ethnic republics. So it's like hierarchy in death. Second, entered closer to my field, to my professional field, is the extremely high level of xenophobia and racism in Russia and discrimination. So many ethnic minorities have been faced with discrimination or even verbal or even physical, in extremely case, aggression. A lot of negative prejudice and stereotyping both in rental or job market. So it's important to discuss these inequalities and this prejudice and to spread language awareness and knowledge about ethnic diversity among majority, of course, population, but also among minorities for avoiding this inheritance of matryoshka-like construction when we have, for example, independent Bashkortostan with problem with Tatar and so on. Sorry for the same example, but there are many regions with that problem. So language awareness is a key factor, and it's important to support different projects that popularize knowledge about ethnic and linguistic diversity in Russia. Third and last point is language policy and planning. Because in Russia, language policy and planning, the Euro, it supports the linguistic minorities and linguistic diversities, but now it reduces the, for example, native language education after the 2018 amendments in law on education and so on. So it's important to reconsider the language policy and planning, and my answer is changing it and go beyond the group rights, because now language and ethnic policy and planning based on the group rights, like republic, it's also connected with territory and so on. But modern society is so diverse and so mobile that it's important to think about it like as individual rights, because linguistic rights as a part of human rights is belong to person, not to group. And the current digital society, our current technology provide us a lot of opportunities to have, for example, possibility to communicate with the state on a digital platform in my native language, to have individual educational pathway, and so on. So it's important to individualize linguistic rights and to take into account the agency of native speakers, because my main field is language activist and language activism, and it's important that language policy and planning should be local-based and should include language activists. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And probably Alexandra will agree to continue the job which was already started by Vlada.
Yes. Do you hear?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for invitation. It's a good opportunity for me and our organization to promote our agenda. Firstly, I want to say about this problem of deimperialization, decolonization of Russia is much deeper than many people think. For example, today Mr. Shvedov had a good speech about Russia, but he very often used the word "Ruskiye." It's difficult to point for us because we are not ethnic Russians. We are Buryats, we are Yakuts from Tuva, etc. I think the world will know and would know that we are others. We are from Russia, but we are not Russians. Unfortunately, very often we listened by some Russian opposition about Ruskaya immigration, Russian immigration, Ruski oppositioner, Russian oppositionist. I think it's your real thinking reveals your language, unfortunately. For example, today we listened this word Ulusi. You know, it's villages in Central Asia. And unfortunately, in Russia, too, many anti-war activists try to contrast between bad Asia and good Europe. I think, in my opinion, it's European it's imperial mindset too, I think. But very important, we can't think only that its problem connect with ethnicity. It's not a problem ethnic Russians or ethnic Buryats. It's a problem of empire, unfortunately. And many people today think that if Russia will collapse, we will be happy, and Baltic states will be happy too. It's not true, in my opinion, because Buryats, for example, Buryatia is part of Russian Federation, Russian Empire, very, very long time, and few 4 centuries, yes. And unfortunately, our people, Buryats, seek chauvinism too. It's a real problem we should say about this. But in my opinion, very, very good job for de-imperialization of Russian Federation, decolonization, made Ukrainians. And we should repeat about this. We should support Ukrainians and Ukraine, and they now is paying very huge price for this job. I think, say that, for example, you know, and maybe some people audience know, that not only ethnic Russians live in Russia. When you saw that the Kremlin was sending residents of the Asian and Caucasian regions to Ukraine, the Kremlin did not show the world that not only ethnic Russians live in Russia. But when it was necessary to die for the interest of empire, the Kremlin began to send to Ukraine Asians and Caucasians, and this is also the essence of empire, in my opinion. Last point. I think it's not good when many experts now and many people discuss about collapse of Russian Federation. Why? Because Putin very, very often he uses this point about if Western countries will win, they will divide our great country, and we should be against Western countries. I think when experts from Western countries and some decolonial radical activists use this point, I think they support propaganda of the Kremlin and Putin. And I think we should be more smart and think that we support the idea about federation or true federalism, and we should strive go to federalism with Russian opposition. And after democratization, I think some republics will use vote for independence. Why not? Maybe if some republics want to leave the federation after democratization, perhaps, probably this will be better for the federation. It's federation itself. The new federation will be built on the principle of voluntariness and federal identity. Why not? And last point. Yes, I agree with Vlada about racism and chauvinism problem. I can explain why we start our campaign, denazification of Russian Federation, because in my individual situation, I grew up in St. Petersburg, and when I had some conflicts in public transport and bank, maybe on the street just, last argument when what I listened always, I think, go to home. Go to Uzbekistan, go to China. And I remember my reaction when I knew that Vladimir Putin wants to denazificate of Ukraine. I said Russian Federation can't, and the Russian Federation doesn't have moral right to denazificate nobody, no one countries. It's really a big problem. In my opinion, why many, unfortunately, citizens of Russian Federation don't want to take responsibility for this war, because unfortunately we don't have political culture. Because we don't have political culture, because we don't know our real history. We don't want to recognize our historical mistakes. If we don't know about our past, we can't build future. I think we need to change the system of education. We need to know our real history, and we need to build new country. Thank you.
Vlada mentioned that it is really important to understand why ethnic minorities feel uncomfortable in this new situation. Meanwhile, Alexandra talked about the lack of political culture. Kristina, will you agree to join our work and to share your thoughts on the topics which are to a certain extent familiar for you because of your research field?
Sure. So, hi everyone. It's great to be part of this conference. Thank you for the invitation. And yes, perhaps I should start with a few words about my background as well, and the perspectives that I will be kind of hopefully contributing to this. Is as it was mentioned in the introduction, I'm an anthropologist, and we anthropologists, we kind of typically look at perspectives on the ground and kind of the emic insight perspectives on various questions. So we typically kind of spend a long time talking with people and living with them and kind of exploring how things look from their perspective. So in my recent research project that I started recently is actually with the kind of new diaspora from Buryatia in Mongolia. So people who fled Buryatia because of the war or because of conscription especially, kind of to, fled the country in relation to that. And so, you know, thinking about these questions of this panel and of this conference, you know, will Russia survive, will it disintegrate? I'm kind of tempted to think from their perspective or try to think what would my research participants say, and maybe not so much in terms of their, you know, guesses or predictions, but more so what are their, you know, hopes and desires. So, so I think kind of, if you ask the new Russian and Buryat diaspora in Mongolia, members of that group, you will obviously get quite a wide range of responses. You know, you will perhaps not get kind of one dominating sense of which way, you know, would you like to go. But I think diversity and complexity are really key here on different levels. So in one sense, diversity and complexity is really key in thinking about the issue on the whole. Like, we can't really talk about the issue of, like, will Russia just kind of fall apart suddenly, you know, like it was mentioned in the previous talk, that, you know, will not kind of fall into 100 pieces all of a sudden. And I think kind of independence is also, it's not a contagious virus, right? It's like a process that's going to look very different in different parts of Russia, right? So some are borderland regions, some are not, some are kind of more dominated by a certain ethnic group, others are diverse, and so on, right? So the kind of starting point is to kind of think about that complexity and the particularities of each place. But even within a smaller group, say within one nationality, within one ethnic group, you will also get such a diversity of responses of the future they hope for Buryatia in this case. You know, some are so-called separatists, right? That has a very negative connotation in the Russian context, but yes, some would see the future of Buryatia as an independent country. Others would see it within the Russian Federation, which is a very different kind of Russian Federation, yet others look for kind of more regional constellations, regional federations. That would be their kind of ideal vision of the future. Yet others, kind of a small minority perhaps, would even think of Mongolia as a kind of potential future for Buryatia. So the opinions are diverse, but again, for that diaspora group, I think also the kind of shared feature, an important feature, is kind of just striving towards having more say, towards a more democratic future. That really, I think, is a kind of a dominating shared feature of many of my research participants. And, you know, it's hard to say to what extent that is shared within Russia, within Buryatia itself. I would assume kind of unofficially still many would like to have more say in the current situation. And yeah, so I think the kind of diversity and complexity is the kind of theme you would get on the ground. But also kind of relating back to the quote from that article that you mentioned, kind of is Russia, just kind of to maybe paraphrase it very crudely, is it kind of a random collection of places and people that aren't really held together by much? I mean, yes and no, right? Because it is, there is incredible kind of diversity and disproportion in terms of kind of inequality in the country, socioeconomic, and also kind of center-periphery tensions. All of that exists. And in some at least, regions of Russia, people even talk about Moscow as kind of foreigners or abroad, you know, although it's the same country formally. But also there is stuff holding them together, not just the oppressive regime. So many of my research participants, again, to go back to them, kind of say, well, I'm Buryat, but I'm also Russian. Not Ruski, but Россиянин, right, Russian citizen. And so they kind of, at this current point, I think it's a time for them to kind of rethink all of this, you know, because on the one hand, they say, well, maybe there isn't a deliberate attack on us, but then on the other hand, some data kind of shows the opposite, right? So people themselves, Buryats, other ethnic minorities themselves are kind of struggling with this, you know, Russia is in some ways a big part of them, but in other ways it's also this aggressive power that's acting against them. So that's kind of some of the important issues that are cropping up, I would say, in the current situation.
Kristina, thank you very much for your proposition to look at the possible disintegration of Russian Federation not as a contagious virus sudden spread, but as a complex process which we should analyze really carefully. And I would like to invite Marius to join our discussion and to look into this process.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to thank the Sakharov Center and also from VDU, my dear friend, the Dean, Sarunas Liekis, and Director also, for having a collaboration together. So I've been listening quite well this morning's discussions and all these panels, and while everybody was speaking, I was thinking some very simple but different, I think, things. So before I actually start, allow me to be very clear on two things so people do not misunderstand me. I'm very much against the invasion that Russia did into Ukraine. Okay, I want to be very clear into that. Because for a simple reason that as a Greek, if I legitimize Russia, I legitimize what happened in Cyprus. Simple. Now, having said that, the way that we see things in the south is very, very different than in the north of Europe. Now, the question is about Russia. And while I was a student, I had the pleasure to study, among others, Russian and post-Soviet studies. And one of the things that came evident later on with my PhD, which was about NATO-Russia relations, was that we read Russia quite wrong. And the reason behind it is multifolded. One, it's 1/8 of the world's land, currently, before wars. Two, the Russian language is used exactly because there's diversity of different populations, different minorities in Russia, including also Greeks. And for those that want to go back to history, we're talking about the Greeks of Rostov, of South, the Greeks in Ukraine, in Azov Sea, and so on and so forth, which were actually not only damaged, and the Greek government didn't do anything about it, but half of them were split into Western Ukraine, half of them were split into Eastern Ukraine. Those that remained fought with each other. They gave them guns on both sides to fight each other. And young children were actually moved into Russia. And that happened like the first month, and especially during the time when Russians were attacking Mariupol. Now, when I was a student, there was always a question of whether Russia will remain as it is or whether Russia will become in pieces. I remember I wrote a paper back then. I was scrutinized by my professor saying that Russia could never be into pieces, and now we're coming in 2023 asking whether it can become into pieces. The second question had very much to do so with several questions that Vladimir Putin was asking at that time Angela Merkel in the Munich conference. What does Russia belong to? Is it a European country? Is it a Eurasian country? And so on and so forth. And he was seeing things like even NATO-Russia Council. He was seeing things quite general as a game for them to keep them busy. Because in the meantime, the West was thinking that, superpower status of Russia is no longer. And the reason I'm saying this is because whatever you see right now, A, we knew it was coming, so it wasn't fresh. And already was happening since 2014 in Crimea, but there were very many elements that were actually clearly saying that there will be something in between those two. The second part has very much to do so with the fact that Russia could never swallow the fact that they actually, the Soviet Union had disintegrated, and it was very clear that they had to do a liberal economy, which at several steps after Yeltsin they actually did. The third part was that in the technology war, in the communications war, even in the banking war, Russia could not compete the West. And in all those equations, I'm putting the United States versus Russia, rather than the European community, which was converted later to the European Union, because the European Union does not have the conformity like the United States has in order to be able to compete major powers like China or Russia, etc., etc. But in order for Putin to sustain a war, you needed somebody to cover for your expenses. A comparative approach, you can figure out how Second World War took place, where the gold went, and so on and so forth. So there is somebody who finances this war. Now, in the meantime, it was called upon for Russia to resettle its economy. And again, since the beginning of the 21st century, we've been noticing attempts of Russia to create its own economy in case of. And that in case of came back in 2022. Now, what does he want to do? He wants to split clearly. And he wants to play an interlocutor game. And what are we going to see? We're going to see countries, the CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States, developing fast under Chinese rules, under Russian rules, in order to create a capital that can circulate around. Add to this BRICS, because until now BRICS was not mentioned. Now BRICS is 38% of the global GDP, together combined with the new members. And that's something very scary, because they were trying to find, basically put, clients. And they actually found clientele and guarantees that the contracts, basically the loans that they're going to give to whatever country they will need, I presume CIS, some African countries, and so on and so forth, it will make sense. In the meantime, there is a war situation. And the way that the media, Russia Today, for example, or other media outlets are playing the game for Russia, is really different. You put CNN and Russia Today on the same subject, they speak from a totally different angle, and they say whatever they want to say, how they want to say it. For us, it makes it very difficult to understand who's right, who's wrong. But in the meantime, the numbers that come out are very specific. 500,000 dead Ukrainian side, 500,000 dead Russian side. And the international community recently, probably you've seen all the articles coming up, they're saying, please stop war. On the other hand, yesterday night, The Economist published an article where they were saying that basically war is a lucrative business. And it actually is a lucrative business because whatever weaponry we have now has been tested. And major warlike companies are either from the West or the East, depending from which side you want to see things. Whether Russia is going to disintegrate. Earlier, it was mentioned the 3 different scenarios. And this is the reality of the matter. There are scenarios, but none of them can be practical unless there are 2 things. One, internal and external visionary leadership that can, A, lead Russia into post-war game, which means repayment, etc., which I still don't know how this is going to be done, because the trauma between the former sister countries, including Belarus, is actually dead, and trauma after war can really not be surpassed quite easily just like that. The second part is visionary leadership from the point of view of the European Union. As a European citizen, I would like to see the European Union taking a decision and be actually involved in stopping the war. Otherwise, cases like Zelensky suing the Polish government for whatever exports, we're going to see more. And the reaction of the Polish government was immediate: we will stop weaponry into this. Secondly, the big loser is the European Union. Not only in terms of human capital, because the Ukrainians, we need to see how demographics need to be recovered in Ukraine. Where are going to be the new babies? There are no men. Everybody's fighting. But the second thing is reconstruction. We promise reconstruction. And if Russia is not capable to pay it back, then at that very moment, then the second scenario comes along where Russia will have to split regionally, locally, because the local elites in Russia will actually want to split because they would not want to pay the bill. And that is the reality so far. So my second part of the speech will be very much realistic. I believe, and I'm a pragmatist, I'm a realist. I mean, being in Cyprus is my latest achievement at this point. But the comparative approach on the ways that we see things from the south to the north is actually so interesting. There's so much difference in ways, and I think it has to do so much with the fact that we do not border Russia. Russia is a big country, and whether we like it or not, Russia was a very good business partner with a lot of European countries, which they had to find solutions into the next day. And that's why Russia wants to create a new economy, or, ironically so, a lot of Western businesses reopened in Russia with different names. There's much, much more to see for people in Russia. First of all, Radio Free Europe, I think we need to push it up again, because this Iron Dome that has been created on fake news and so on and so forth really damages the way that things are anticipated. But this level of war and the depth of the trauma that has been created has created a lot of questions where security experts or people in the field cannot really answer. The only thing that I'm going to tell you is that back in the days when I was doing my PhD, I had a very simple question on my PhD, that what's going to happen when the war on global terror will finish at the time when Russia and NATO were actually collaborating in Afghanistan? And the answer was Ukraine. Thank you.
Marius, thank you very much for the possibility which was given by you to look at the different things and processes from completely different perspective. You talked about real politics and at the same time about need for visions. Thank you for that. And now I would like to invite Nikolai to join our discussion.
Okay, thank you so much. First, I'd like to react on to Alexandra's very right point, and to say that I will speak having in mind civic dimension, not ethnic dimension. And as you know, empires are pretty often run by those who are coming not from the center, not from metropolis, but from periphery, from ethnic minorities like Joseph Stalin or Nikita Khrushchev or whoever. My second point is that, of course, Russia will disintegrate like all other empires, but we should think not only in terms of Russia, we should think in terms of all remainders of big empires, including Turkey, including China, including the United States to a certain extent. Yes, perhaps sometime in future, this state construction will become less efficient and will be not needed to be part of the big state. But now I think development in the whole world is going in opposite direction. And that's partly a result of the pandemic and result of what's going on in Ukraine as well. So my point is that disintegration of all empires, including British Empire, which can continue, as you see, is inevitable, but it's not inevitable in near or even foreseeable future. And there are no signs so far that Russia is becoming weaker in terms of its regional composition. And that's why I'd like to say a few words about economy and geography. And it has been told earlier by Paul Goebel, Russian economic model is rent redistributing, meaning that Russia lives much better than it could live if not selling natural resources. So there are 2-3 regions of Russia where resources are coming from, like say 2 northern Turmenian districts, and everybody else, including ethnic regions of Russia, are benefiting from this because there is redistribution of this huge income. What is important? It's important that the center is playing very central role in this kind of economy. So regions cannot live by themselves without getting this huge money, and this huge money and its redistribution is controlled by the center. Second, geography. Paul Goebel mentioned 1935 Constitution, when Stalin, by the way, was defining the difference between union republics and other levels of regions. And in his view, in order to become union republic, the part of the Soviet Union should have ethnic majority, dominance of titular ethnic group, should have not less than 1 million inhabitants, and should have should be located at the border. That's why Tatarstan, for example, which is huge, which is much bigger than many other former Union republics, including Baltic states, didn't get this status. It's landlocked, and there is no sense, it cannot even potentially think about independent existence if only the whole thing will not disintegrate. So economy and geography matter in this case. If to speak about ethnic factor, usually it's overestimated. Russia is ethnically homogeneous by European standards. There are 80% of ethnic Russians in Russia, and among 23 ethnic regions, ethnic Russians are in majority of these regions, meaning that, of course, regional disintegration is possible, but let's not connect it directly to ethnic factor and how it can work. And the last thing connected with how Russian political space is kept, it's very different from what it used to be in 1991. And I could explain this using the image of stalactite. So until recently, and it was the case of Russia and the Soviet Union before 1991, there was the center which was trying to control regions, and power vertical was considered to be a kind of stalactite. Then it appeared to be that stalagmites were growing, meaning that regional elites were becoming more and more capable to get control over their regions. Now we do see so-called stalagnates. It's when stalactites and stalagmites are making the same column. And what Putin was doing, by the way, from the very beginning when he came to power, was very essential step-by-step increase of the center's control over law enforcement. It never existed when Putin came to power in regions and all control agencies. So it's absolutely strongly controlled by the federal center. Saying federal center, I do not mean that Russia is federation in proper sense. It's called federation, it's centralized, and I would say over-centralized, and it's unitarian and over-unitarized state. So my conclusion would be that disintegration is inevitable, but a kind of soft disintegration. The country of Russia's size, and here I do repeat Montesquieu's wisdom cannot be democracy if being not divided onto different parts, which should be semi-independent, if not being real federation. So how can you manage the country from Moscow to the Far East without constructing strong police state? No way. So there is very direct connection between democracy and federalism. Federalism in Russia is possible, well, democracy in Russia is possible only in case Russia will move in direction of federalism. It's not that easy. It was going on in the 90s when at least quasi-federalism appeared in Russia. It was absolutely demolished by Putin. And the problem I see, and my last point is that I got status of the foreign agent for participating in the joint work of Chatham House myth about Russia. And my myth was that Russia after Putin will be better and easier to deal with than Russia under Putin. In my view, it can happen, but probability is very low. So I would, well, claim for the West, first of all, not to think in terms of inevitable disintegration of Russia, in terms of Putin's disappearance, and thus not to work out any strategy, but to work on strategy with regard to Russia, which will keep being similar over-centralized state for a pretty long time. So it will become federation, I hope. There are no signs of this taking place now, but if we would like to see democratic Russia, then it should be a real federal state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to remind one idea which was said by a professor. We should think about disintegration as the process which definitely impact neighbors and the whole world, and we should think about that also. Well, I would like to thank all of you for your great job, and I understand that time ran really fast. We still have half an hour for questions, comments, and that is why I would like to invite the audience to join our conversation, to ask questions, to make some remarks. So please raise your hand and you will have an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, sure.
I prepared my homework. I have a lot of questions, but I don't want to steal the whole event by myself. While the audience is still working on these ideas which were brought by you, I would like to return to one question which was raised from one side or another by three panelists. I'm talking about Christina, Alexandra, and Vlada. Russian Federation now comprises 83 federal subjects, including more than 20 non-Slavic autonomous republics. You already mentioned that a large part of those killed on the Russian side in the war against Ukraine are soldiers from the minority-dominated regions of Russia, and usually we hear explanations that often there are very few opportunities for any kind of career outside of the military in those regions because of economic issues. And you mentioned that you see signs of growing discontent in these regions, but is it beginning of some changes in these regions? And if yes, how these changes could impact the future of whole society? Maybe you could return to that issue and try to reflect.
Would you like to start? Okay. Yes, thank you. It's a very interesting question. And it's quite complicated question, of course, because this. Okay, we've mentioned both Alexander and me inequalities in participating in the war, and the main reason is economic inequalities, the military career as a social lift for people in the region, but also it's important factor. There is important factor that many minorities also support the war, as well as other Russian citizens. So there is quite effective propaganda in minority languages. So there is a pro-war discussion in Buryat and in Kalmyk. And I guess it's a very dangerous thing because this text address the solidarity, the ethnic solidarity, the group solidarity. So they discuss the victims during the war among ethnics and people from our rural area and so on. And it brings the idea that participating in the war is part of our regional, our ethnic identity. So it's our impact to the, I don't know, more equal society and to building new Russia. So there is a quite dangerous propaganda in minority languages, and it's important also have some and spread some important information, as for example, Free Buryatia Foundation do a lot in minority language, so discussing the political questions, the political issue in native languages.
Yes, thank you, Vlada. I want to add a very important point. I think we need to understand that empire is based on the power of the metropolis and loyal representative of the colonies, like traitors, because we need to recognize head of Buryatia, he is ethnic Buryat, Alexei Tsidenov. He doesn't speak Buryat language. He speaks only Russian. But he supports idea we need to defend Russian language in Ukraine. It's without logic. And it's important to understand that the same Buryatia has been part of the Russian Federation Empire not 70 years, but for several centuries. And in Buryatia, we know that live only 30% are ethnic Buryats, majority of Russians. And I disagree with some discussions that, oh, okay, tomorrow Buryatia will be independent country. It's interesting, but I think if we will organize referendum, I think 70% of Russians will not vote for independence. We need to be realistic. And I want to add third point about, to be honest, before 1 year ago, we thought with my team, maybe when in Buryatia, many, unfortunately, soldiers from Buryatia will die, and some mothers will understand that it's not a good situation. Your son died for palaces of Putin or some imperial ambitions, but we have another reactions. Because can you imagine, mother has son. Her son died in Ukraine. She doesn't want to think that her son died for palaces of Putin. He doesn't want to believe that her son was killer, was occupant. She wants that her son was hero. And propaganda by the Kremlin, by the government of Buryatia, very active promote this narrative. Yes, your son was hero, and he was against Western stupid values. We are against LGBT, we are against 4 or 5 genders because we want to save traditional values. It's very popular narrative, I think. And it's not good for me, for us, but I need say direct, because in Buryatia we have many propagandists of this war. They are ethnic Buryats. I think majority of propagandists were Buryats. And I have a status foreign agent. It's status from Buryatia. I have criminal case, it's from Buryatia, but I grew up in St. Petersburg, but many bad things from Buryatia. And we should understand that it's a problem more deep than many people want to think. Oh, we support ethnic minority and they will split and collapse of Russian Federation and we will be happy. It's not true. And last point, we try to promote ideas. We need to know who we are. We are Buryats. We should know our history. We should know our language. Because if you know who are you, you can be self. You can build your republics. And we try to explain to soldiers their rights, how they can break contracts with Ministry of Defense. Yes, because person who know who he is, who knows his history, he knows his right, he is dangerous for the Kremlin, like Ukrainians today. That's all.
I'd like to make 2 points. One is that the picture described at the beginning that ethnic regions and peripheral regions are those where soldiers are taken and sent to the war used to be correct until partial mobilization. It's no more the case, and there is a special project by Baza showing the map where, those deaths from which regions soldiers were taken, and now it's more or less homogeneous, except for Moscow. It's understandable that first, the Kremlin doesn't want to have public scandals, which the number of coffins sent to Moscow could cause, and it's easier to avoid mobilization if you are staying in Moscow, and if you do have a lot of money somehow to avoid this. But second point is very important as well. It's side effect of the war, which is, decrease in huge socioeconomic differences between regions of Russia. Because if those soldiers who came initially are from poor regions and huge money, and it's needed to understand that there is a kind of business deal. So Putin doesn't force these guys to go to the war. He buys them, and if they are dead, then families are getting huge money, and this money comes to those regions which are not in a good economic shape, and that's why the differences are less pronounced now in Russia than it used to be before the war.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if I can maybe continue, just kind of bringing in that data from Mongolia as well. I feel like from conversations there, especially, so I was there just recently after mobilization took off last autumn, and then again this summer, and especially last autumn. Obviously, people coming there were still in quite a big shock, you know, kind of having just fled the country, and it was very well known, so they knew very well usually about that data, about disproportionate conscription of ethnic minorities, and they felt kind of under threat, as Nikolai rightly pointed out, the kind of data of the composition of casualties is changing. But still, to them, at that time, and obviously mobilization was also quite disproportionate in certain regions. So for instance, in Buryatia, it was quite a lot kind of heavier than in Moscow or in some other regions. So people from Buryatia of both other different ethnicities did feel under threat, and they also definitely, so there was a huge grievance there, but also it built upon history of grievances, right? So minority language rights came into the picture, like people would start talking about this disproportionate conscription, and then kind of it wasn't something that was completely new to them in the relationship or in the relation of the state towards them. It was something, a continuation of a long history of Russification, kind of minority language, undermining minority languages and kind of minority rights, and this kind of center-periphery inequalities as well, and even kind of adding on to collective trauma from the Stalinist repressions, and you know, even going further back in history. So yes, certainly there's lots of grievances there, and they do seem to be adding up, and then this mobilization seemed to be a kind of a breaking point in a way in terms of how people were talking about it, like, oh, it was all kind of distant, we were trying to keep quiet, and now the war kind of knocked on our doors, you know, you can't avoid it anymore. But still, you know, it's not like huge kind of resistance took off in terms of protests or oppositional movements. I mean, yes, there are some, but very few. And so I suppose kind of local politics are happening, or oppositional politics locally are just happening in a very different way, and that discontent is taken on very different forms, really just kind of kitchen talk, or you know, even kitchen talk is being limited at this point, like people reserving themselves from kind of talking openly with their families even about their political views, about their, you know, views towards Russia, and even in the close circles of friends, some kind of group chats are being filtered through and kind of self-censored, and so on. So yes, but still, I mean, because we don't see big protests from afar, obviously this does not mean that there aren't grievances, that there aren't serious discontent. I think there is, and yes. Can we talk about a kind of a breaking point or watershed moment when that's going to change? You know, but it's not going to disappear anywhere. So let's see where that goes, right?
Thank you very much. I would like to return one more time to the audience. This is the last chance to ask our panelists to make some remarks, to agree or to disagree with our panelists. Please join our discussion.
I'm afraid I'm becoming a fixture. I wanted to ask the panel to comment on Paul Goebel's presentation. While he was speaking and sort of talking about the 1917-1918 events, I looked up at something which I think is very important. I look at the demographic profile of the Russian Empire in 1917. It was a country which was growing by 2.5 million people annually, and basically from 80 million in 1880, it grew to 180 by the beginning of the First War. It was a country where about 65 to not 70% population were younger than 50 years of age. 80% were illiterate peasants. Now, Russia today is much more literate, much more urbanized, much more homogeneous ethnically, we have to remember that, but is also dying. I mean, we can call the conference, Will Russia Survive Until 2124? Because according to official statistics, 500,000 people is a net decrease in population roundabout every year. Now, how do you think this demographic situation, it is also an old country, how this demographic situation could impact the war against Ukraine, the aggression against Ukraine, and what it means for, by the way, even the most rosy scenarios of either peaceful disintegration or federalization? whoever cares to answer. Thank you very much.
May I start? Because, yes, thank you very much. It's a very important question because I'm also dealing with migration and have some, in Russia Post, some blog on migration and participation in the war. The answer of the Kremlin is recruiting migrants from Central Asia. So there is many new citizens of Russia and the requirement for them to participate in the war. At the same time, of course, there is a demographic problem. As many European countries, Russia has old generation, less than young and working people. And there is a decreasing of number of newborn children. So the migration is the main answer. But now it's migration not for the work here or not for the new life in the new country, but it's migration for participating in the war, so for death. So my guess, my suggestion that recent years there will be decreasing of migration flow from Central Asia because people do not want to die for Russian Empire. Maybe you want to add something?
Christina,
yeah,
please.
Sure.
Yeah, just kind of building on to that migration point, I don't know, this doesn't really answer the question of how it relates to the war, to the outcomes of the war, but to the future of Russia. So those who are migrating out of Russia now, so at least 1 million people, you know, we don't have the exact numbers, they are mostly quite young as well, kind of the productive age, and that's going to have a huge impact on the future of Russia, whatever it is, right? And also, again, kind of there aren't official statistics on this, but it seems like a lot of them are also highly educated, kind of highly, you know, advanced in their fields professionally, whether it's creatives or, you know, a lot of IT specialists fleeing the country and so on. So there's a huge kind of brain drain happening, and also drain of kind of the younger parts of the population, which is the case both in, you know, I suppose across Russia with all migration out of Russia now. So that's going to certainly have an impact on whatever the future of Russia is.
Many Buryats, they escaped to Mongolia, to Kazakhstan, and mobilization in Buryatia didn't similar on mobilization in Moscow. For example, sometimes at the night people come to home and try to go from the bed. You can go to Ukraine. It's a normal situation, and we need to say that mobilization is continued in Buryatia. And it's not public information, but every day we have many letters, many messages from the people in Buryatia who ask how I can avoid mobilization, because now I have official document paper and I need to go to this structure. I don't want. Can I escape this and can avoid? And sometimes we read official information about soldiers who were died in Ukraine, and this information, for example, he died in June, but he was mobilized in March this year. How? Because Putin said mobilization was stopped, but it's not true. Yes, and unfortunately, I think the Kremlin uses that these people from regions very often they don't know about their rights. They don't ready to fight with system. And it's good for the Kremlin because they can send people to Ukraine, but it's not good for people.
Thank you. Marios, please.
Thank you. Again, I said it from the beginning that I'm quite a realist, and I think Nikolai also said it by himself at some point, that you really don't believe that the Muscovites are doing the fighting, do you? They're not. And you know, most wars in soldiers are not, except if they're officers or high-ranking officers, are not from rich families all over the world in any war. And history has proven this, and you can see whatever history you want. So it's only normal that we'll go in areas that until now they've been seen as, you know, politically unstable, you know, where elites are fighting with each other, et cetera, et cetera. It is of no coincidence that Miguimo at the time, I remember when I did a couple of lectures at Miguimo, they were establishing the Department of Political Geography. My friend Igor is there. And I was always wondering, why are you looking at political geography? Basically, they're looking at rivers and roads and trains and natural resources, et cetera, from one corner of Russia to the other, you know, and sort of expanding. And somehow they bring back the myth of an empire. And that's how they go on the Ukraine. But going to the demographics, it all depends on who's going to remain as a leader or who's going to come as a leader. So let us assume that is another person, like not Putin, but something else, somebody else, a bit more visionary. He will probably look at the example of a baby boom in France in the 1950s in order to somehow save the case. Now, it is also quite interesting with the Russians, because the Russians don't have a problem with regarding somebody indigenously Russian. Exactly the homogeneity thing. Nobody's wondering how did this happen in a very short period of time. And it very much has to do so with the way that somebody unites the country or not. The Soviet Union, I take the ideology away, it was meant to unite. But again, it's so big, as I said, it's 1/8 of the world's land. It's really difficult to control this country. So you gotta decide on the system that you want, you gotta decide on the population that you want, and move on to it. Which means that you will see a lot of mixed families from abroad. It is also no coincidence that he came close with the Chechens, and he allowed them to do a lot of other things within Moscow during the beginning of the war and stuff. Now, with regards to people being conscripts on the war, we have to take it legally. He never said open war, he said special case. That's exactly why he did it, so he doesn't call on general, totally general conscription. On the other hand, there are other legal cases that, you know, he would be accused of war crimes from the beginning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we have to be very careful when we are attempting to describe the future of Russia with a Western eye. Russia was always Russia, with all the goods and bads. And it will always stay Russia. It doesn't matter who's the leader of the other day. And they're going to be different. The new reality is that that difference is going to be evident in the way, in their identity that they present themselves everywhere, from international organizations to doing business. And that's what he likes, and that's what he propagates on TV, radio stations, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Professor, I prepared for you a special question, if you allowed.
Well, I'd like to add demography just a little. There are demographic waves, and Russia still, still meets this demographic downfall due to huge population losses at the time of the Second World War. So Putin, for a while, at the time when birth rate was increasing at the peak, was saying that this is due to his glorious Mother's Capital program, but it was never the fact. So first, it's absolutely the same like in any other country in Europe. Now it's going down, then it will go up, but in general, Russia, like many other countries, will lose population, and migration is inevitable, and that's why they are coming with calculations, see how many new Russians came from Crimea, came from eastern Ukraine, and it did compensate. What is important in this particular case is that, demographic development of Russian part of Russia and of Muslim part of Russia used to be very different, and birth rate at the Caucasus used to be very high. Now it's going down as well, because there are absolutely the same trends everywhere in the world. The last, young Russians. nobody cares about them because they are not needed for this economic model. If you sell oil and gas, you need 20 million persons just to serve the whole complex, and everybody else, well, can be considered to be, well, being fed by this complex, but it's not needed for Russia's economic model and for near future, according to the Kremlin.
Thank you. We are almost finished our panel because we have only 3 minutes left, but Marius provoked me to use my imagination because he said, you need to understand that Russia is always Russia. Don't use all these Eurocentric categories, use imagination. And right now, I'm not political scientist, I'm cultural historian. That is why I would like to ask a really naive question to Nikolai, but I'm trying to use my imagination. Why it is as difficult to imagine the post-Putin era in the Russian Federation as life on Mars? I was asked once this question by my student, and I was knocked out, so please help me.
No, I think it's pretty easy to imagine, but it doesn't make any real sense to me, and I would repeat that, in my view, it's very habitual for Western politicians to think in terms of something will happen to Russia and will not face this problem, and this is very short vision. And instead of doing this, we should work out the strategy, having in mind that Russia, it's huge. And this means also that if it changes, it takes huge time to change it. Inertia is huge. So instead of thinking and dreaming about how good Russia will become without Putin, or if breaking into parts, and I would stress that nuclear arms are located in at least 12 different regions. And it would be a nightmare to think that, well, nuclear arms which are in hands of one crazy man will come to 12 different crazy men. So let's not hope, or at least let's hope that Russia will not disintegrate, and if disintegrating, it should disintegrate in a soft way without falling apart, but with more and more freedom, independence for constituent parts of Russia.
Can last remarks? For example, we have it's a long conflict between North Ossetia and Ingushetia. And some people who support idea about disintegration, they can't explain how we will solve this problem. North Ossetia and Ingushetia and Chechnya, inside Dagestan, Kabardino-Balkaria, Karacháyevo-Cherkessia. It's one moment we will have many local conflicts, and I think Western countries will not ready to solve this problem. Thank you.
Well, dear panelists, dear Vlada, Marius, Alexandra, Kristina, and Nikolai, it was an honor to have you on the first expert panel. Thank you very much for being with us, for your insightful contribution to the conference work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for hearing. Yeah.
I also would like to thank audience for their attention. Now we have short 20 minutes coffee break, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Ike? Yes. Can we all take a seat, please? Then we can start the next session. Okay. The next speaker is unfortunately not with us today because of a conflict in calendar. He had another event where he had to be. But we have him on screen. We very much want him because he is one of the world's leading experts on Russian crime, which I think is extremely fitting to the current situation. So he's an expert on crime and security, which, as he himself commented, are often one and the same. So after a stint with the Foreign Office in London, he was as a scholar and a think tanker in London, New York, Moscow, Prague, and Florence. He's an honorary professor at the University College in London and a senior fellow with RUSI and the Council on Geostrategy. And among his books are Putin's Wars from Chechnya to Ukraine, The Weaponization of Everything, We Need to Talk About Putin, and very fitting for what he is going to talk about, Vori, Russia's super mafia. Mark Galliotti.
Hello. Well, I'm very sad that I can't actually be with you in person, but I'm glad that I can at least be with you on screen. And this conference is called Will Russia Survive 2024? And given my own particular and sort of probably rather morally bankrupt fascination with the Russian underworld, and particularly its relationship with the Russian state, that's what I really want to focus in on for the next 25 minutes or so. And particularly the question of, shall I say, whether what we're likely to see is increasing use of organized crime by the Kremlin, or actually a closer union between them. Because I've never really liked this formulation of Russia as a mafia state, because it implies that either the Kremlin is run by organized crime, no, the Kremlin is run by self-interested, aggrandizing, and vicious kleptocrats. That's not quite, maybe this is me being too academically pedantic, that's not quite organized crime, but nor is organized crime straightforwardly run by the Kremlin. Instead, what we have is понятия, understandings, a certain relationship. And the irony is this: certainly until 2014, but arguably until 2022, the organized crime situation in Russia was generally getting better. What we had seen, after all, is that the police under Interior Minister Kolokotsev, who, unlike his predecessor, who was a political policeman through and through, Kolokotsev is actually a career cop, which is one of the reasons why he is pretty politically insignificant these days, had very much tried to actually increase the professionalism and the effectiveness of the police force from, it has to be said, a pretty low base. And they'd had some progress. The relationship between society and the police had been improving. A whole variety of different opinion polls demonstrated that. And that's absolutely crucial in terms of if you want a real police force rather than just simply a state enforcement body. We'd seen crime rates go up and go down insofar as obviously there's always been a certain degree of manipulation of the statistics in Russia, but nonetheless, broadly speaking, they were heading in the right direction. Organized crime clearly was still a very, very powerful force in Russia. But in some ways, it was being pushed a little bit away from street-level activities and was more involved in the kind of institutionalized embezzlement, cyber crimes and frauds, those kind of things. So, with caveats, as I said, certainly until 2014, it was an encouraging situation. And arguably, despite the pressures that followed, there were certainly some clear signs that things could continue to improve after. And then, of course, February 2022, the invasion that changes everything. And in so many ways, if there is a sort of force of cosmic karma at work, the number of different ways that Putin has managed to derail and destroy whatever remaining positive aspects there were to his regime. And I'm not saying that in any way to exonerate Putin, but in some ways, almost despite himself, they have been positive developments, but these all get washed away, whether we're talking about the economy, whether we're talking about society, or whether we're talking about clearly the destruction of the armed forces. He had spent 20 years dumping money into reform. But if we want to look specifically at the criminal situation, what we've actually seen is the underworld status quo coming under increasing stress. First of all, a major change in routes. Before the invasion, despite the undeclared war in the Donbass and the annexation of Crimea, Russian and Ukrainian organized crime had worked hand in hand. It was a phenomenally close and complex relationship, which meant that organized crime groups in Ukraine handled a vast amount of trafficking and smuggling of whether it was Afghan heroin flowing into Europe, and as well as people being trafficked and so forth, or whether it was things being smuggled into Russia. Very close relationship, which has broken dramatically, in part because, frankly, Ukrainian criminals can be patriots too, in part because of the physical dislocations caused by the war itself, and in part because now for Ukrainian gangs to be even thought of as potentially collaborating with Russian gangs means you're not just simply an organized crime issue, but a potential national security threat. And the SBU, the Ukrainian Security Service, has come down very hard where it suspects that. So in some ways, the risks of dealing with Russians, never mind the political dimension, are just too great. Now, what this has meant has been a really seismic change for Russian organized crime, particularly because it was, on the whole, the larger, bigger, more powerful combines, groups like Soltseva, still based in Moscow, which had been most closely associated with these sort of industrial scale transfers of drugs through Ukraine. Suddenly, that's no longer the case. So some gangs are actually now coming under pressure. Others are suddenly getting new opportunities because we're seeing a huge amount of smuggling into Russia. In part, this is something that the state is using. And I'll talk a little bit more about this in a moment, but it is pretty clear that if you can, for example, smuggle microchips or other components that the Russian defense industrial complex needs, but is now banned from getting legally courtesy of sanctions, well, essentially, if you can smuggle those into Russia, the Russian state is pretty much willing to give you a pass on whatever you're smuggling out. Drugs, people, whatever else, they don't care. The FSB will make sure that essentially you have an easy route. So there is a lot of increasing sort of state connection, but there's also something much, much wider purpose to the smuggling. There are still a lot of rich Russians who want to enjoy all the perks of their previous luxury lifestyle. I was told, for example, by one Interpol analyst that at present, the best return in terms of the safest and most profit-bearing smuggled item, smuggled into Russia, in terms of profit by weight, is in fact Italian designer handbags of all things, largely smuggled in via Belarus, and I suppose because oligarchs' mistresses still need their handbags. Moving beyond the truly trivial, we see that, for example, as the supply of spare parts for high-end motor cars begins to become harder to get, they're being smuggled in. All kinds of things. As long as there is a market, and frankly a market that is willing to pay considerable amounts of money for what it wants, the smugglers will provide. What this has meant, though, is actually that other organized crime groups, particularly the ones on the borders with, say, Belarus, the ones with connections to Armenia, which is also being used as a hub, a turntable, or particularly on the borders with Central Asia. All of these gangs, which maybe once upon a time were not really high-end powerful ones, are now getting more powerful. And so we're beginning to see real tensions in the balance of power within the underworld, something that the state itself is trying to control. Then we have the police themselves under pressure. Putin has issued decrees saying that the numbers of police are going to be increased. Well, that's fine. Putin can issue all the decrees he wants, but Interior Minister Kolokoltsev has admitted that he actually can't fill his existing establishment positions. Men are being sent to the front. The police is having to compete with a military career if all you're looking at is what the size of the paycheck is. There's a fair number of people who frankly don't want to serve in the police these days, knowing full well that the odds are that you will be then having to enforce mobilization notices and the like. Plus, police incomes have been coming under pressure as well. As of the beginning of October, they're meant to go up by 10.5%, which is all very well, but it won't actually make up for a couple of years worth of real term decline. And since anyway, most police families are dual income, the police officer may well be being paid more, but his or her spouse is probably getting less. The result of this is actually we're seeing a renewal in the kind of low-level, petty, and often predatory corruption, which was such a feature in past times and which had actually been on the decline. And the point is, the more that the police are seen as corrupt and exploitative, the more tenuous their connection with society and the worse the situation is. And we're also finally seeing the early impact of the return of battle-scarred, psychologically scarred veterans, as well as the outflow of stolen weapons from that terrible conflict. Already, we've seen, for example, that, it's worth noting, through 10 years of war in Afghanistan in Soviet times, about 1 million Soviets served at some point in that 10-year war, about 0.35% of the total Soviet population. Well, already participation in Russia's terrible war in Ukraine has reached 0.35% of the Russian population and is only going to continue. So clearly this is going to be much more serious even than the Afghan war. And it's worth noting, after all, that one of the impacts of that has been rising armed crime. Gun crime in Russia, even by official figures, went up by 30% last year. And there's no indication that that rate of increase is going to decline. So increasing stresses on the system, all of which actually knocks onto the legitimacy of a regime that claimed, after all, it was bringing back security and order for the Russian people. And at the same time, and as I said, this is the next key point I want to talk about, is essentially we're seeing increasing signs of the Russian state using organized crime. For years, there has been steady, low-level use, essentially in particular situations where the intelligence community wasn't able or needed a particular capacity. We've seen organized crime being lent on to, whether it was carry out espionage operations in Estonia or kill Chechens in Turkey or more recently Berlin. So some use, but as I said, it was very much ad hoc, individual. Usually the state had to then basically promise some kind of reward for the gangsters, and it was only very much where espionage services could not meet the need. They didn't trust the criminals. Now, though, we have a situation in which Russia essentially is at war with the West. I think we have to recognize this. There is a nasty kinetic shooting war in Ukraine, but parallel to that, there is an economic and political war between Russia and the West. And in those circumstances, as far as the Kremlin is concerned, pretty much all bets are off. I mean, they're not going to challenge NATO militarily. That clearly is, they fully understand that that would be futile and suicidal. But they are willing to be relatively risk tolerant. But at the same time, their intelligence networks have taken a massive hit with all the expulsions all across the Western nations of various spies within the ranks of Russian embassies. That means that they are desperately scrabbling around for new ways of basically making up capacity. And in part, we've seen this through attempts at recruitment from within the diaspora of Russians who have fled. Though actually, I would suggest that very, very preliminary and often rather anecdotal findings suggest it's been much less successful than one might have feared. But also, actually, in terms of looking for additional auxiliaries. And this is where organized crime comes in. Because it is clear that they are increasingly turning to organized crime as an instrument of statecraft abroad. Whether that is in terms of gathering intelligence, or much more the case, whether it's in terms of trying to steal secrets, technological and commercial secrets, or just simply to smuggle goods. We're seeing a huge flow, everything from Western smart fridges being smuggled in through Kazakhstan, precisely because of the microchips that they contain that can be popped out and then reprogrammed, or actually components being stolen and then smuggled in. And we tend to think of this as being to do with the defense industrial complex, and that is clearly the main customer, but it's not just that. I mean, here in the UK, for example, there's been a massive increase in rural crime. Everything from combine harvesters to GPS devices, because they're used to track the planting of seeds and such like. And certainly the view of the British police is that in the main, this is being driven by Russia's needs. So yes, we're not seeing combine harvesters actually being shipped off to Russia, but what they are done is they're rendered down for their parts, because actually they can often be worth more as a collection of spare parts to repair existing items than as a single item. The GPS systems, for example, yes, they may well have a role in Russian agriculture, but they may well have wider roles. We've certainly seen the case, for example, of optics from Swedish roadside speed cameras turning up in Russian drones. One thing we have to acknowledge that in their own rough and ready way, the Russians are, after all, very, very adaptable. And they have looked for all the different ways in which components that are going to be useful for their military, but also their economy, and how they can be scavenged from the West. Final example I'll give you. A couple of months ago, there was a big spike in the prices of older games consoles, you know, Nintendos and Ataris and things like that, on eBay. And the supposition, one has to say, because it hasn't actually been proven beyond doubt, but nonetheless, it appears to have been that, again, people connected to Russian organized crime were in fact buying up these items precisely because their chips, they're older chips, so they're not as good, but they're much easier to reprogram for then use in whatever it is, missiles, drones, or whatever. And they were being, again, smuggled into Russia via Belarus. Belarus is really kind of emerging as a crucial route there. The thing is that the more this happens, the more that the Kremlin becomes dependent, really, on organized crime. It not only further corrupts the Kremlin. I mean, you know, if you're having to make deals, you're offering the criminals something, and not just simply expecting them to do this out of patriotism and the love of the motherland. So you are beginning to dilute your own control over what's going on. But it also creates an additional temptation. And this is something that I honestly don't know if it will happen, but I throw it out here as a possibility, particularly given that I'm recording this on the day when Putin is meeting Kim Jong-un. One looks at North Korea, again, you know, a pariah state that doesn't have to really care anymore about what the outside world thinks, that is heavily under sanctions. Well, they have Bureau 39. Bureau 39 is, to all intents and purposes, the North Korean Ministry of Organized Crime. It does everything from producing amphetamines that are then smuggled for sale abroad to running complex insurance frauds in Europe and anything else it can think of in order to, well, obviously, yes, destabilize the West slightly, but primarily in order to raise money to help keep this starving and impoverished, yet militarized and authoritarian regime still surviving. And I can't help but wonder that if the current situation, and we all hope it doesn't, but if the current situation does continue and become routinized, at what point does the Russian state decide that instead of continuing to carry out sort of ad hoc arrangements with organized crime, that it decides to essentially try and bring it all together into something that is much more directly state-controlled, essentially its own Bureau 39. And at that point, we really will have reached mafia state levels. But that's, you might say, one model, which is of increasing control. One can also look at it another way. I mean, in theory, if one believes anything in the nonsensical propaganda that Putin and his cohorts have put out, this war was launched not just for denazification and so forth, but also for the defense and the protection of the poor, oppressed citizens of the Donbass. Well, if we look at what had actually happened in the occupied parts of the Donbass region since 2014, the DNR and the LNR, the respective Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, quote unquote, it's clear that these were essentially bandit kingdoms. That not only were they run by a succession of often rather macabre thugs who were exploitative, predatory, deeply inefficient, and often very, very violent, but the whole states themselves were underpinned by very high levels of criminality. It was essentially how they survived economically. One can look, for example, at the institutionalized smuggling of coal out of the Donbass into Russia, where it was, and I'm not sure if one can use the word laundered in the context of coal, but essentially mixed with Russian mined coal and then re-exported to a considerable extent, it has to be said, to the West, and even in some cases, and this is an example of the perversities of the situation, to Ukraine of all places. But the point is, it was activities like that, as well as massive levels of counterfeiting, untaxed cigarette smuggling and so forth, which actually not only bought off the various sort of, frankly, gangster warlords who were so dominant in these regions, but actually kept the whole region's economy ticking over at a minimal level. And my thought is that the other option is we might find, instead of greater discipline in the Bureau 39 model, we may find, in effect, a Donbassization of the Russian Federation, which would be a terrible and tragic irony for the peoples of Russia, who are, in my opinion, essentially to be considered Putin's victims in this respect. A return, and we're already beginning to see this emerging much more openly as a theme in discussion, but a return to the wild 90s, this era in which actually the state was not able or willing to try and control the streets, and in which organized criminal and indeed business rivalries were being played out very violently. I've mentioned that 30% increase in armed crime. One can also mention this toll of business figures falling out of windows and the like. It's easy to blame the Kremlin, but quite frankly, the Kremlin has many other ways of putting pressure to bear on people. Most of these, in my opinion, were actually more about horizontal feuds. If you look at who actually gets defenestrated, they tend to be involved directly or peripherally in some of the increasingly vicious struggles taking place over assets and resources inside Russia. As, after all, the cake shrinks, people fight all the more fiercely to maintain their segment of it, or even, if circumstances allow, expand it. So, there is a degree to which actually this one thing that Putin, frankly, rather exaggeratedly, but nonetheless, the one thing that he could trumpet as one of his successes, that he brought back a certain degree of stability after the era of the wild 90s, even that doesn't seem to apply. We're seeing local cabals increasingly become dominant, as Moscow is seen as a problem rather than anything else. In the regions, in the major cities, business figures, political figures, gangsters, and indeed locals within the security apparatus beginning to band together in a way that we actually did see in late Brezhnevism. Again, so it's not actually as if they're challenging the state. We're not talking about the state fragmenting, which I still find hard to actually imagine. But instead, we're having a kind of de facto political fragmentation as they band together to essentially see what they can exploit Moscow for, while lying and keeping Moscow at arm's length. So the result is a very, very weak state, created precisely by a Putin who was so keen to try and affirm the strength of his state. So in conclusion, what do I see? Well, as I said, I don't see the Russian Federation at the moment falling apart. I think Russia will survive, but the question is, what kind of Russia? How far is it indeed going to be racked by a new time of troubles, which even Putin himself evoked as a spectre in his first announcement on the start of Prigozhin's mutiny. He was raising it as a kind of a cautionary tale to basically say, everyone needs to back me or else we'll have a new time of troubles. Well, just as we're beginning to see within even the ultra-nationalist camp, a growing sense that it may actually be patriotic to be anti-Putin because of the incompetence, the amateurishness, and the corruption that has been evident in this war effort. Well, so too, the very acts that Putin is doing, the logical consequences of this monstrous invasion that he's launched, actually are dragging his regime closer and closer to that time of troubles. And organized crime will be, in my opinion, crucial, but almost also unavoidable element of that increasing instability, unless something happens to take Putin out of the equation. So that's my take on the Will Russia Survive 2024 question from an organized crime perspective. I hope it was useful, and I'm delighted to have had the opportunity to talk with you all. Thank you.
Okay, So can I ask the last panel of today to come on stage? The moderator is Janet Anderson, and then we have Sarah Krombach from the Netherlands, Janet Gunn from the United Kingdom, Jens Ziegert from Germany, and Robert Spronk from the Netherlands.
Oh God, I can't. Thank you.
How,
I can't
how
cope with these bright
do you want us
lights.
to sit?
Wherever you like. Cataracts. I cannot. Have
No, no worry about the order.
I will have to look down.
You have to ignore it.
I have to look down.
It is quite bright light, isn't it?
I have cataracts. I have to look down.
So, our job, if you're prepared for it, panelists, is to wrap all of this up and to keep everybody entertained and to steer us safely towards our drinks and the concert later. My name is Janet Anderson. I'm a journalist and I work mainly on accountability and justice issues, based here in Vilnius, but also sometimes in The Hague. We have a very interesting topic for our second expert panel: how to achieve a true de-Sovietization and de-Putinization. I hope that my panelists will help to provide some insights into the potential for that, but I rate it no higher than that as potential from my discussions with all of you. Before we set off, I just wanted to pull out a few of the comments from previous panels that I thought might be relevant for us. From the diplomats panel, we had the wonderful quote, "Dying empires take a long time to die." And with the idea of, is this already a dying empire? Are we trying to see it speed up that dying process? From Paul Grobel, we had the strong announcement that this time will be different from 1991. 1991 was easy, but this time won't be. But then we just had Mark Galeotti saying, well, maybe we are actually seeing a return already to the wild 90s and what he described as the Donbassization of Russia, with political fragmentation already there. And then we had right at the start a representative from the Lithuanian Foreign Ministry talking a little about freedom in Russia, using, I believe, a quote from Leonidas Donskis, whose name and whose memory this conference is all about, and saying that freedom is some kind of a test. And I think maybe we could consider how Russia can actually pass that freedom test. I don't know about you, but what I've most enjoyed in this conference is the diversity of the analyses here. There's been a lot of consensus on Ukraine, on how bad things are, that change is needed, and even that none of us are actually sure what that change will be. But again, I think we have here 4 amazing experts with a complete diversity of approaches. We have people who know more about culture, about institutions, about security, about civil society, so very, very different. Now I'm going to introduce each of you in turn as I ask you to speak, and then draw the others into the conversation with you. So I'm going to start off with Janet Gunn, who's an independent analyst focused on post-Soviet and Central European politics, the areas that she worked on for many years at the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Most recently, though, her focus has been on humanitarian relief in Ukraine. But Janet, the question that I posed to you was whether you can help us by understanding the institutional challenges that may be faced for real de-Sovietization and real de-Putinization. Please, kick us off.
Thank you, Janet. I think I'll start with a quotation from a sadly now deceased British professor of Soviet and Russian politics, who in a conference on Russian foreign and security policy in the UK about 20 years ago, suddenly said, why is Russia always trying to be a great power? Why doesn't it try to be a great country, like Denmark? Well, at mention of Denmark, many Russian faces present fell to the floor. And maybe I would personally have said Canada rather than Denmark, because it's a big country. And as we know, many Russians have a very clear idea that large countries and great powers have very different rights to small countries. And I think in the country we are situated today, they know that very well from history. Now, what would constitute becoming a great country as opposed to a great power? That's what I've sort of been asked to address. And we're talking about fantasy land today because personally I don't see it happening anytime very soon, certainly not by 2024, which is the date we are asked to focus on. Maybe not in my lifetime, but possibly in the lifetime of many younger people present. And talking about institutions, I don't only want to talk about sort of what we might call official structures, which Russia has, but many of which have been hollowed out in the last 20 years or so, but institutions in the broadest sense. And the first one I would put, and the one I would put at number one, is freedom of information, a free media. Because none of the rest of the reform that could be implemented in Russia would work if there were not freedom of information. No, the bad news is, first you've got to have political will to free the media and allow freedom of expression, freedom of information, and that clearly has not happened recently. But the good news is that if that political will were present, it could happen very quickly, because Russia is not short of brilliant journalists. Some of them, sadly, have had to leave Russia, but some are still there. And I think if this fantasy land existed, many would go back. So that could be an easy win. And it is absolutely vital, as was clear not just from 1991, but from earlier, from 1985, when Gorbachev, actually at the prompting of his second-in-command, Alexander Yakovlev, stressed the need for glasnost, openness, to discuss history and be honest about history and the repressions, and Katyn and other terrible things that had happened under Soviet power. Secondly, to allow a debate about reform and allow ideas to be exchanged, and allow Russians who had been told for decades that private enterprise was the devil incarnate, and slowly change that mentality. And thirdly, to promote reforms among the people and persuade them to go along with them. A second absolute requirement would be an independent judiciary and the rule of law. Now, looking at the Ukrainian example, this is not easy. Ukraine is still struggling with creating a proper independent judiciary. It's made real efforts, but it has found it an extremely difficult challenge. And for example, if you look back at Czechoslovakia 35 years ago and other countries, the issue of lustration comes up. And it's very controversial. It was very controversial in Ukraine. In Czechoslovakia, President Havel put a stop to lustration because he thought that it was too divisive. But I think after what has happened in Russia recently, lustration of a sort is probably a requirement. For example, those judges who have sentenced Navalny, Karamurza, and lots of unknown names to prison for 15 years or more for calling a war a war. George Orwell couldn't have even thought of that one. Those people should be held accountable for what they have done. Then thirdly, accountability for all state institutions in particular the security intelligence services. Frankly, I don't know how you go from where we are now, where the intelligence and security agencies in Russia actually run the country. Even in Soviet times, they were underneath the control of the Communist Party. But for the last 20 years, they have run the country. How you get them under some kind of democratic control is a massive challenge. Whether it's a parliamentary system, which I think unlikely, because Russia will probably pursue what it regards as the normal way for a great power or a large state to pursue a presidential system, it doesn't matter. Whatever institutions they choose have to be made accountable. When you come to actual governmental institutions, I won't include in this the law enforcement institutions, which need the same accountability as the intelligence and security services, but the ordinary, economic ministries, education, healthcare, all of that, that's not a big problem. Even in the time of war, even if the head of the central bank wanted to resign and wasn't allowed to, those economic ministries have done quite a good job of evading sanctions and keeping the economy sort of running, even if the statistics we now see about the economy obscure the fact that what looks like GDP is a huge amount of it is going into the military. And then finally, I would mention decentralization. Now, in the wake of what we've just heard on the other expert panel, decentralization in Russia links into this issue of fragmentation and so on, which I don't want to talk about. But I thought Nikolai Petrov put his finger on the spot when what he called federalization, and I'm going to call decentralization, is a very important way of encouraging democratization. Because what we saw in Russia 30 years ago was a sort of democratization from above. Okay, we'll have competitive elections, even if some of the political parties are just bogus, and we'll all go to elections and say we've got democracy. Real democracy comes from below. And decentralization of government can help enormously. Some of Ukraine's resilience that we've seen in the war is due to the decentralization program started by Poroshenko in 2015, which has been very successful in empowering local voters, where they see that their mayors have actual powers and budgets to improve their schools, their hospitals, their roads, and so give a meaning to local elections. They know what they're voting for. And so that's the kind of decentralization which I also would like to see in this fantasy land.
Thank you, Janet, for taking us to your fantasy land. I don't know whether this is a realistic question, but is there anybody or any groups who would be able to take us by the hand and get us there? Can you see anybody who's going to help take us to Fantasyland?
Getting us there is, I think, the hardest thing to imagine. If we'd got there, I can see lots of people there in Russia and currently outside it who could do all those jobs and sort it out. But to get to a point where you have, in effect, decapitated the state system as it is now and taken off, not just Putin, but this whole infrastructure of former intelligence and security officers and everybody else who's been co-opted into it, frankly, and to just take that lid off, decapitate it, not physically. I'm not promoting any guillotining in Red Square. That's quite a nice thought, actually, a guillotine in the middle of Red Square, but anyway. No, literally decapitating the system and introducing something different. I cannot, in my mind, imagine how we get from here to there. Sorry.
Thank you. Well, let me ask Jens Siegert to join in. Jens is living in Moscow, has lived there since 1993. He was the founder and director of the Moscow office of the German Heinrich Böll Stiftung. He's published several books. His speciality is a number of different areas: the Russia-Western relationship, the structure of Russia's political system, and Russian civil society issues. And I asked you to to concentrate specifically on civil society, to take on from Janet's very broad sweep. And Robert van Voren, actually, in his opening remarks, talked about the other Russia, quote unquote. Is civil society the other Russia?
It's a good question. I don't, honestly, I don't very much like this term, the other Russia, because this is only a part of Russia, not another Russia, but one part of Russia, and it is very, very mixed up, everything. I don't think, I even don't like really the term of civil society, because there is no separate society from society which is a civil society. But there are societies which are more civil or less civil. And the Russian society and the Soviet society especially have been very, in this sense, uncivilized societies or militarized societies. Everything has had a rank, even in old Russia. This system of civil servants, even the word is not, I don't know another English word, therefore. There's a German word Beamte, which is more close. Huh?
Functionary.
Functionary, yeah, maybe, yeah. And only if you have had some rank in this functionary, you have been a part of society in the old Russia. And in Soviet Union, almost everybody had a uniform. Yeah, the judges, the fire brigades, everybody had a military rank. And in this sense, the task for Russian society was to become more civil. Not civilized, but more civil. And that was what really, in a way, really happened after the breakdown of the Soviet Union in nowadays Russia. But we are now talking about what to do when the next possibility, the next chance in Russian. The next chance for Russia will be there. When this will be, how we will come there, I don't know either, and I don't trust anyone who says I know, but I'm very sure that this chance will be, and the actors of this chance, the activists of this chance, might be people we are not thinking about, like in Perestroika as well. Gorbachev was not, and his whole biography was not leading to this situation. Maybe with one exception. This is a sort of a generational thing. He was, like Yeltsin, he was from a generation which grew up or became political consciousness in the time of the thaw, after Stalinism. Almost all main actors of Perestroika, of Glasnost, were of this generation. And such generations we can see in other situations in Russian history as well. You can see it in the Decembrist in 1825. These were young officers who took part in the Napoleon Wars. The people who were conducting the dissident movement all grew up in the main Stalinist time with the repressions. People who were in the the main forces in the protest against Putin in 2011, 2012 were the children of the perestroika people and people who were demonstrating in Moscow in 2018, 2019 in favor of or against the arrest of Navalny were again the children of these children. So there will be again sometime a new generation which will come forward. Regarding civil society or a more civil Russian society, so the Russian society really became much more civil in this sense in the last 30 years. In a way, until totally recently, a few years ago. It happened even so, not only against Putin, but partly because of Putin. Because Putin and the pressure and the repressions of Putin against civil society actors, against NGOs and activists as well, forced them to professionalize. That was, in a sense, it was an education program for them. In the 90s, where everything was free, the efforts people had to do and the thinking they had to do to become active in society haven't been so much as in this time of pressure and repressions from Putin. And this, in a way, at least in my opinion, it really works. And that is, there is, behind that, there is another reason. Russia, after 91, had all signs of a democratic society. There has been a constitution, not a bad one. Okay, we can argue about the centralized thing. There have been, in principle, a free press. Yeah, there has been competition. Mm-hmm. Even though many television channels, newspapers belong to big corporations or to rich people, but there has been competition between them. There have been even the beginning of an independent jurisdictional system, at least partly, at least in that cases where not the state interests were involved, were directly involved. Yeah? But a problem was that many of the actors in these areas were not convinced that this is necessary. So that there was, in a way, it was a society with a more or less democratic structure, but it lacked democrats, convinced democrats. And this is a little bit like a bank. If people are not convinced that the bank is working, then the bank is bankrupt. That the bank can pay their debt, then the bank is bankrupt. And the last point, and a main mistake, and you mentioned that too as well, there has been no real condemnation of the Soviet crimes. This has always been more or less a civil society thing. There have been strong organizations. There has been and there is still Memorial, a very strong organization which has done a tremendous work towards that. But the society as a whole and the state did not really condemn the crimes. There has been no trial. There was a talk about Nuremberg today. There have been attempts at the beginning of the 19th, but in 93, with all this turmoil, this was put out. And this will be, in this fantasy land you are talking about, I think this will be a core task for those who are then acting in Russia to make sure to condemn and to officially condemn, to have an officially state policy to condemn the crimes of the past. The Soviet crimes, for sure, but now the recent crimes as well.
Maybe as a shorthand for the question that we were asked about de-Sovietization, de-Putinization, you mentioned to me while we were chatting that you're writing a new book, which I know it's in German, so I will mangle the title into English, Can Russia Do Democracy? Something like that. So I'm wondering, I mean, what your answer is. Is it possible? And then I'd like to ask Janet to comment on that as well.
You know, the answer no would be a racist answer. Because you know, the Russians are people, and so they are capable of democracy. And I talked about that, and we have talked about today about that. There has been a lot of attempts and tries to become democratic. So I'm an optimist as well. But the question has two parts. Are they capable? I say yes. Will there be a democratic Russia? I don't know.
Janet?
I think I agree with Jens. In principle, yes, they can. But I don't know how long it will take, and I don't know who will lead them there. I think it was naive to think that, you know, within 10 years or one generation, Russians would become like West Europeans in terms of their attitudes to the state. And one of the very big, I think, personally, a defining feature that differentiates Ukrainians and Russians is the attitudes of those nations to the authorities who rule them. And it's very different in Ukraine, and it's partly because their history has partially been under a different system. Parts of Ukraine were under the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and part of it under the Polish-Lithuanian Grand Duchy, or maybe here I should say the Lithuanian-Polish Grand Duchy. So there are elements of another experience. So how do you build democracy? I mean, democracy in Britain grew through the guilds and all sorts of other grassroots organizations. It's a long, long process, usually. But I think in theory it's possible. But who will lead them there and how long it will take, I don't know. I've heard it said that Russia needs, in place of an ideology of worshipping the victory in the Second World War, it needs a bard of some kind, a cultural figure, a poet, a writer, who will be able to give them something new in the sense of national identity.
Which is a great bridge into Sarah, who's going to join the conversation now. Sarah Krombach is a pianist and an expert on the music of the former Soviet Union, the Caucasus, and Central and Eastern Europe. She works at the University of Amsterdam, and she, I think, brings a different perspective with these insights drawn from Russian literature to this question of de-Sovietization. Sarah.
Thank you, Janet. By the way, one must be able to see the beauty of our people apart from the apparent barbarism. One should not judge the Russian people for its many shameful acts, but for the great and sacred ambitions that it cherishes. No, don't you judge our people for what it is, but for what it wants to be. And we must tear ourselves away from Europe, because in the eyes of Europe, we are only followers and slaves. our mission is another one. I speak of our continuous desire for a glorious and universal brotherhood in the name of Christ. The Russian soul will be the spiritual savior of the rationalist West. Well, perhaps you understood these are not my words. They're the words of Dostoevsky in his diary that he wrote at the end of his life. And today, in this conference, we undertake a search for a possible Russian future. And we have seen already many kinds of answers. Well, for Dostoevsky, there was hardly any doubt about that Russian future. That future needed to be separated from Europe, and Russia had to believe in its own unique mission. Well, not everyone agreed in Dostoevsky's days in the 19th century. In fact, this was a period of heated debates with regard to a Russian soul, and also with many speculations about past, present, and future. And every artist and scholar was involved in this debate. The main questions were, who are we and what is our destination? Well, Dostoevsky's older colleague, the poet Piotr Wjasemski, gives us a different picture in his rather sarcastic poem, The Russian God. And here I will quote a small part of it. Do you need an explanation what the Russian God can be? Here is a rough approximation as the thing appears to me. God of frostbite, God of famine, beggars, cripples by the yard, farms with no crops to examine. That's him. That's your Russian God. God of brandy, pickle vendors, those who pawn what serfs they've got. Of old women, of both genders. That's him. That's your Russian God. Fools win grace. Wise man, be wary. There he never spares the rod. God of everything contrary, that's him, that's your Russian God. So far, Wjasemski. Well, he's for a modern reader easy to recognize. Dostoevsky's more or less exalted reflections on Russia's great mission are clearly also a source of inspiration for instance, Putin. Anyway, the 19th century was a period of debate. So was also the first decade after the revolution. It was still characterized by debates, but this whole phenomena of debates was completely crushed by Stalin, who, driven by a pathological hatred and paranoia, left no room for discussion. Post-Stalinist society was, in spite of any de-Stalinization or thaw, never a place for open debate, but there was an intelligentsia and also a caste of dissidents who continued the quest of their predecessors from the 19th century. And the various narratives were actually remarkably similar. For instance, Solzhenitsyn developed during his years in the Gulag Slavophile ideas that would become very popular, even fashionable, in the 1990s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. In his eyes, Russia had a mission apart from Europe, and it should be the savior of Christianity. His counterpart, Amalrik, came to the opposite conclusion, comparable to, for instance, Boris Pasternak. Only a true respect for individual freedom will be an option. However, Amalric was not an optimist. According to him, the regime weakened itself, and it would clash with a more or less constructive middle class and with the destructive masses. It was only a matter of time. Now, I quote him, "Our regime is only focusing on the continuation of its own power, and a drawn-out, exhausting war prosecuted by decrepit leaders will drain the Soviet Union of resources and legitimacy." We heard this quote earlier today. I think it was Robert van Voren, yes. Well, this quote is still relevant, although the predicted war with China in his book is not very likely. But many other elements of his text are rather prophetic. We do have, again, a drawn-out and exhausting war, and the regime is losing its resources and its legitimacy. Now, when we return to the role of the thinking part of society, we seem to be back in the darkest years of Stalinism. And this thinking part is now castrated and enslaved again. The artists and scholars are again engineers of the soul, used by the regime in order to convey the message of a glorious past, present and future. The message of a great people that is the eternal victim of the evil West that only has one goal: to undermine and destruct the greatness of that nation. Well, this self-image of eternal victim is perhaps what should worry us the most. As long as someone wallows in self-pity, there is no room for self-reflection, open debate, or any kind of solution. This is even more the case if this someone is a whole nation, brainwashed by a power-hungry leader who is driven by hatred and destruction. This is even more the case when this nation has been deprived of its oxygenating cast of thinkers and artists. The thinking part of the nation today is imprisoned or it lives in exile. This is tragic. But it might be a source of hope. After all, it does exist, and it might become a motor for de-Sovietization and de-Putinization. As we've seen today, that road will be long and painful, and it requires many strategies to heal our sick patient. One crucial strategy for us, according to me, is to look for the wise man from Vyazemsky's poem and to give them our full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I ask if either of you to have a response or something you would like to ask Sarah? What it reminded me of was Mikhail Shishkin's words, where he was, particularly this idea of this one big masterclass of Russian silence, particularly around the Ukraine war. I'm wondering, who is it who is there, who is making the arguments within? Is there anybody actually left inside Russia who are making the arguments about decolonization and these, or has everybody left?
It's not, I think everyone left. Well, there must be people there, but it's too dangerous to open your mouth, so it's impossible. It's not only, the topic of our panel is decolonization, but it's not, it's about much more than that, especially in the case of Russia. Decolonization is a very complicated thing. It's not only imperialism and colonizing other nations, but there is a very strong inner, I would almost say spiritual, colonizing of the mind of also Russian people. So the whole idea of individual freedom, this is what I have in mind, is even more important. That should be probably the first step before we can start.
Please, Jens.
No, there is a discussion going on, but those who are speaking out loud in Russia at the moment are either already in prison, like Navalny, or and not only him, or they are risked to be in prison. So the voices we can hear now at the moment that are mostly people who are in exile. Yeah, there is Alexander Etkin, for example, who wrote a book about the inner colonization in Russia 10 years ago, and he's now publishing a new book about that. He lives in Florence, so and these people can speak out. There is a discussion going on, but the situation at the moment is that Russians in Russia who speak out risk a lot.
Yeah.
Janet?
A couple of points. What we have in a way is a reverse samizdat at the moment. Instead of lots of carbon copies being smuggled into the West, we have the words of those who are able to speak the truth being conveyed via YouTube, because YouTube has not been, and Telegram have not been shut down because the Russian authorities need their own channels to get their propaganda out. So voices are being heard in Russia by those who choose to. It's a question of personal choice. The only other point I would make was from listening to some of these quotations that Sarah has given us. It's God and Christianity constantly being invoked. Christianity has been co-opted for the most disgusting purposes by the current regime in Russia. And one of the necessary reforms for de-Sovietization, no, it isn't de-Sovietization in this case, it's de-Putinization, is to put the Orthodox Church back in its place where it belongs, and not calling for fire and sword against Ukrainians, the way the current Orthodox Church leadership has done, which is a blemish and a stain on its history.
Could I add something? Yeah, because you're mentioning the Orthodox Church. By the way, it's not unique that Christianity is playing dual roles in politics. We see that everywhere. Secondly, the Orthodox Church, yes, now in the case of Ukraine, it's even more painful, but the Church was always one and the same with power. I mean, it's not new. It's not something for Putin. It was always one very, well, a unity. We would say in Dutch, two hands on one stomach.
I don't think we have the same phrase in English, but yes.
That's a structural problem of all national Orthodox churches in all Orthodox countries.
Serbia.
Yeah, because the main difference, for example, to the Roman Catholics is that the Roman Catholics are in a way independent. They are international, and all this Orthodox churches, they are national churches. And this produces, or this makes this structural problem that they are mainly even more conservative than the state.
I'm going to pull us away from this aspect of the conversation because Robert's been waiting patiently to join in here. Robert Spronk is an independent consultant on security matters. After many years at the Dutch Intelligence Service, where he was Director of Operations with responsibility for all domestic and foreign intelligence operations, including cyber operations, SIGINT, and foreign cooperation. Now, Robert, you very kindly let me ask you a few questions rather than preparing your own speech. So I'm going to kick off by asking you, you've already expressed to me how pessimistic you feel. And I wanted to know, after a day of listening to the various expertise here, have you heard anything to alleviate your pessimism about the future, about Russia?
No, at the contrary. No, and you won't like this, but the reason for my pessimism is that that there is no civil society as we know, as we look at it in Western Europe. Not at all. There is no collective desire for individual freedom. There's a lot of mistrust among the population, which is understandable, by the way. And they are, for centuries, they're used to live along the lines of power just to survive. And nevertheless, you have people who resist the regime, and I have a great respect for the protesters, etc. But it's a tiny, tiny minority. And don't forget that the grip of the government and the Siloviki, the services, is intense. And well, we regularly see the examples of how the regime deals with the opposition, whether it be Prisokin or Skripal or you name it. Yeah. So the oppression is immense and prevents any change for the better.
Oh.
And if I may add something, you mentioned earlier memorial. Part of being a normal country, let's say a civil society, is dealing with your own history, coming to terms with your own history. And if we look at all the atrocities which occurred in the past, and etc., and more or less putting Stalin on a pedestal again, and it's disgusting, and it's exactly, and it's for me those are all signs that that I'm very pessimistic, and apart from that, it will not come from the population. Forget it. Yeah? And there's too much fear and too much oppression, but who will spark off the
I'm going to ask
the change?
Ask
I don't know.
Just before, I'm sure Jens will want to comment back.
I
Well,
want to mention one
Go
other
ahead.
thing, as an example of the deeply rooted oppression of the state. On the 20th of December in 1970, Donskis established the Cheka. And ever since that day, the 20th of December is being celebrated, whether it was the NKVD, the KGB, nowadays the SVR, the FSB, the GRU, and whether you're an old official in those services or you're a youngster just enrolled in it, they all celebrate the 20th of December. And it is a clear example of the viciousness and of the current regime, and it won't change.
Okay, I'm going to let Jens have a return in a moment, but first I wanted to ask you. Your previous work has been very much conducted in secret, sort of behind the scenes. We had a reference earlier, I think, from Janet about samizdat literature and freedom of information and changing points of view of people. Is there anything you can tell us about the prospects for influence operations within Russia to actually change what is going on?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I was, by the way, very happy. By the way, previously was mentioned that we have this word of escalation, which is ridiculous. But another one is that we should not embark on a second Cold War with Russia. Well, cheer up, it never went away. And there was for a short while a lull in the battle, so to say, under Yeltsin. But gradually, when Putin came to power, they stepped up their intelligence activities, as it was on the heydays in what we call the Cold War. It still exists, and
you can leave it there. I think it's fine. I think
it still exists, and we have talked about the war in the Ukraine, that I'll call the visible war, but we also have an invisible war, and that's being fought between the intelligence and security services of the West against the Russian services, and we could do more because for a long time we were, let's say, we limited ourselves to being on the receiving side. And the past couple of years, they made a huge effort in conducting cyber operations against the West. And I give you an example which is very disturbing, and that they try to embed themselves into the IT management systems of infrastructural systems in the West, which, you know, putting software in the management of a nuclear power plant, of chemical factories, or essential transport companies, etc., which actually is an act of war. You know, you do that because you want to prepare yourself for a future war. And of course, we try to detect it and to counter it with countermeasures, etc. But and it's going on until the day today. But as I said, we restricted ourselves to defensive measures in that respect. But we should take off the glove and undermine their own infrastructure, militarily, economically, you name it. Yeah? And don't be shy to confront, to have the confrontation with them. And on the other hand, you know, trying to, as we did in the high days of the so-called Cold War, all kinds of influencing operations with, you know, with the press, with journalism, and on the other side, exposing the useful idiots who are still today advocating the noise from the Kremlin. So that's something where we could do much more than we do today. And something else is, you know, diminish the diplomatic presence in the West to the bare minimum, in order to deprive them of their capability of using the diplomatic representations as basis for their intelligence and influential in operations, etc. We do already, but it can be done more. Yeah?
I'm wondering about the attitudes of Western security services, your former colleagues, to these scenarios for fragmentation in Russia. And we've had some very scary portraits, multiple Wagner militias, each armed with their own nuclear devices, or local conflicts that might be very difficult to manage. How is the prospect for fragmentation seen within your world?
Well, it differs a bit. That's a very grim scenario, of course, but that's all based on speculation. You know, there are no hard facts which could substantiate that. But apart from that, the system won't change. I'm very pessimistic, and this pessimism is broad among the intelligence and security services in the West. And you know, the position of the system is very, very strong. Don't underestimate it. And if I may, what can we do? You know, we should.
Well, you've already suggested take the gloves off, reduce their diplomatic presence. What else do we need to do?
Isolate the country, isolate it. You know, and as much as we can, maximize the sanctions. You know, and focus the sanctions on, of course, the capo di tutti capi, but also on the others in his surroundings, the power circles around him, in the hope that perhaps that could cause a crack in the system, and not only the population is at fear, is living with fear, but the whole power system is also based on fear, and if you can exploit that in a way by putting maximum pressure on the regime, I think that could be helpful. Yeah?
I'd like to encourage our other panelists to pick up any of Robert's points, and I'd particularly encourage you to say if you disagree with him on certain things. And we're speaking about isolation of Russia, whether civil society exists to any degree, or the population is so cowed that it couldn't possibly do very much, and challenging the useful idiots here in the West. What would you like to pick up?
Well, on certain points, well, I do not disagree with the fact that, well, I'm not more optimistic if we talk about the system, the regime, the country as such. Where I do not agree is that it would be really a pity, to put it mildly, to again have this kind of situation with a whole lack of diplomacy. But I would like to emphasize that we should look for a cultural diplomacy. I think it's crucial to have this kind of diplomacy on the level of scholarship, on the level of artists. It is very important. Another point is, well, yes, I do share more or less your reflections, but some things are not unique for Russia. For instance, the lack of self-reflection, the myth-making with regard to national heroes is actually quite normal in many, many countries. It's not unique for Russia. Only now we see in the case of Russia this disastrous war that is different, but it's not going on everywhere. But myth-making and celebrating your own heroes and being blind for crimes from the past is actually, I only know one exception. Only Germany had a serious self-reflection. I would not know maybe the Netherlands the last 2.5 years with regard to colonialism. I'm very sorry.
No, I'm glad everybody else has a word first. Janet.
I've got mixed feelings about the notion of completely...
About
shutting down relations with Russia completely. I agree that sanctions should be tightened up if possible, particularly these back channels. I know that Western governments are trying to do that. But I would say that in Soviet times, minimizing the numbers of Soviet diplomats in our countries might have reduced or seriously reduced the amount of espionage and subversion. But these days, it's not like that. There are lots of Russians in our societies who can do the work instead. So I'm not sure that is a very watertight policy.
Again, over to Jens. We'll come back to you in the end.
Maybe it comes a little bit like a surprise, but I very much agree the notion that the naivete of the West, of Western politics towards Russia, towards Putin, is or was at least a major contribution to the situation we have now. And many people, including me, have called, especially experts on Russia, have called on to take a lot of things much more serious than that. But, and now is the but, I'm against a solely securization of this question.
A what?
Securization. Securitization. Only one or two examples. There is this notion of a hybrid war. We are in a hybrid war. That was something which was mostly brought up by the Russians, not only, but they made it a big thing first, and then it was adopted in the Western discourse about around the annexation of Crimea, but the discussion began a little bit earlier. On one hand, this is really what is going on from the Russian side, and you described it quite correctly. But I think that we shouldn't go this way, but because we are if we are going there, we are playing Putin's play. Our advantage, and not our advantage, but the way I want to live, and I want to continue to live in a free society, is to very clear make a distinction between war and peace and civil life. For example, you talked about journalists and information war. I'm a former journalist, and the thing I don't want to be, if I would be working as a journalist, I don't want to be a combatant. I am not a soldier in any war from any side, and we don't fight our freedom we don't protect our freedom in making the same thing like in Russia. So we have to. What happened? What happened in Perestroika in that time? People in Russia and the Soviet Union wanted to live like in the West. There is a problem with what they thought living in the West was about. And I think their imagination was much more about the materials part of the thing than the immaterial part, about freedom. And when freedom came to Russia with all its good parts and all its ugly parts, the ugly parts prevailed and people were shying away. That's a main problem we now have, that in Russia many people connect freedom and democracy, but much more freedom, with a state who is failing, with a stalling fate, and economic downturn. Mm-hmm. And then Putin came into power, and and that was not due to his effort, but it was his luck that the oil price went up, and the rule of Putin in people's mind connected with a more well-being in life. And the task is to destroy this connection.
Robert, just a small word, and then I'm going to open to see if we have a question or two from the audience.
Yeah.
You don't have to say anything if you don't want to.
No, yeah, but yes, but more or less we agree. Yeah, and no, what sprung to my mind was a part we had this discussion about the word escalation, and but there are still people who also say, you know, we have to have a dialogue with them. It's ridiculous, you know. What's there to reason about? Because that's words don't have any meaning, and we should stop with these ridiculous phone calls, you know, with Putin. But what are they trying to achieve? You know? And there's one other thing I want to say is that previously there was people were in today were a bit critical about the leadership in the political leadership in the West. About standing up firmly against the Russians, but you know, there are exceptions, and the Baltic states and the Poles are doing a very great job, and I don't want to be chauvinistic, but my own Prime Minister Rutte is also someone who is constantly advocating the right tone, and you know, trying to set up this F-16 coalition, because you know, we need to support the Ukrainians to the maximum. It has been mentioned many times this today. They are fighting our war. Yeah? And it's for us, it's also not only for the Ukrainians, but for us, it's also an existential war. Yeah? But
I agree.
In there, I differ a bit with you. You know, for me, all means which can be helpful to achieve our goal to contain them and to undermine the system is. For me, is okay, yeah. But and if we use counter propaganda with the now let's phrase it in another way. We should refer from always being at the receiving end, yeah. And we should rattle their cage and
please use counter propaganda, but let me out as a journalist.
Journalists during the Cold War, journalists were very active in counter-propaganda.
Maybe. If
you don't need to.
If they choose to, but not me.
No, okay.
Okay.
I'll just pause that for a moment and see if we have any questions from the floor. Wow, we have at least a couple of questions. I think you have not asked a question yet, sir. So the gentleman here, no, I wanted this one first, please. Yeah, that one first. And then you.
Thank you very much. I'm Vladimir Ermolenko, independent, and I'm retired. Thank you very much for this panel, Janet. Just 2 sentences about the last panelist from Netherlands, you know. I'm totally agree. It's necessary to isolate. We have the good examples with all these sanctions, with all this what we are talking, 2 years and more, maybe 8, about sanctions. Maybe more than 8 with the Northern Korea. In the past, you remember the regime of the Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania? It was big isolation and a little bit cultural talking with him, but in reality, the empires are dying slowly. Can we do more at the control of these sanctions? This is my question.
Thank you. And the gentleman behind who wanted to ask a question, could we give him the microphone? Thank you.
I'm Sharunas Legis from Vytautas Magnus University. I have a question regarding element of realism. I mean, I miss in all the discussions kind of realpolitik, and I would like to start it. My question has two elements. First element, it very often reminds me like Soviet discussions about, for example, how backward were Basmachi movement in Central Asia. They didn't understand the value of the Soviet Union, you know, about the progress which is brought by the Soviet Union forward. And to this is related another part of my question, that somehow I think with all this, when we speak about the values, when we speak about, you know, the progress, we try to, you know, to see that democracy versus autocracy, etc. But when you look at the Second World War, what do we have? I mean, we have Nazi Germany, which was not democratic, having alliance with Finland, which was, you know, democratic country. On the other hand, you had British Americans allying with non-democratic Soviet Union against the Nazi Germany and their bloc. So I think we are missing this element of power, balance of power, and we don't want to talk about the balance of power. The West, actually, those who are on our side, they are not building balance of power. I think deterrence by denial is not working, and it's not going to work in 10 years. And we are directing the whole discussion into kind of, you know, discussion about can we change the Russians or can they change us? I mean, but this is, I think, we should go back to the basics of international affairs. Thank you very much.
I'm not
a question.
sure if I understood.
The
question in the end is...
Geallieerde machten zijn. Eigenlijk waar we het over hadden bij het sigaretje.
Okay.
Yeah.
You described the question as you understand it, Sarah.
I think, yes. Yeah, we were discussing what exactly the question was. Did I understand you correctly that the question was that why we don't have allied forces, the cooperation of United States, Great Britain, etc., and Soviet Union all together against fascism?
I think it was more, why don't we look for maybe unlikely allies?
Exactly,
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Different kinds of allies, rather than just sort of
Yeah.
standing on our own, sort of, aren't we good at being European, don't we stand by our own values?
No, exactly.
Are there other allies that we could have?
Yes,
Start
but
with
we
Robert, then go to Jack.
Exactly,
but
we
what
were
we have, currently you have these discussions in Ramstein. There are representatives of 50 nations discussing the support for the Ukraine, which it's incredible that forged by the US and the Brits, this coalition, this new coalition of the willing, which is very hopeful because it's of course about operational stuff and arm support of arms, etc. But it's also something they have something in common, in common values, and that's which was sparked off by the war in the Ukraine, and that's a hopeful thing, and hopeful development. In hopeful international development, you know, and the others can then, you know, if you need North Korea for your own benefit, how low can you get, you know?
Okay, Janet.
Well, there has been a problem in getting global support for Ukraine and resistance to Russia's aggression. But we shouldn't exaggerate it. I mean, in the last UN vote to condemn Russia's aggression, which I think was in February this year, on the anniversary of the full-scale invasion, there were only about 4 countries which actually voted against the resolution with Russia. Even China abstained, but then China always abstains. But there were about 30 countries from what are called the Global South, Latin America and Africa, who abstained. And whereas some countries in Africa, like Kenya, grasped immediately on the 24th of February 2022 that this was an imperialist, colonial form of aggression. There are other countries in Africa and South America who just think, well, first of all, this is not our war, where's Ukraine, it's nothing to do with us. And others who have benefited from economic Russian investment in their countries, or simply also have a sense of, you know, we've had enough US hegemony, and they've listened to that narrative and have sort of bought into it and thought, why should we dance to the Americans' tune? So, but I'm sure enormous efforts have been going into trying to explain to those countries' leaders why they've actually got it wrong and why they should come on board and support Ukraine, because it has implications for their territories as well, should one of their neighbors decide they fancy biting a chunk out of their territory.
Does anybody have a comment on sanctions and on the, please?
Yeah, what I want to answer to Sharunas, or try to answer a little bit. I think there are two parts of the answer. One part is due to the current aggression and the current regime, and there we have to give a very firm answer, an answer which is for me at the moment not firm enough. So at this point, I'm rather with Robert, and I'm following more the German discussion, and it is really annoying that every time when the discussion is about a new sort of weapons to be delivered, that we again talk about possible escalation, yeah, and deciding for months, deciding nothing. There is no strategy, or there is a strategy which I find insufficient. This is one point to help Ukraine to win this war. But the second point is, what do we then with Russia? And this is what I understood this panel is about. Yeah, what can we do? Can we do anything that this permanent threat that this country conducts at the moment, at least to reduce? And I'm very skeptical in that, in the long term, such a big country like Russia, and such a close country like Russia, from here, I don't know how long it is here to the Russian border. It's not so far to the Russian border.
It's next door. We're right next to Kaliningrad.
Yeah. That it is possible to really contain it.
Yeah, it's back to
or if it is possible to contain it, then it will be very, very expensive, and expensive in economic terms and expensive in societal terms. So I'm looking for possibilities for prospects, yeah, how Russia can change. And I'm very, very modest in thinking what we can do to change it. I've been working in Russia now for about 25 years in promoting democracy. So I know how less we really can influence from the outside, and that brings me to look what is inside Russian society that can bring change, and what makes me very, very careful, optimistic in that is part of Russian history, but more the history of other countries, especially of my country. Yeah? Okay. A few months ago, I sat in Moscow in the office of the Leonidas Center. I think you all know them, with Lev Gutkov, the former director. And we were sitting in the opposite side, and we were talking about the situation, and he was gravely pessimistic and said, "This will change never." And I said, "How do you know?" And the situation was very clear. He said that as a Russian, and I said that as a German. He said that with his Russian background, I with my German background. So let's see who is right in the end.
Thank you. I would love to give all of you the opportunity to say a few last words, but we are out of time. And I know that because the clock is ticking, and I know that we're over time as well. So please carry on the conversation over drinks with our esteemed panelists. Please give them a round of applause. Robert.
Can we move the chairs to the side? Ah. Can I have the first slide? Yeah. So I just want to say a few words. I'm very happy, actually, that we chose this title. I'm very happy with the discussions that we had today. I didn't, when we thought of this title, I didn't expect to get an answer at this meeting. But I think that the discussion on the future of Russia is an essential one because the future of Russia also determines our future, right? There is no other way. So I was thinking when I was sitting here some 12, 13 years ago, I was asked by the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs to give a presentation on Russia to staff members. Putin was about to come to the Netherlands and they needed to know a little bit about Russia. And so I made a presentation. I found some of the slides in my computer. And these are quotes about Russia, most of them by Russians themselves. Russia is the country of facades, the historical homeland of foreigners. This one I like a lot by Mikhail Ginin. We did a lot not, and what we didn't do was for the better. Nobody can live not as well as we can. Well, this is an old one. Russia knows two vices, idiots and roads. And then Cloutier says, apart from idiots and roads, Russia knows another vice, idiots who tell you which road to take. And then Napoleon, who found out in practice, Russia knows no roads, only directions. Our country is rich, only temporarily poor. In absence of everything else, foreigners usually tell you that they particularly like the people here. Also a nice one. And then Zhuganov, the old communist, our people is peaceful and not bad. It spent 800 years at war and on the battlefields. And of course, this is all, you can joke about this, but we know that at this moment, people are dying at the front in Ukraine. This morning, Russia had a massive bomb attack again on Ukraine, and again, they are hitting infrastructure. Cities were without light. Water was gone. So we understand that again, they will be doing exactly the same again this fall, and it will be again a very difficult winter. So next year, we will be holding our Sakharov conference on this subject on May the 21st. The hidden wounds of war. Trying to deal with the issue of veterans in Ukraine, which I think is going to be one of the biggest problems that the country will have to face. So in closing, I would like to thank the speakers and moderators for their presentations and discussions. So this is also becoming a kind of tradition. During the reception, they can all pick up a T-shirt that we have made with the logo types of two organizations, and with a text on the back, right? I would like to thank the interpreters in the booth down there. They were almost family. We've been working with them for 33 years. They're from Kiev. So tomorrow they're on the bus again for 22 hours heading back to Kiev. I would like to thank the volunteers and the organizers for everything. I've been told very directly that I should keep my nose out of things, and I've tried to do my best. Headsets, please give them at the end in the back. And then we can move out for the reception and come back here for the concert. So the question is really whether you can leave this place because we will have to reorganize everything for the concert. Thank you very much.